Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Vezet stared blankly at the bread in front of him until its fragrance finally reached him. It was an indescribably sweet aroma, warm and comforting, the scent of freshly baked bread so tempting that he instinctively swallowed. "You must be hungry by now, right? Come on, have a piece." Aberforth's voice broke through his daze. As he spoke, a loaf of bread floated gently toward Vezet, and the rich scent of roasted wheat filled his nose. The candlelight on the wall flickered softly, illuminating the golden-brown crust and making the bread look almost radiant. Vezet reached out without thinking and held it in his hands. The moment his fingers pressed lightly against the crust, it responded with a crisp crackle. He tore it open carefully. A cloud of hot steam rose at once, carrying with it an even richer wheat fragrance that rushed into his nostrils, making him inhale deeply without meaning to. Then he took a bite. The crisp crust and the soft, tender inside created a sharp contrast in his mouth. A subtle sweetness lingered beneath the pure aroma of wheat, melting slowly on his tongue. Vezet closed his eyes. For a moment, something warm seemed to spread through his chest. It was not just the warmth of the bread itself, but something deeper, softer. Something strangely close to the feeling of home. If only there were some Gordigan and Zeppelin Lee to go with it, it would truly taste like home. The loaf was as large as 2 palms together, yet before he realized it, he had already finished the whole thing. Even then, he still felt unsatisfied. "This," Aberforth said with a grin, "is my answer to wizards and magic. In my opinion, the true wizards are the ones who understand the magic of life. They use their talent and their minds to create real things, to turn their ideas into reality. Magic gives us the power to do things better, but it isn't just about reaching some goal. What makes wizards special is the magic itself." He sat down on a stool, grabbed another piece of bread, and bit into it without caring that crumbs clung to his beard. "What you felt from that bread was the emotion I poured into it," he continued. "And the soul labyrinth works on a very similar principle. You use emotion to build a defense, something that protects your soul and resists Voldemort's erosion. The method of constructing a soul labyrinth was almost the exact opposite of occlumency. Occlumency demanded restraint. Emotions had to be buried, controlled, and if any were shown, they were often false emotions deliberately crafted by the caster. That way, a wizard could avoid the effects of legilimency while keeping the mind calm and rational. The soul labyrinth, however, required the exact reverse. To build it, one had to magnify positive emotions and let them flood the soul, then use that emotional richness as the foundation of a maze. Any wizard skilled in legilimency, or any wizard with deep knowledge of the soul, would have to wander through that maze before reaching the soul's true depths. There was no doubt that occlumency was the more advanced art. It could be performed so subtly that the legilimens would never even realize they were being misled, leaving them convinced that what they saw was the truth. The soul labyrinth was different. It was an open declaration. It openly told the intruder that precautions had been taken. It was less about deception and more about deterrence, a warning that pushing further would not be easy. And even if the intruder had malicious intent, they would still need time to pass through the maze before they could reach the deepest parts of the soul. Still, when it came to speed, the soul labyrinth had a major advantage. Compared to beginner-level occlumency, it was much faster to construct. For Vezet, that made it the most suitable choice at the moment. He needed a form of soul protection he could learn quickly, while beginning occlumency practice alongside it. "I told you to recall happy memories," Aberforth said in a teasing tone as he watched over him. "So why are your ears so red?" He grinned wickedly. "Could it be because you ate too much bread? Now I'm really curious. What exactly are you thinking about? Maybe I should find that parchment roll and have a look." Vezet, who had been lost in memories of the Christmas holidays, opened his eyes at once and raised his wand. Knocks! The candlelight around them instantly dimmed. At the same moment, with a sharp snap of fingers, countless devil's snare vines burst forward and wrapped tightly around Aberforth, binding him so thoroughly that he couldn't even speak. Aberforth's response was just as fast. A fireball appeared out of nowhere and rose into the air, radiating light and heat. The weakness of Devil's Snare was obvious. The moment the fireball appeared, the vines rapidly withered and recoiled, curling back into Vezet's palm. Aberforth looked genuinely surprised. Human transfiguration, he said. How many surprises are you hiding that I still don't know about? He stared at Vezet for a moment, then gave a low chuckle. I was wondering why Albus had suddenly become such a shameless old rogue, completely unlike his usual self. So this is why. You really are worth teaching. After that, Aberforth kept talking, going on and on about Dumbledore's embarrassing moments. It was hard to tell whether he was speaking to Vezet or simply venting years of accumulated grievance. At one point, he leaned back and said with a sly smile, Albus says you're reliable. Since I've told you all this, you won't go repeating it to anyone, right? The smile on his face was almost like the serpent that had tempted Adam and Eve. Vezet remained completely unmoved. I'll keep it secret. How boring, Aberforth muttered, then he waved a hand dismissively. That's enough for today. Your learning ability has already exceeded my expectations. The fact that you can already use bread as a medium to stir your emotions is proof of that. Even after Vezet returned to Hogwarts, the tips of his ears were still faintly red, to be able to express emotion through food. If he mastered that kind of magic, he could absolutely show it off at home during the summer holiday. During the period in which he practiced constructing the Soul Labyrinth, Vezet found that his mood had subtly changed. Everything at Hogwarts seemed more beautiful than before. In truth, this too was part of the process. To build the Soul Labyrinth, he needed to notice the beauty of the world around him and use that beauty as material, piling it piece by piece into the maze. The labyrinth also required a core. The more unforgettable that core memory was, the easier it became to extend outward from it, expanding the labyrinth further and further until it grew into something vast. For Vezet, there was no doubt what that core should be: the old castle, the magical garden. The people who had lived there, and everything that had happened during the Christmas holidays. He was deeply grateful for Snape's letters. Without them, he might never have truly settled his heart and enjoyed the rest of that holiday with such peace and sincerity. That memory became the cornerstone that stabilized the Soul Labyrinth's core. Aside from practicing the labyrinth itself, Aberforth would sometimes have him sit outside near the bar, quietly observing the atmosphere and listening to the stories told by the guests. The Hog's Head was exactly the kind of place people said it was: rough, chaotic, and full of every kind of person imaginable. The guests seemed incapable of speaking 3 sentences without throwing in a damn, or 5 without ending with something even filthier. Still, once those words were stripped away, their stories were often entertaining in their own way. Their drunken boasting, wild exaggerations, and ridiculous arguments could all make for amusing reading. With enough polishing, some of it might even be fit for submission to the quibbler. The patrons not only bragged endlessly, but also got drunk with alarming speed. Whenever a disagreement escalated, they would pull out their wands and start dueling on the spot. The other guests were never surprised by this. On the contrary, they would immediately start shouting, cheering, and cursing from the sidelines while placing bets on who would win. Aberforth usually didn't interfere. Only when the duelists started damaging the bar would he finally wave his wand, pin both troublemakers down, and demand compensation. To Vezet, these duels were unexpectedly fascinating. The wizards involved never fought with spells alone. They cursed at each other constantly, and if they were familiar with one another, they would dig up each other's embarrassing history, throwing insults meant to shake the other's focus. That was where Vezet learned something important. In a duel, victory was not determined by magic alone. Disrupting the opponent's mentality was just as critical. Most of the time, the one who lost control first, the one who became angry and attacked recklessly, was the one who lost. Ravenclaw's second Quidditch match of the year took place in spring, when flowers were in bloom. Their opponent was the Slytherin Quidditch team. That team had a terrible reputation. Even in Fred and George's words, Slytherin players were practically the definition of dirty tactics. Their broomsticks were always among the best. Backed by wealthy pureblood families, Slytherin could usually replace their brooms every 3 to 5 years. Most Quidditch players focused on agility and flexibility. Slytherin, however, preferred to make up for any lack of finesse with sheer broom performance. As a result, their selection standards leaned heavily toward well-built, tall, and strong, creating a team that looked less like a sports squad and more like a pack of charging brutes. Their style on the pitch matched their appearance. Brutal and aggressive, they often used their size to cover for one another while committing fouls in secret. All of this information came from Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's very own Quidditch expert. Even though he was the captain of Gryffindor, and Gryffindor had its own deep-rooted rivalry with Slytherin, Wood still quietly came to Arsenal before the match to pass along the latest intelligence. Whatever else happened between houses, he clearly had no intention of letting Ravenclaw get humiliated by Slytherin. Even with that warning, it was obvious this would be a difficult game. Right from the opening whistle, the Slytherin team used the superior speed of their broomsticks, coordinated teamwork, and cleverly disguised fouls to push Ravenclaw into a miserable position. Ravenclaw quickly lost several points. Worse still, both Roger and Jeremy ended up with injured arms in the chaos. Arsenal immediately called for a timeout, and Vezet rushed forward with her wand, casting healing magic on the two of them to mend their injuries. Thanks to Wood's intelligence and Arsenal's encouragement, Ravenclaw adjusted quickly. They borrowed Hufflepuff's defensive strategy, pulling the team together around the scoring area, tightening their formation and focusing on defense first. From there, they relied on Vizet's speed and flexibility to break through gaps and steadily close the score. The match dragged on for nearly 20 minutes before Qiu Zhang finally found her rhythm. At the decisive moment, she spotted the golden snitch before the Slytherin Seeker did and snatched it cleanly from the air, bringing the fierce match to an end. It had been a hard-fought and dangerous victory. Because of that, the memory of this match was etched deeply into Vizet's mind and became part of the maze within his soul. After the match, a few other things happened as well. For example, Snape canceled his private lessons for that entire week. And when the lessons resumed the following week, his words were suddenly far harsher, almost as severe as they had been at the beginning of the school year. It was hardly surprising. As head of Slytherin, seeing his house team lose like that was more than enough reason for him to be in a foul mood. Fortunately, Vezet had already grown used to Snape's manner of speaking. The best response, as always, was simply to meet it with a smile. Snape shoved Quirrell into an empty classroom and without a second of hesitation snapped out a sharp incantation. Expelliarmus! A brilliant red flash filled the room. Quirrell's wand flew high into the air and landed neatly in Snape's hand. Struck by the force of the disarming charm, Quirrell staggered backward and fell hard to the floor, his face twisted into a smile uglier than crying. Professor Snape, what are you doing? Snape looked down at him coldly. 3 months. Hasn't that been enough time for you to figure things out? His voice was low and cutting. Or have you forgotten what you promised me? He took a step closer. Professor Quirrell, perhaps I should refresh your memory. By now I trust you already know how to get past the three-headed dog Hagrid is guarding. Hess, hee. Quirrell forced out a weak laugh, his eyes darting around the room, unable to hide either his panic or the shame of having lost his wand so easily. Snape's voice turned even sharper. It's the final week. If you still refuse to act and seize the Philosopher's Stone for the Dark Lord, then I'm afraid your death will be a miserable one. Quirrell's eyes widened in shock. You know everything. Don't insult me by pretending otherwise, Snape said, crossing his arms. The dragon egg Rubeus Hagrid received was bait, yours, no doubt. Then his gaze darkened. You have only one road left. Either tell me where the Dark Lord is and I will give you the method for passing the potion trial, or you die here. All right. All right? Quirrell seemed to collapse inward as if every last bit of strength had been drained from him. Even his eyes turned hollow. The truth is, I don't know where he is. Snape narrowed his eyes. Quirrell hurried to explain. He'll contact me on the day we act. Only then will I know his true location. Once I have the Philosopher's Stone, I'll deliver it to him. Snape stared at him for several seconds before finally tossing the wand back. This is the last time I trust you, he said coldly. I'll wait until that day before I tell you how to pass the potion trial. Okay. Quirrell clutched the wand like a drowning man clutching driftwood, then scrambled to his feet and half crawled, half ran from the classroom. He didn't stop until he reached his office. There, with shaking hands, he quickly sealed the door with protective spells before finally removing the strips of cloth wrapped around his head. He swallowed hard and took several deep breaths, trying to steady himself. Only then did he begin telling Voldemort about Snape's visit. When he finished, Voldemort spoke in a lazy, amused tone. It sounds, he said, yawning faintly, rather like the desperation of a stray dog searching for its master. Quirrell's breathing finally slowed. Lowering his head, he asked carefully, Master, what do you intend to do? If he wishes to serve as a helper, then naturally we must satisfy him. Voldemort's scarlet eyes glimmered in the darkness. Wait 1 more week until the students finish their exams. His voice remained calm, but there was cruelty hidden beneath it. When that time comes, the castle will be easier to throw into chaos. If the plan changes, you may even use the students as cover while looking for an opportunity to escape. Quirrell lowered his head even further. Great Master, your wisdom is unmatched. Voldemort smiled, clearly pleased by the flattery. As for Snape, I will give you a list of potion ingredients. Have him send the materials where I specify. His expression turned colder. If he truly gives us a way through the potion trial, and if he is willing to provide ingredients, then he still has value. In that case, Voldemort gave a soft, cruel laugh. I may allow the stray dog to find its way home. He yawned again, sounding almost sleepy. We will also need a way to distract Dumbledore. That part will require your own intelligence. I understand. Quirrell answered weakly. After months of torment, he no longer had the strength to resist. At some point, obedience had become instinct, then Voldemort's voice dropped lower still. And tomorrow, go into the Forbidden Forest and kill a unicorn. I need its blood. Quirrell's entire body stiffened. But unicorn blood carries a terrible curse. Voldemort let out a cold sneer. Quirinus, this is the price of refusing to let the Obscurial brew potions. Do you understand now? You brought this upon yourself. His tone turned mocking, almost contemptuous. This is what comes of trying to be a good professor. The scarlet glow in his eyes flickered. You will go to the Forbidden Forest. You will bring me unicorn blood. I will not repeat myself. His final words came out slow and heavy, like a warning from a creature already half asleep. This is the last mercy I will show you. Your body is still useful to me. Do you understand? The scarlet light faded. Voldemort seemed to sink once more into deep sleep, but Quirrell did not dare move carelessly. 2 months earlier, he had attempted one final act of resistance. The punishment that followed had been so terrible that even now, merely remembering it made phantom agony spread across his entire body. With various episodes, spring has come to the Scottish Highlands, the temperature is gradually rising, and Hogwarts has also ushered in the exam season. Vizet's life is still fulfilling. She has not fallen behind in her daily studies and has made some progress in her research on silent casting. A lot of things happened during this period. Harry, Hermione, Ronald, Neville, and Draco were caught by Filch for a night out, and each of them had 50 points deducted from their score. After hearing the news, Vizet was still a little frightened. Every Friday night, he would also return to Hogwarts very late, which theoretically was a violation of school rules. Perhaps it was because of Dumbledore's advice that Filch never caused him any trouble. This incident also made Vizet learn from it. On the way back to school and back to the common room, she tried to be more careful to avoid being caught by Filch. Although there was no dispute between him and Filch, according to Fred and George, this gatekeeper was not someone to be trifled with. Vizet walked cautiously in the secluded corridor, still thinking about the soul maze. All the happy memories he could think of turned into positive emotions and filled his soul labyrinth. According to Aberforth, being able to accomplish this in just a few months was a remarkable feat. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Considering that it might be Filch on night patrol, Vizet subconsciously quickened her pace, intending to leave this troubled place. Before he took 2 steps, a cold and unpleasant voice suddenly sounded, Quirinus, don't you want to say hello to your good student? Vizet's heart sank and a question came to her mind. Professor Quirrell, why was there another voice? NOAH. After a painful groan, Quirrell gasped and stood in front of Vizet. Quirrell's face was as white as paper and he was wearing a loose robe which seemed to hide something. Vizet's face was filled with worry. Professor Quirrell, you... ha 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 ha. A harsh mocking voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. Vezet Lovegood, I am your true professor. Do you understand? When Vizet heard the sound, she already had some guesses about its source. He remained calm and said slowly, all the knowledge I learned was taught to me by Professor Quirrell. He is my professor. Oh, it's so touching I almost drowned in tears. The voice continued. The dark green light instantly covered Quirrell's face. Vizet looked at Quirrell, who was twitching on the ground, and shouted anxiously, what are you going to do? Nothing. The dark green light continued to torture Quirrell. I know you, Vizet Lovegood. You are very talented in every aspect, favored by professors of various subjects. In fact, we are the same kind of people. Vizet clenched her fists but still kept her tone calm. How can someone who doesn't even tell me his name be the same kind of person as me? You don't even want to tell me your name, ha 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 ha. The voice laughed wildly again. It's you who don't dare to mention my name, do you understand? Voldemort, is that so? Vizet took a deep breath. Voldemort actually possessed Quirrell, which was undoubtedly the worst outcome. At this moment, he felt the pendant box on his chest getting hot. Not only that, there was also warmth coming from the palm of my hand, which was the comfort from Fawkes. This was a good sign that Fawkes was paying attention to him, and it also led to an additional possibility. Dumbledore was also paying attention to him. You actually called me by my name, but you're still a student, there's still room for training. Voldemort seemed to be answering his own question, removing the dark green light lingering on Quirrell's face. Professor Quirrell, are you okay? Vizet immediately stepped forward and helped Quirrell up. Thank you so much, thank you for helping my servant up. It was Voldemort who spoke again. Quirrell had fallen into a coma, but was held together by some kind of magic and was controlled by Voldemort to stand up. Voldemort continued, Vizet Lovegood, it seems that my servant is unable to act. But I have an action tonight, why don't you do it for me? Vezet said coldly. Do I have any other choice? He noticed that the dark green light lingering around Quirrell's neck was a clear sign. You are very clever. Voldemort laughed again. You go ahead. Let's go to the Forbidden Forest. Vezet pursed her lips and walked forward in silence, paying attention to her surroundings along the way. Hogwarts Castle seemed unusually quiet tonight. Even Filch, the night watchman, was nowhere to be seen. They walked out onto a large lawn and Vezet spotted Filch. Not only Filch but also Harry, Ronald, Neville. A total of 5 students followed Filch. Following Filch's direction, Vezet was basically certain that Filch and his crew's target was the Forbidden Forest. Could it be because of Harry and the others' night outing? Vezet remembered that Hannah had told him a few days ago that Harry and the others needed to be punished with labor because of their night outing. What's wrong? Luna Lovegood, are you unhappy with that old and evil janitor or those 5 little brats? Came Voldemort's faint voice. Follow your heart and kill them, okay? You've learned so much black magic, you should be able to find a way to deal with them, right? Give it a try, put your knowledge into practice. The chronic curse can turn them into nutrients for the lawn, just think about it. It would be a perfect thing to nourish the lawn with fertilizer. It can also improve the environment of Hogwarts. Vezet could indeed feel that something was trying to enter his consciousness and soul through the sound. However, due to the obstruction of the soul maze, these things quickly disappeared into thin air. He pursed his lips and quickened his pace, moving quickly towards the Forbidden Forest. Faintly, he could hear Harry and Ronald calling his name. To avoid any accidents, Vezet bypassed Hagrid's hut and chose to enter from the other end of the Forbidden Forest. You really have potential. Vezet Lovegood. Voldemort laughed strangely. You deliberately avoided that big fool. You are really skilled. In fact, you don't need to be so suppressed. You should learn to release your nature and the evil thoughts in your heart. If a person is too suppressed, he will definitely not be able to fully display the power of magic. Do you understand? Oh, I don't quite understand what you mean. Vezet responded. Aren't you an Obscurial? That's the result of suppressing magic and suppressing talent. Voldemort said casually, otherwise what do you think Hogwarts is used for? It is to let you release your talents, not suppress your magic power. Learn to control and master the techniques of releasing magic so that you know how to display your talents freely. Vezet frowned slightly and thought, use your talent freely. In other words, you don't need to deliberately cast spells, so you need to stay relaxed. Vezet, you have a very good understanding, Voldemort said in a satisfied voice and then sighed in a pretentious manner. What a pity, you are too stubborn. Even now, you are unwilling to say, I'm learning from you to me, it's really regrettable, I'm very grateful for telling me this. Vezet said casually. Voldemort let out a series of harsh and unpleasant laughs. That's very funny, can you say that twice more? Vezet said nothing and even quickened her pace. Before she knew it, Vezet had arrived at the other end of the Forbidden Forest. Under the protection of the night, the outer edge of the Forbidden Forest is like a sleeping evil beast. The dark outlines formed by the treetops shading each other reveal an indescribable sense of uneasiness. Voldemort urged, come in quickly, I can't wait. Vezet continued to move forward and was soon surrounded by a smell of decaying moss, as if he was being swallowed by the Forbidden Forest. It was darker here than expected, and the moonlight could not completely penetrate the gaps between the tree canopies and shine into the Forbidden Forest. He had only taken a few steps when he stepped on slippery moss and nearly tripped. If we use a magic lighting spell, it might attract unnecessary attention. Vezet said, is there anything else? Is there any other way to see the surroundings clearly? Voldemort said with interest, what a polite child. Why don't you add the word professor? Maybe I will be willing to help you. Vezet curled her lips and maintained a calm tone. Professor, how can I see the surroundings clearly? So this is how it feels to be called that. No wonder Quirinus is so fascinated. Voldemort's tone was very pleasant. My student, let the knowledgeable professor guide you. The spell for this magic is Night Peeping, an ancient spell. Before the invention of magical lighting spells, wizards who needed to travel would use this spell. Of course, this spell may be circulated among thieves now. I will only tell you how to cast it once, and I hope you can succeed. First, you need to pay attention to the tone and repeat after me. It took Vezet about 5 minutes to learn the method of casting the night vision spell from Voldemort. The principle of the night vision spell is not difficult to understand. It is to make oneself more sensitive, so as to use the body as a medium to feel everything around. From this simple magic, he could also get a glimpse of the thinking mode of ancient wizards, making full use of their own advantages to solve problems. This is very similar to Aberforth's bread magic, both of which are about living as wizards and in a magical way. Vezet closed her eyes and thought about it carefully, then she placed the wand against her eyelids, flicked it lightly, and then said, Night Walk Peep. His eyelids opened again following the arc of the magic wand, and everything in front of him became much brighter, but the light was covered with a faint green light, giving a feeling of wearing night vision goggles. You are indeed gifted. Voldemort said, shouldn't you express something to me, just like you would normally say to Quirinus? Vezet took a deep breath and said calmly, it's because of your good guidance, Professor, that I can learn so quickly, so Quirinus is enjoying this. Voldemort took a deep breath. If I could have been a professor, maybe I could have enjoyed this every day, right? Vezet frowned back then. Voldemort said, yes, I originally wanted to return to Hogwarts and become a defense against the dark arts professor. It was Dumbledore who rejected me, so that's it, he is the one who caused the current situation, he is the culprit. Got it. Vezet remained unmoved and continued forward with the help of the night vision spell. Voldemort did not explain anything and continued to drive Quirrell's body forward, making a series of low mocking noises. There are many magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. There is a sleeping bird snake, whose body will suddenly expand to the size of a python and then shrink back to the size of an eel with each breath. There was a ball-eating bird that suddenly appeared on Vizet's shoulder and brought a struggling earthworm in its beak, hoping that Vezet would share the delicious food with it. There were also fighting hippogriffs. They made sharp cries, flapped their wings at each other, showed their sharp claws, and started a brutal fight. As they went deeper into the Forbidden Forest, Vezet became more and more confused. What are you looking for? Call me Professor. This is basic etiquette. Professor, what are you looking for? Voldemort still did not answer the question. Just keep going inside and you will eventually encounter what I want, right? Anyway, you're the Obscure, so not many beasts can hurt you. You can even kill as many as you want, and no one will notice. If the Forbidden Forest is the Garden of Eden, Voldemort is the snake that instigated the gnaw on the apple. The smell of decay seemed to be even stronger around them, and Vezet could see that there were a lot of animal bones mixed in with the soil. The broken bones were still attached to pieces of flesh crawling with maggots, indicating that the broken bones were still fresh, and that there was some kind of carnivore nearby. Such an abnormal thing immediately made Vezet alert. She held the wand tightly in her hand and her steps became more cautious. It's a good habit to stay alert. Voldemort's voice was a little higher than before. I seem to appreciate you more and more, my student. Just then, there was a rustling sound coming from the bushes in the distance. Before Vezet could thrust out his wand, an incredibly beautiful magical animal emerged from the bushes and appeared in front of him. It was a unicorn, its fur emitting a bright luster, and even when it appeared, the moonlight could break through the layers of obstructions and cover it with a layer of gauze. It took 2 steps forward lightly, its big, clear eyes extremely bright, as if containing a magical power that could soothe people's hearts. Vezet could feel the unicorn's kindness towards him, making him want to go up and stroke its silky fur. Ahaha. Voldemort laughed inappropriately. Vezet, that's our target. I want its blood. Give it to me quickly. Impossible. Vezet immediately refused, her voice firm and loud. The unicorn seemed to sense Voldemort's ill intentions and nodded to Vezet before disappearing into another bush. It seems that the relationship between you and Quirinus is not so solid. Voldemort seemed to have expected this. Quirinus' life is not as important to you as a unicorn. Tusk, tusk, tusk. I seem to have misjudged you. You're planning to drink the unicorn's blood, right? Vizet's eyes narrowed slightly, and her Obscurus core continued to tremble. Many ways to deal with Voldemort flashed through his mind, including the ancient magic of the purification curse, which might be effective if used at this moment. But he did not take this chance. After all, Voldemort possessing Professor Quirrell was the worst possible outcome. Once the purification charm failed, it meant that Voldemort had become alert, and the difficulty of casting this magic again or thinking of other ways to deal with Voldemort would be doubled. Vezet certainly had many opportunities. The locket and the warmth of his palms gave him the confidence to face Voldemort, but Professor Quirrell had nothing. If an accident happened, he would be unharmed, but Professor Quirrell might die, which was the result he least wanted to see. You are right. Voldemort did not deny it. That is what I plan to do. I want to replenish my strength before I complete that task. What about Professor Quirrell? Vezet demanded sharply. Professor Quirrell will drink the unicorn's blood instead of you. This means that he will be tainted with a curse that is difficult to remove. You know a lot. Voldemort laughed wildly. So what? He has himself to blame. Who told him not to ask you for the soul-relieving potion? Soul-soothing potion? Vezet frowned. You want the soul-soothing potion I brewed? Voldemort admitted, yes, such a special soul-soothing potion. Of course I want to drink it. It tastes better than unicorn blood. Either you continue to brew soul-soothing potions for me, or I will have Quirrell come here another day, and he will still drink unicorn blood for me. Well, The choice is in front of you, you should know what to do, right? My student Vezet Lovegood. What about the potion ingredients? Do I need to prepare them myself? Vezet did not agree directly but asked worriedly, how many days do I have? What will you do with this time? How cautious? Voldemort laughed. As a professor, isn't it a bit rude to ask students to prepare materials? Quirrell's body moved very stiffly like a puppet, and he took out everything hidden in his robe. With the help of the night vision spell, Vezet was still able to identify that these things included not only potion materials and potion bottles, but even a foldable cauldron. It would take a lot of time to prepare these things, so it is obviously necessary to prepare them in advance. After figuring this out, Vezet let out a long sigh. You have been planning all this. Yes, I am indeed planning all this. Voldemort's tone was somewhat boastful. My servant Quirinus, his knowledge of potions is still a little poor. I asked him to collect the ingredients for the soul-soothing potion, but he didn't know anything about it. It's a strange feeling, isn't it? I clearly didn't want you to do this, but in the end I became an accomplice. Perhaps he had doubts, but the severe pain from his soul gradually made him give up the idea. My student, do you want to learn a curse that can make the soul tremble? No need. Vezet loosened her clenched fists. Where are we going to brew the potion? Right here. Voldemort looked around and seemed to have found something interesting. I will keep you safe for the time being. You just need to concentrate on brewing the potion. He pulled the collapsible cauldron open and helped light a fire while he unpacked the potion ingredients. Things have come to this point, and Vezet couldn't find any reason to refuse, so she simply put forward a condition. This kind of advanced potion cannot be interfered with by the outside world. I think you should know this better than me. Of course. I will protect you while you brew the potion. Voldemort controlled Quirrell's body, raised his wand toward the sky, and cast a magical energy field. It was a gray magical energy field with a feeling of deathly silence. Very standard movements. Every step is done meticulously. No wonder Severus is willing to teach you this. In fact, we are really alike. I was favored by professors back then, and they were always willing to teach me everything they knew. You are the Obscure. Do you want to see a more powerful force? Follow me, let's get out of this damn place. Hogwarts is becoming increasingly corrupt and the level of students is declining. This is all caused by the incompetence of the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort kept talking, trying to seduce Vezet. Vezet could naturally sense this, but under the filtration of the soul labyrinth, the temptation from language had no effect. Voldemort seemed to realize this as well and whispered softly, "This body is still weak. There is too little that can be done. Can you please shut up?" Vezet said, "Brewing a potion requires concentration. At least for me, do you want to drink poison? You can say such things, which means you haven't been affected yet." Voldemort's tone was full of interest. "Your technique is very stable. Simple external interference should not affect you. In fact, I hope to add more chaos to this bottle of soul-soothing potion. It seems that you are not interested in what I said before. It doesn't matter, let the professor change something interesting for you." Vezet curled her lips and continued to focus on brewing the potion. To his surprise, Voldemort actually kept his word and talked about something that Vezet was interested in. "Vezet, my student. Remember what I told you before, casting magic freely, it's not easy to do this. Especially since you have been misled by your current professors and your thinking has become rigid, making it difficult for you to change your spell-casting methods. It will be very difficult to be free. The so-called ease is not just relaxation verbally. It requires the coordination of the magic knowledge you have learned, your understanding of things, and various other things." Vezet gritted his teeth, and this time he was really affected, even his movements were stagnant. Although he was full of disgust towards Voldemort, he was full of desire for the knowledge that Voldemort shared. Voldemort has a very bad reputation. At least in the English wizarding world, most wizards will not call Voldemort by his name, for fear that calling out this name will threaten their lives. When they had to mention Voldemort, they only dared to refer to him as the mysterious man or he who must not be named. To have left so many people with unspeakable fear, Voldemort's own magical ability was beyond doubt. It is precisely because of this that the various magical views he spoke out of could be said to be powerful, and every word was precious. Vezet wanted very much to take out her notebook, write down all the knowledge Voldemort had said, and then take it back to the castle to study it slowly. Even if there are a lot of misleading contents in it, he can consult the professors in the school and avoid the hidden traps in it. "Vezet, my student," Voldemort said with pride, "she is truly a pure Ravenclaw. Are you worried that you can't write down what I said? Have you ever considered leaving Hogwarts with me? I can tell you more about magic. You are an Obscure and you must not let such a unique talent go to waste." Leaving Hogwarts. Vezet let out a long breath, her eyes clear. I still prefer staying here. He scooped the potion from the cauldron into the potion bottle. The soul-soothing potion is ready. What a pity. Voldemort sighed and waved his hand to remove the magic energy field. In fact, I am really shaken. Your talents and gifts are worth my cultivation. What a pity, what a pity. Before Voldemort finished speaking, a rustling sound was heard in the distance, and the tall trees began to tremble strangely. I didn't underestimate your talent. The time to brew the potion is just right. Voldemort put away the potion bottle and sighed again. What a pity. The trees began to tremble more and more violently, and accompanied by a shrill whistle, a black shadow appeared between the trees. The black shadow fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the dead leaves, branches, and broken bones on the ground exploded, raising a cloud of dust and debris. With a rapid whistle, the black shadow suddenly broke through the dust, and 8 eyes blinked at the same time, revealing a hot malice like a branding iron. With the help of the night vision spell, Vezet finally saw what the shadow was. It was a nearly 1-meter-tall eight-eyed giant spider. Its chelicerae kept opening and closing, making a clicking sound. Its black bristles were dense and glowing, and it looked very scary. Vezet performed the guardian meditation to increase her perception as much as possible, while quickly retreating and thrusting the wand in her hand forward. Changes are made. The flying dust gathered together and turned into vines one after another. These vines gathered into a web in the air, trapping the aggressive eight-eyed giant spider. When Vezet was dealing with the giant acromantula, Voldemort said with a smile, "Only a small one came. It seems that they don't know the goods and fail to notice your deliciousness." He controlled Quirrell's body and tried to raise his wand, but his arm dropped down the next moment. Tusk, since there's no way to cheer you up for the next performance, Vezet, this is a little test I leave for you as a professor. If you can pass this little test, I will tell you what the real final exam will be next week. Stay tuned. After saying these words, Voldemort strolled away into the distance, leaving Vezet to deal with the acromantula alone. Vezet wasn't sure if Voldemort was watching from the shadows or if he had really left, so he had no reason to act rashly. He didn't know what others thought of the ancient magical powers. In order to be cautious and prevent excellent from turning into out of line, it is better to expose ancient magic less. So he tried to avoid using ancient magic, and instead waved his wand to cast transformation magic to restrict the movements of the acromantula. Vezet learned from the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that an adult acromantula is as tall as a carriage and can reach a height of 2 or 3 meters. The eight-eyed giant spider in front of him was no more than 1 meter tall and could not be considered an adult eight-eyed giant spider. Although this eight-eyed giant spider has not yet fully grown, it is worthy of the XXXXX level rating. It opened and closed its claws, injecting venom and biting the vines. In the blink of an eye, the vines were destroyed and it fell in front of Vezet. In an environment like this with dead grass all over the ground, it is unwise to use fire magic, as it will definitely cause a fire and attract unnecessary attention. Vezet attacked with a cutting spell and used a repelling spell to create distance between herself and the acromantula. While dodging the spider web spit out by the eight-eyed giant spider, he was thinking about his next strategy. The acromanthus has a strong resistance to magic. The cutting spell that can easily cut materials can only leave shallow marks on the acromanthus's shell. From this, we can see that it is still quite difficult to deal with the eight-eyed giant spider simply with magic spells. After ruling out this option, there is no doubt that using black magic is the best solution at the moment. Even if ordinary black magic has no effect, he can enhance the power of black magic through Obscurus. Even though the eight-eyed giant spider has excellent magic resistance, it is not difficult to deal with it as long as the power of black magic is strong enough. The problem is that it's really unpleasant to have evil thoughts sweeping your mind. The last time I used the full strength of the sickness curse was in the castle, with Fred and George by my side, so nothing serious happened. This time is different. It is still unknown how many dangers exist in such a huge forbidden forest. If the evil thoughts invaded his will because of dealing with an underage acromantula, then it must be a trick of Voldemort, etc. Vezet suddenly had an idea and recalled what Voldemort had said. The so-called free casting of magic requires coordination in many aspects. It is best to know the principles of magic itself thoroughly so that the power of magic can be adjusted freely. He did not take any notes, but simply integrated the fragments of memory and summed up these words based on his understanding of magic. Vezet intends to combine the concept of past lives to understand the meaning of these words, adjusting the power of magic. This is what they call being able to do things with ease, right? Changing in a proper way. he murmured in a low voice, continuing to restrain the eight-eyed giant spider through transformation magic. If I use my full strength to cast the spell of sickness, I can easily deal with the acromantula, but I will be invaded by evil thoughts. This is something I don't want to see. What if I bind the acromanthus first and then adjust the power of the spell of sickness? I should be able to do it. I need to find the acromanthus weakness first. Thanks to Quirrell's teachings, Vezet had a deep understanding of the spell of the dead and could try out Voldemort's theory and perform magic with ease. He continued to transform vines to restrain the eight-eyed giant spider while observing its weaknesses. For most animals, eyes are a weak point, not to mention that it has 8 eyes. Even if you can't hit the eyes, hitting the eight-eyed giant spider's head is also a good choice. Vezet combined the actions of the acromantula just now and rehearsed in her mind what would happen next. The eight-eyed giant spider once again broke through the vine's blockade, and with all its 8 legs it leaped forward a long distance, and in the blink of an eye it was in front of Vezet. Good change. Vizet's eyes lit up, and several vines burst out from the dead leaves, trapping the eight-eyed giant spider again. The eight-eyed giant spider seemed to have seen through Vizet's tricks long ago. Its 8 eyes showed the same disdain and mockery, and it slowly tore the vines into pieces. Death, disease, torture, Vezet muttered in a low voice, her core trembling slightly without any sign of going berserk. The next moment, the eight-eyed giant spider felt a strong sense of crisis, which made it hurriedly speed up the speed of biting the vines. Vezet shook her wand, and a thin dark gray light burst out from the tip of the wand and shot towards the eyes of the acromantula. He smiled. This time the feeling of casting the spell was right, a feeling of being very comfortable and in control of the spell. The Obscurus core does emanate some malicious intent, but it does not affect his behavior. He can reduce the power of the spell of sorrow and increase its release speed at the same time. Everything is under his control. The giant spider's claws kept clicking, and it turned its head desperately to avoid the deadly light. But it was too late. The dark gray light shot out at an extremely fast speed and sank into the eye at the edge in the blink of an eye. The eight-eyed spider's head shook violently, and its chelicerae opened and closed, making intermittent sounds. Its body was drooping and motionless. Vezet waved the wand in her hand, and the vines turned into a huge cocoon, wrapping the eight-eyed spider tightly, leaving only its head exposed. The eight-eyed spider showed no reaction to this and continued to shake its head, occasionally spraying out spider silk mixed with green water. It should still be alive now. Even if it's not a mature acromantula, its venom should be able to fetch a good price. Vezet is not a person who likes to hesitate. Once she decided to do this, she took action immediately. He continued to cast cutting spells at the location of the chelicerae, cutting open the head of the eight-eyed giant spider and seeing a cluster of venom glands behind the chelicerae. There seems to be a pony over there. I seem to sense the breath of the eight-eyed giant spider. Just then, a deep voice suddenly came from the woods in the distance. Vezet heard the noise, tore off the poison gland of the giant spider and fled away. A series of crisp horse hoof sounds came from behind, and the deep voice sounded again. "Little pony, I have no ill intentions, please don't be afraid." Foal. What kind of weird name is this? Vezet stopped and stood there waiting for the deep voice to approach. With the help of the night vision spell, he could see the tall creature in front of him. He was a centaur, young and handsome, with a bow on his back and a small bag on his waist in addition to the shoulder strap. The centaur has platinum hair and the lower body of a silver-maned horse. He looks very heroic, like a hero in a myth. "Hello, little pony, I'm Firenze, nice to meet you, what's your name?" Voldemort did not leave. He stood in a magical energy field, admiring how Vezet passed this little test. Under Vizet's command, the flying dust turned into vines which twisted and stretched in the air, binding the eight-eyed giant spider. But after only 1 year of enrollment, you can transform into vines. The vines are not just for show, they really have great potential. Vezet waved her wand and used repulsive spells to keep her distance, making sure she was in a safe area before casting cutting spells. How interesting. His mastery of ordinary magic is also very good. When I entered school, I was probably at this level, right? Vezet continued to fight the acromantula, forming a specific battle rhythm, but was unable to stop the acromantula from attacking. What a pity. If we only rely on these, we won't be able to deal with the acromantula. Its magic resistance is still very good. Are you so unwilling to practice the dark arts? You are capable of performing all kinds of dark arts, so why bother? It would be great if you could just embrace the dark arts. Voldemort sighed and drank from one of the soul-soothing potion. No. This is not the taste I want. His face changed and his eyes showed extreme shock. The soul-soothing agent in front of me has become quite normal, lacking that feeling of chaos. If we have to find any advantages, it is that the current soul-soothing potion is very suitable for ordinary wizards to take, and the characteristic of ordinary happens to be his least favorite characteristic. It was also for this reason that he erased all traces of his past and transformed himself into the Voldemort he is today. Something must have gone wrong. His eyes flickered, and he opened the second bottle of soul-soothing agent without giving up. A strange feeling. Hidden deep inside, what does it feel like? Is it happiness? Pure happiness? No, it seems more complicated. I can't understand it. I can't understand it now. Voldemort's expression became solemn, and the soul-soothing potion in his hand was like a mandala flower, beautiful and charming but extremely deadly. He wanted to taste that strange feeling again, which he had not felt for a long time, but he was afraid that this deadly feeling would produce irreversible effects, deep in his soul, beyond his soul. It seemed as if something was reappearing, something that he had stripped away was sprouting. The taste of these soul-soothing agents exceeded his expectations. Vezet's battle with the acromantula, almost at the same time, also exceeded his expectations. Voldemort and Vezet were far apart, but Voldemort could still feel that the power of the healing spell cast by Vezet had been weakened. This is a way of following Vezet's own will and consciously weakening it, which is the so-called free magic. I shouldn't have said so much. Voldemort took a deep breath. It seems there is really no need to stay, and there's something wrong with the soul-soothing potion. He also has control over the sickness curse. Let's put an end to everything before the end of the semester. This centaur was the first to show kindness, so Vezet certainly wouldn't say anything bad to him. He bowed slightly and said loudly, "Hello, Mr. Firenze, I am Vezet, a student at Hogwarts." "So you are Vezet," Firenze murmured. "Hagrid mentioned you to me before." "Hagrid told me about me?" Vezet asked in confusion. "Yes, you saved a lot of storks and Hagrid said you were a good kid." Firenze's tone was much softer. "Why are you here?" He looked around and noticed a huge monster not far away and immediately ran over. Looking at the acromantula with half of its head cut off, his tone revealed a bit of disbelief. "Little pony. Vezet, did you do this?" Vezet nodded. "I ran to the Forbidden Forest and it attacked me." Firenze moved his hooves and nimbly circled around the corpse of the acromantula, mumbling, "It's too dangerous. Is it for your friend?" Vezet noticed that there was a bit of dissatisfaction on Firenze's face, dissatisfaction with the acromantula. Firenze grabbed one of the legs of the acromanthus, stepped on its body with his hoof, and pulled hard again, tearing off one of its legs. He put the leg aside, took out a handful of herbs from the pouch at his waist, and sprinkled them on the body of the acromantula. *%, %*%. Firenze made an ancient and vicissitudes of life tone, raised his arms high and made one gesture after another, and his hooves kept stomping on the ground, making a strange and pleasant rhythm. As he clasped his palms together in front of him and intertwined them on his shoulders, an emerald green magical energy field appeared, enveloping the corpse of the eight-eyed giant spider. Firenze suddenly knelt down, prostrated himself on the ground, knocked his forehead lightly, and called out in a low and hoarse voice, *%. The emerald green magical energy field brightened, creating ripples in circles. Every time a ripple hit the ground, the eight-eyed giant spider shrank a little bit until it disappeared completely, as if it had melted into the soil. After a while, a few small grasses actually emerged from the soil, looking green and full of vitality. Firenze picked up the acromantula leg, smiled, and waved to Vezet, asking him to ride on his back. "We should go and naturally eliminate some of the evil of the acromantula." Vizet's understanding of centaurs mainly comes from the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. This is a very intelligent magical creature, but the Ministry of Magic, based on a certain decree, calls the intelligence level of centaurs close to human intelligence. When the centaurs learned about this, they thought it was a great insult to them by the Ministry of Magic and even the wizards. When the Ministry of Magic defined magical creatures, it classified centaurs, vampires, harems, mermen, and other magical creatures as humans. The centaurs disdained to associate with vampires and hags, so they protested and hoped to continue living as beasts. Newt Scamander made an interesting comment about the centaurs. "The arrogance of the Ministry of Magic has caused wizards and centaurs to drift apart." Today, centaurs live far away in the forest and have become the guardians of the forest. Wizards have also paid a price for this, losing a large number of opportunities to exchange magical knowledge such as magical healing, divination, astronomy, etc. All in all, due to historical reasons and the arrogance of wizards, the centaurs are not very friendly to all humans. Whether they encounter wizards or muggles, they will use their unique talents to actively avoid them. However, Firenze, who was carrying Vezet at the moment, was obviously not a traditional centaur. Firenze is very talkative, but what he says is very casual. He would point to a herb and gently introduce the effects of the herb. Or he looked up at the gap between the treetops and said in a heavy tone, "Mars is always so bright, which is not a good thing, do you understand? Is war coming?" Vezet asked tentatively. Since ancient times, humans have had the habit of observing Mars. For example, Mars in the heart indicates the coming of great turmoil. It can even be said that most civilizations, as long as they observe celestial phenomena, will attach great importance to the omens of Mars and regard it as a bad symbol of disaster, war, death, etc. Firenze nodded and said softly, "Yes, there are very few wizards who like to study astronomy. Some wizards even have a poorer understanding of astronomy than some muggles." Vezet asked, "Mr. Firenze, I actually have a question. Why are you there? Is it because you sense the movement of the acromantula?" "Of course not. We rarely touch the areas infested with acromantulas." Firenze's tone was somewhat sad. "They have grown to a large scale and are difficult to eradicate. In fact, I went there because I was guided by the unicorn. I could feel it telling me that there were people who needed help on the other side of the forest." The two chatted idly like this, and Firenze continued to introduce the various ecosystems of the Forbidden Forest. Vezet followed Firenze's instructions and gained a deeper understanding of the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, the map in her mind automatically opened, directing Vezet to look at the bushes nearby, where several moss-covered stone pillars stood. Vezet quickly asked, "Mr. Firenze, what are those stone pillars? Want to go over and take a look?" Firenze raised his hoof and led Vezet to the stone pillar. Only then did Vezet see clearly that this was an ancient altar. The altar is made up of several stone slabs pieced together to form a sun pattern, and the surrounding stone pillars are like stars. What concerned him most was the center of the sun altar, where there was a spiral cyclone pattern. Firenze introduced, "This altar is extremely old, perhaps it already existed when Hogwarts was founded." Looking at the cyclone pattern, Vezet felt that the altar was related to ancient magic. "Mr. Firenze, if it is an altar, can it be used?" Firenze hummed and confirmed hesitantly, "Do you want to use it?" "Firenze, you are so depraved." A roar suddenly appeared. "You actually let someone ride on your back, aren't you ashamed? Don't you think you are a lowly mule?" Another centaur jumped out of the bushes. He was very strong with black hair and looked a bit like a combination of a gorilla and a horse. Firenze sighed. "Bane, why are you so excited?" "I'm excited." Bane laughed in anger. "You let a wizard get close to the altar and even wanted him to use it. This is a betrayal to the centaurs. Bane, you should know that these altars belong to wizards." Firenze's tone remained calm. "Even though we have always been using the altars, you have to admit that these altars were built by wizards." "You," Bane defended with a gleam in his eyes and a grin, "I can't let a little pony defile the altar. You betrayed your destiny." Firenze smiled slightly. "Vezet gained the favor of the unicorn. When he was in danger, it was the unicorn who asked me to save him. If following the guidance of the unicorn to save a child being attacked by an acromantula is considered a betrayal of fate, then I am." "Firenze, you went to deal with the acromantula." Bane's eyes flickered. "Are you not hurt? This kid killed the acromantula. I just went to the scene and let the acromantula return to nature." A pony against an acromanthus. Even able to kill an acromanthus. Bane approached with a suspicious look on his face, circling around Vezet again and again. "Are you really a pony?" "I'm a first-year student at Hogwarts," Vezet corrected, "and that acromantula isn't even an adult yet." He gestured and said, "It was only about 1 meter, 3 or 4 feet tall. I was lucky enough to kill it. At least there's no third party there." Firenze nodded, picked up the acromantula's leg and waved it. "And you should know this kid. His name is Vezet. Hagrid told us about him." Vezet was listening to the conversation between the two centaurs and felt that there might be a turning point regarding the altar, which would allow him to gain the power to use the altar. The most labor-saving and effective way is to obtain usage rights through simple negotiation. He decided to find a way around this indirectly. "Mr. Firenze, Mr. Bane, how do you use this altar?" Firenze turned around with a smile in his eyes, as if he had anticipated Vizet's intention. If he wins the favor of the unicorn, it naturally doesn't count as betraying his fate. Bane seemed to be convincing himself. "Do you know mallow? Sprinkle it on the altar. If it is willing to give you inspiration, it will automatically burn." "But we won't provide you with mallow, you need to find it yourself, is that okay?" Firenze said. "Yes, Firenze is right." Bane nodded repeatedly. "Sweet mallow needs you to prepare it yourself. We will help inform other tribesmen and will not stop you from doing so." Outside the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was holding an oil lamp as big as a wooden barrel and was leading Harry and the others through the woods. Malfoy folded his arms across his chest and walked with the black mastiff fang. He raised his eyebrows and looked around, then asked Hagrid, "Should we go any deeper? If we can encounter cruppies here, I dare not even think about what we will encounter if we go deeper inside. Have you considered the consequences?" Although his tone was arrogant, there was a hint of panic in his eyes that was hard to conceal and an instinctive fear of this dangerous forest. Neville turned his head. Although he didn't like Malfoy, he very much agreed with what Malfoy said. But Harry and the others showed no intention of backing down, and Neville himself was too embarrassed to speak, so he could only hold on tightly to the edge of Hagrid's robes. Hermione walked on the other side of Hagrid, holding her wand in her hand, shaking slightly, muttering various spells and looking a little flustered. "Then go back by yourself," Harry said angrily after hearing Malfoy's words. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here." Ronald nodded in agreement. "Harry is right. It's because of your snitching that we are here." They stood in front of Hagrid and looked like the two bravest people. However, there was still some wandering in Ronald's eyes, and he would look back from time to make sure Hagrid was still behind him. "I did see Vezet just now." Harry frowned. He was with someone else. Just then, the bushes in the distance suddenly moved, and there was a rustling sound. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and Harry and the others all turned their heads to look at the trembling bushes. "Who's there?" Hagrid raised his crossbow and roared towards the bushes. "I've seen you. Come out quickly." "Hagrid, it's me." Firenze jumped out of the bushes and came in front of the group very lightly. Hagrid put down his crossbow. "Firenze, what changed tonight?" Firenze nodded and swung the Acromanthus leg in his hand. "There are indeed some changes. You know, Acromanthus is very active. I followed the guidance of the unicorn and headed to the other side of the Forbidden Forest to provide rescue services. I happened to meet a Hogwarts student. You should know him." As he spoke, he stepped aside and turned his body to the side, revealing Vezet behind him. "Running Gorgon," Hagrid gasped, almost sucking Ronald's robe into his mouth. "Vezet, why are you here?" "It's true, I told you I saw Vezet." Harry jumped for joy, his face full of smiles. "You still don't believe it." Hagrid strode forward and carefully looked at Vezet, who had fallen to the ground. "Vezet, why did you come to the Forbidden Forest? It's too dangerous." "He must have known that this place is dangerous, so he came to accompany us." Ronald cheered and ran forward a few steps. "Vezet, you are so kind." "Is that so?" Hagrid nodded and turned his attention to the Acromantula leg. "Dead, you killed it?" "Of course it wasn't me." Firenze's tone became serious. "The Acromantula attacked Vezet and Vezet dealt with it. I just helped it return to nature." Hagrid was at a loss for words and began to explain, "But they should be good kids. I asked them to promise last time. If it was another student, he might have disappeared into the Forbidden Forest forever." Firenze said, "You should think about this carefully. This is our advice to you." After this conversation, Hagrid was obviously in a much lower mood on his way back. He repeatedly asked Vezet if she was hurt, with some fear in his eyes. Harry was very curious about the Acromantula and wanted to find out the reason, but he didn't get any answer from Hagrid. Filch was waiting at the castle gate, limping over to escort Harry and the others, making sure everyone got back to the dormitory safely. Vezet parted ways with Harry and the others on the 8th floor, and just as he was about to answer the ring question, he felt a warm sensation from the pendant box on his chest. Dumbledore's voice came from the locket. "A lot has happened tonight. Can you come to the headmaster's office?" "Okay," Vezet whispered to the locket. The pendant box suddenly spread into a ball of fire, enveloping him. The warmth all over his body made him feel as if he was warming himself by a fireplace, and in a flash he found himself in the principal's office. Dumbledore seemed to have hosted a tea party, with a lot of snacks and the indispensable black tea on the desk. He seemed to do that on purpose to create a more relaxed atmosphere so that Vezet could feel better. However, with the help of the Soul Labyrinth, Vezet had actually calmed down a long time ago. She even reviewed what happened tonight in her mind on the way back to the lounge just now. "Did Voldemort come to see you himself?" Dumbledore pushed a cup of tea over. "Where is he?" Vezet frowned and said, "Voldemort is probably in Professor Quirrell's body. I think he possesses Professor Quirrell. It's unexpected in every way." Dumbledore's eyes seemed to be shining. "What does he plan to do by asking you to go to the Forbidden Forest?" "He wants Professor Quirrell to obtain unicorn blood." Dumbledore quickly asked. "He didn't get the unicorn's blood, did he?" "No," Vezet shook her head. Dumbledore stuffed a piece of lemon snowball into his mouth as if relieved. "That's good. This way there's still a chance. I suspect this is not his main purpose." Vezet took a sip of black tea. "He might just be playing tricks on me and ask me to make a soul-soothing potion for him. I don't understand." "Because your soul-soothing potion is very special." Dumbledore explained with a smile, perhaps it is some kind of chaotic quality from the Obscurus that attracted his attention. Hearing this, Vezet was relieved, but he was still a little worried. What should we do if Voldemort wants to look for the unicorn again? The unicorn curse is not so easy to get rid of. Dumbledore explained patiently, both the body and the soul will be cursed. As long as there is a choice, Voldemort will not consider unicorn blood. This also shows from the side that Voldemort's condition is not good. He coughed lightly and crossed his fingers in front of him. Did you secretly leave some soul-soothing potion? I want to see your current results. Vezet nodded. I brought the cauldron back. I also felt that the potion brewed this time was a little different. Voldemort only took the potion, leaving the collapsible cauldron behind. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Vezet brought back the crucible and the remaining potion inside. When Aberforth was young, he was actually very frugal. Dumbledore opened the collapsible cauldron, his tone filled with nostalgia. He wiped off a little bit of the liquid medicine with his fingers and applied it on the back of the toad beside him. The toad, which was still struggling, quickly calmed down after absorbing the soul-soothing agent and fell into a deep sleep. For some reason, Vezet always felt that the toad seemed to have sweet dreams after falling asleep. Everything has returned to normal. The soul-soothing potion has shown its desired effect. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. This is what I wanted. Your soul maze is a success. Vezet asked in confusion, Principal Dumbledore, what does this have to do with the Labyrinth of Souls? Dumbledore collected the remaining potion before speaking slowly. Severus should have told you that your soul is very special, and certain characteristics will affect the effects of certain potions. Vezet nodded and waited quietly for the next words. Aberforth is different from me. His magic comes from passion. His magic is much purer than mine. I even envy, and sometimes I'm jealous of him. At this point, Dumbledore suddenly took a breath and panic appeared in his eyes. In short, his soul maze magic is very suitable for you. In my imagination, your characteristics will travel through the maze, cancel each other out, and eventually become invisible or leave only a slight impact. Now that I've seen the soul-soothing potion you brewed, my assumption is indeed correct, but you still can't let your guard down. The soul maze can only solve the problem temporarily. I understand that I still have a lot to learn, Vezet said, only by deeply studying and controlling the soul can I completely eliminate defects. That's right. Dumbledore smiled happily as if he had just eaten a fizzy bee candy, so I am very confident in you, Vezet. So what about Professor Quirrell? Vezet asked. This was his main concern at the moment. Dumbledore actually ate a fizzing bee candy. Then tell me everything that happened tonight. I need more clues. Vezet let out a light breath and started talking from the time she returned to Hogwarts, telling him everything, whether it was about Voldemort's temptation or Quirrell's resistance. After telling everything, he felt like his throat was smoking, and he quickly swallowed a mouthful of black tea. Can we succeed? Of course. Dumbledore nodded. Everything is going in a good direction. Quirrell has been influenced subtly, and his will has become stronger. This is the foundation for resisting Voldemort. What a wizard can do often does not depend on his appearance but on his heart. You have tapped into Quirrell's inner strength, and now you just need to give him a little help. Quirrell is different now. He has chosen a different path. Everything will change because of this. Even his past can be changed because of this. When he is obsessed with the past, you need to let Quirrell see the beauty of the present. See what he is working hard for and what he is persisting for. Vezet asked Principal Dumbledore what should be done specifically. Dumbledore waved his hand and asked a question instead. Severus mentioned to me that you have a magic that can eliminate evil thoughts. Yes. You didn't use it on Voldemort. I had this idea at the time, but I didn't know much about Voldemort, so I didn't act rashly. I couldn't use impulse to gamble on probability. You did the right thing. Dumbledore said kindly, Voldemort's ability to possess others shows that his attainments in the soul are extremely terrifying. If you fail, or he discovers the properties of this magic, I'm afraid things will get out of control. To be on the safe side, I will assist you in completing this magic. Vezet blinked. Assist me in completing this magic. You must remember to wear the locket at all times. Dumbledore's expression was extremely serious and cooperate with Voldemort's actions, which is the so-called final exam. This process will be very dangerous, so you must wear the locket. He reminded again, if Quirrell still resists, Voldemort will ask you to assist him in finding the Philosopher's Stone. Vezet said we found the Philosopher's Stone. It was just as Harry and the others said. Except they guessed the wrong target. Guessed the wrong target? They think Professor Snape is plotting against the Philosopher's Stone. Well. Dumbledore sighed. This is a difficult history to explain. In the end, it's my fault. Maybe I really can't do anything. His expression became complicated, his eyes were filled with dejection, loneliness, sadness, and confusion. However, in just a moment he recovered, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Vezet, do you know where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden? The fourth floor corridor. Yes, I asked a lot of people to set up protective measures inside. Are you interested in guessing? Vezet groaned and rubbed her brow. Hagrid's Fluffy is one of the tests. I've seen Professor Snape's wounds. He said he was bitten by a three-headed dog. That should be correct, right? That's right. Dumbledore nodded and pushed a lemon sherbet to Vezet. Go on. The Devil's Snare should be one of the tests. I remember Professor Sprout said that you once told her that all students in the school need to be able to deal with the Devil's Snare. Very good, go on. Vezet said Professor Snape should be involved. I took a class on identifying potions and one of the potions should be related to the test. Dumbledore nodded. It's rare that Severus would be so attentive. He did design a level. I don't know the details of the rest, but I think Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall should also be involved. How many levels are there in total? There is also Quirrell's level and the final level I prepared for Voldemort. Dumbledore clapped his hands. Do I need to tell you the details? No need. Vezet shook her head. After speculating on these levels, I actually came up with a pattern. These levels shouldn't be too difficult, right? The professors have already incorporated the corresponding solutions into the course. I guess its purpose is really to test, rather than to stop Voldemort. Yes. Dumbledore rubbed his temple lightly. I have a person who needs to be tested, Harry Potter. If Harry meets you at the end, please don't be surprised. Will Harry be in danger? Vezet frowned. If he also stays in a closed room, I guess Hermione and Ronald will follow him in. The only one who will be tested in the end is Harry. I can guarantee that. Dumbledore said in a low voice, the final room where the Philosopher's Stone is placed is the best choice to trap Voldemort. I will make that place as safe as possible to prevent Voldemort from harming more people, so you must remember to carry the locket with you, don't forget it. Okay, Vezet responded, looking at the locket thoughtfully. He looked around again and found that something was missing from the principal's office, which confirmed his thoughts. With a feeling of both anticipation and trepidation, Vezet faced the final exams of this school year. As summer approaches, the weather becomes very hot and humid. However, Vezet was lucky. His test seat was close to the windowsill, and as the breeze blew into the classroom, he not only did not feel stuffy, but even felt somewhat comfortable. The content of the written test was not difficult, and Vezet was able to complete all the questions relying on her memory. He was always the first to hand in his paper, and he found a quiet corridor, took out Dumbledore's note and read it carefully. The above is the basic process of the plan to save Professor Quirrell. At that time, Dumbledore will give a secret code to free Quirrell from Voldemort's control. The extent of Voldemort's evil intentions remains unknown. Vezet practiced the purification spell over and over again, repeating the casting movements again and again, trying to understand this ancient magic by casting the spell easily. Compared to other magic, this magic created by him and blessed by ancient magical power is easier to do easily. At the same time, free not only means to be reserved and at ease, but also to be able to exert one's full strength and without reservation. In addition, Vezet also went to the fourth floor to check it out, and confirmed that the three-headed dog hidden there was the Fluffy that she met in Diagon Alley. After the written examination, there is also a practical examination in the final examination. The content of the practical exam is equally simple. The practical test of the charms class mainly focuses on the levitation charm, which requires casting a spell to make a pineapple jump onto the desk, and then performing a tap dance. Professor McGonagall used the snuff box as an exam question. The students needed to turn a mouse into a snuff box and score based on the exquisiteness of the snuff box. The practical potions exam was to make a potion of forgetfulness, which Vezet also completed easily and walked out of the exam room very early. Later, when he heard Hannah and the others talking about the potions exam, he learned that an interesting thing happened in the exam room. Snape floated back and forth as he usually did during his lectures, occasionally stopping behind a student. In the tense atmosphere of the exam, several students became more and more nervous, and actually scooped a mouthful of the forgetfulness potion into their mouths as if they were tasting it. They drank the forgetfulness potion spoonful by spoonful until there was nothing left in the crucible. Then they began to prepare it again in a panic and repeated the process. What was a bit regrettable for Hannah and the others was that the student who drank the forgetfulness potion was from Slytherin, so Snape didn't get angry, but waited until the students had drunk their fill before reminding them. Faced with such an interesting thing, Vezet naturally would not let it go and built it into the maze of the soul. Before I knew it, all the exams were over and night fell quietly. Voldemort told Vezet that the real final exam was waiting for him, which should be tonight. Dumbledore also left him a message, saying that he would be away from Hogwarts temporarily and asked him to wear the locket well. Vezet waited until late at night and finally the news from Voldemort arrived. It was a piece of purple cloth, and even though it was some distance from the windowsill, Vezet could still smell a scent of garlic. The cloth strips are flying. He waved his wand and cast a summoning spell. The cloth strips spread out in the air, and a piece of paper fell out of it. Vezet changed the target of the summoning spell, took the note in her hand, and saw the extremely distorted handwriting on it. Come to the corridor on the 4th floor. He let out a long breath and made sure that everything in his backpack was complete: parchment strips, parchment paper, frog-shaped chocolates. After checking the pendant box on his chest again, he quietly left the lounge. Quack, the sound of a toad making his scalp tingle. A dark brown toad with 13 bumps on its back. This is Neville's pet toad, Lef. Neville's voice rang out. You can't keep breaking the school rules. I have to stop you. I want it clear. Be ready. Harry's anxious voice followed. Think of a solution. Everyone is petrified. The sound of Hermione chanting a spell was then heard, followed by the sound of a body falling to the ground. Vezet turned into another corridor, placed her wand on a painting, and copied one of the lines on it. The painting glowed faintly, and the image continued to spin until it transformed into a wooden door. This is the secret passage shared by Fred and George. Inside is a long slide that can be used when they are almost late to reach the 4th floor as quickly as possible. Voldemort's voice sounded, faster than expected, my student. Quirrell was shrouded in a large cloak and Vezet couldn't see Quirrell's face clearly, so she didn't know the specific situation. Vezet asked calmly, I almost fell asleep. Did something happen? I know what you're thinking. Voldemort said cheerfully, at least so far, Quirinus is fine except for being unconscious. Vezet stood up straight. What did you ask me to come here for? Since the servant is unwilling to continue serving, the student will have to trouble him. Voldemort said in a long voice. Voldemort's tone was half smiley. It's time to test your learning results. This is your personal final exam. Open this door and take me to the end. Seeing Vezet holding her wand and approaching the door step by step, a smile appeared on Voldemort's face. Vizet's hands were empty, and Voldemort seemed to foresee what was going to happen next. The moment the door opened, the three-headed dog pounced on her and bit half of Vizet's arm. Then Vezet transformed into Obscurus and was gradually eroded by Obscurus. Crack! The door slowly opened, and the barking of dogs reached its loudest in an instant. Voldemort pulled his cloak higher and narrowed his eyes, like an audience enjoying a play, looking forward to the exciting scene that was to come. Woo-woo-woo! Lu Wei blocked the door with his head, sticking out his tongue and making aggrieved sounds. It lowered its body and tried to lick Vezet with its tongue, sticky saliva dripping from it. Vezet very deftly avoided her tongue and patted one of Lu Wei's heads. Lu Wei, we meet again. Woof. Lu Wei seemed to enjoy it very much. He lay on the ground, closed his eyes, hummed, and even flapped his drooping ears. Voldemort took a step forward. The next moment, the three dog heads wrinkled their noses at the same time, looked forward with bared teeth, crouched down in an attacking posture, and let out rolling low growls. Lu Wei, let us go. We have something to do downstairs. Vezet patted Lu Wei's head again and took out an oil paper bag from her backpack. Woof woof. Lu Wei shrugged his nose and three heads stared at the oil paper bag at the same time. Eat something here, we'll go downstairs to do something. Vezet comforted him softly, tearing open the oil paper bag and feeding him a roasted chicken. There was deep regret in Voldemort's eyes, and at the same time a sense of absurdity. The dragon egg that Quirrell spent all his savings on had a similar effect as a roast chicken. Under the guidance of Vezet, Lu Wei walked to the corner of the room, wagging his tail, and lay on the ground, staring at the roast chicken. Although the roast chicken was only a tiny bit big, it ate it with great care, licking it constantly with its tongue and refusing to bite the whole thing into its mouth in one bite, as if it were eating a lollipop. We should go. Vezet pulled open the trapdoor and thrust her wand down. Lumos. In the blink of an eye, the devil's snare below was stimulated by the strong light and quickly curled up into the corner like a withered creature. Devil's snare. How are you going to get down there? Voldemort asked with interest. The environment down there is great, very suitable for the growth of Devil's Snare. Once your magic lighting spell is gone, they will come back again. If you maintain the magic lighting spell, there will be no cushion for your landing. A wizard, of course you have to use magic. Nox. Vezet removed the magic lighting spell and took out a piece of parchment from her backpack. He placed the parchment on the ground, folded it again and again, and tapped it with his magic wand. What a change! The parchment extended all the way down from the entrance and turned into a sturdy wooden staircase. Lumos. Vezet lit her wand again and strolled down the stairs, feeling very leisurely. Voldemort walked behind with a smile in his tone. "I'll give you an E here if that's okay." "Good, not bad," Vezet replied casually. Voldemort explained, "It's mainly to make you not be so proud. Are you interested in leaving Hogwarts with me? You still have a chance." Vezet interrupted Voldemort and asked, "Does Professor Quirrell still have a chance?" He, the two fell silent. Vezet was happy to see such silence. He went to the corner and picked up a few devil's snares, stuffed them all into an oil paper bag, and took them to the next room. The room was brightly lit, and even if the magic lighting spell was dissipated, the devil's snare could only curl up in the corner and tremble. The door at the end of the room was locked, and countless keys were flying above the dome. These keys had wings and looked as flexible as birds. It was obvious that they were the work of Professor Flitwick. Vezet looked around and saw a broomstick hanging on the wall. Voldemort opened the conversation. "Flying broomsticks. I heard from Quirinus that this is your strong point. Are you planning to perform a flying show?" "I have no such plan." Vezet picked up the oil paper bag and walked towards the locked door. If an ordinary person sees a secret room, a flying key and a broomstick, he or she will naturally think of one solution: ride on the broomstick and grab the key. But in addition to learning how to construct a soul maze, Vezet also heard a lot of interesting theories from Aberforth. For example, wizards should not worry about the process but should consider the results. The uniqueness of wizards lies in being able to reach the results directly through magic, so where are the rules? They are all meant to be broken. Aberforth murmured these words after he was drunk, so they are not very credible. However, Vezet still wrote it down and tried to understand this sentence, and at the same time understand the wizard at a deeper level. Voldemort saw Vizet's actions and couldn't help but ask, "What are you going to do? The unlocking spell can't open this door." Vezet asked back, "Excuse me, if it were you, how would you open this door? You seem to have forgotten your name." Professor, what would you do?" "I can blow this place up at will. If I master the confusion spell, I can also confuse those keys." Professor is right, there are many ways for wizards to get through here." Vezet concluded, "So I thought of a more labor-saving method." He grabbed another piece of parchment from his backpack and stuffed it into the keyhole. Great change! The parchment turned into a piece of melting wax, which, under Vizet's control, continued to extend inward until it filled the entire keyhole and hardened again. After a while, the warm and white candle key was completed. Snap! Vezet gently twisted the handle of the wax key and turned the doorknob easily. Magic. "It's amazing." Voldemort looked at Vizet's back and couldn't help but sigh, "You are really amazing." As a first-year student, Vezet is undoubtedly at the forefront of the application of transfiguration magic and is able to use it in life. Not only that, he also had a unique understanding, which was what Voldemort cared about the most. This shows that Vezet is not bound by past experiences and is on the right path. Voldemort's voice became a little hoarse. "Why did you choose Ravenclaw? You are obviously more suitable for Slytherin." "Am I suitable?" Vezet walked into the next room. "If I enter Slytherin house, I will probably be targeted by many people." Voldemort was a little surprised. "Oh," Vezet recalled, "the Parkinson family attacked me before I enrolled in school. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall arrived in time and I was spared. Also, the Slytherin's attitude towards me in Hogwarts was not very friendly, so I really don't have a good impression of them." "Parkinson family, haha." Voldemort sneered. "Go to the next room. I will give you an O in this room." "You have done a great job." Vezet nodded. "Yeah. Is this how you treat professors?" "Thank you for the compliment, Professor. You deserve it." Behind the door is a huge chessboard. The size of the chess pieces may have been based on Hagrid's body shape. Both the black and white pieces are very tall. The chess pieces are not only tall, but also very majestic. They are all wearing armor or robes and holding weapons in their hands, looking lifelike. Voldemort said, "Wizard chess, this should be the strong point of Ravenclaw. Perhaps for you there is no weakness. How do you plan to pass it?" "Wizard chess happens to be my weak point." Vezet coughed lightly and said, "Although I know the rules, I never play it." Voldemort asked in surprise, "Oh, never play?" Vezet nodded. "Studying already takes up too much of my time. If my roommate wants to play wizard chess, I'll be the referee." "Ha!" Voldemort sneered. "Ravenclaw, but I really want to see you get humiliated." Vezet asked expertly, "If it were the professor, how would he get through here?" "Use the Obscurus on the chessboard." Voldemort said with some malice, "Destroy the entire chessboard." "All right." Vezet walked forward, not stopping until the white pieces pointed their weapons at him. "My students, you can't force your way in." Voldemort laughed. "I can teach you on the spot." there are a few dark magic spells that are very suitable for this place. Vezet remained silent, looking at the huge chessboard and thinking about a strategy. The rules of wizard chess are similar to those of international chess. The biggest difference is probably the chess pieces themselves, which move according to the commands of the chess player. The so-called eating of the opponent's chess piece is expressed as destruction in wizard chess. One side's chess piece will destroy the opponent's chess piece and then drag it out of the chessboard. Are rules really that important to wizards? Vezet said to herself. He felt a certain inspiration, but he was still a little short of grasping it. Professor Fu, you just said, destroy the entire chessboard. Voldemort was in high spirits. Want to try it? Offensive dark magic. Destruction is indeed a good idea. Vezet suddenly had an idea and walked to the opposite chess piece again, seeming to observe something. He observed for a long while before returning to the back to replace the Black King and command the pieces to start the game. The rules of wizard chess are similar to those of chess, with white moving first. After Vizet's chaotic moves, the white pieces completely destroyed the black pieces and he simply chose to surrender. Voldemort was very happy and said cheerfully, "What a surprise. My student, are you going to get a troll?" Vezet was very calm and took out a notebook to record. The chess pieces are very flexible, have strong attack power, and react very quickly. As long as I give a command, they will respond immediately. He drew a 5-pointed star symbol at the end of this last message as a key point. It seems that you don't intend to solve the problem through conventional means, Voldemort asked with interest. You know what? Slytherin has a famous saying, contempt for laws and regulations is Slytherin's instinct. Is that so? Vezet responded, taking out a piece of parchment from her backpack, crumpling it into a ball and practicing transformation magic on it. Voldemort looked at the items that Vezet had transformed into, then looked Vezet up and down again, with a hint of amazement in his eyes. He already knew what Vezet was trying to do. After a while, Vezet exhaled, stuffed the paper ball back into her backpack, and said loudly, "That should be enough, we can get started." This time he did not take the place of the Black King, but chose to become a pawn piece. After the white chess piece on the opposite side made a move, Vezet, who was standing in the center of the field, pointed directly at the white chess king on the opposite side and said, "What a good change." The color of the white king gradually deepened and he turned into the black king. Vezet immediately turned around and cast the transfiguration magic again, great transformation. The black chess king also changed from black to pure white. Become a white king deep into the enemy's territory. It's my turn next. Vezet let out a long breath, checkmate. Boom, all the black chess pieces suddenly started to move and they all showed their weapons to the rear. The black queen next to her raised her scepter and swung it violently at the white king. Debris flew everywhere, and only half of the intact white king was left, dragged out of the chessboard by the black queen. There was a long silence, until the white pieces on the opposite side started to move, retreating to both sides of the board, making way for Vezet and the others. Excellent, excellent, Voldemort said in a much louder voice, another "Oh, my student." Vezet exhaled, rules are meant to be broken. I can give you a hint about the next level, Vezet. Voldemort was in a good mood. The next level is the work of Quirinus, a more powerful mountain monster. It should be easy to deal with, right? Whether it's the Obscurus or the sickness curse, it can be easily solved. Of course, if you are willing to go with me, I can also move around. I have a better idea. Vezet smiled and raised the withered devil's snare in her hand. That's why I always carry it with me. It seems like it won't go amiss just in case. As soon as Vezet opened the iron door, a foul smell hit her nose and she could hear bursts of snoring. The pitch-black environment is indeed very suitable for sleeping. And also for a good meal of the devil's snare. He rolled the oil paper into the size of a quaffle and quickly threw it into the dark room, then closed the iron door again. The battle between Devil's Snare and the mountain monster has begun. Even just from the shaking of the ground, the sound of falling bricks and stones, and the roar of the giants, one could guess how fierce the battle was. Finally, with a series of teeth-grinding, bone-breaking sounds, the ground stopped shaking and returned to calm. Lumos. Vezet did the same thing, lighting up the entire room before entering the room where the troll was. Under the shining light, the dust caused by the collapse of the wall danced back and forth like mosquitoes, densely packed and shocking. When Vezet saw the giant's corpse, she couldn't help but murmur, Professor Sprout is right. The Devil's Snare has an amazing strangling ability. It can even effectively kill giants. The giant's bones were almost broken, and it lay there like a lump of meat paste, with several ribs sticking out of its skin, making it look particularly hideous. The Devil's Snare that caused all this shrank into a ball again because it was afraid of the light. It can strangle the giant monster, but it is restricted by a simple magic lighting spell. For some reason, Vezet suddenly thought of the rules of chess. Mice can eat elephants. The room where the next level is located is very small. There is a table inside with 7 different bottles of potions on it, and corresponding riddles are provided. The moment the door closed, purple and black flames rose up, covering the 2 doors in the room. Voldemort reached over Vezet and tapped the table softly. The potion bottles above immediately switched positions, but after just a few seconds they returned to their original order. Haha, this is really fun. Since you want to play games, let's do it. Vezet heard a hint of contempt in Voldemort's voice, as well as a certain excitement that seemed to be about to try. Voldemort whispered, "My student, these 2 levels are too boring. Let's go and wait for other guests." Without even glancing at the potion on the table, he simply waved his wand and the flames vanished into thin air. Vezet followed closely behind and could vaguely hear Harry's voice, "We don't have to deal with trolls. Let's go, it stinks here." Forced to use a full-body binding spell on Neville, Harry, Hermione, Ronald, and the others went through a series of twists and turns before finally arriving at the corridor on the 4th floor. The door to the corridor has been opened. Harry's tone was somewhat desperate. Snape has found a way to get past Fluffy. He quickly leaned over and blew the flute Hagrid gave him, trying to make the sound as rhythmic as possible. I don't know if it was his musical talent that came into play or if Lu Wei's definition of music was vague, but after just a few tunes, Lu Wei's eyelids had drooped. He actually left a staircase here. It must be very deep down there. Fluorescent light. Hermione frowned and thought, then cast a magical lighting spell. Harry could vaguely see something moving underneath through the not-so-bright light. "Did you see it? What's underneath?" Ronald glanced at Hermione and waved his wand to cast a magical lighting spell. "It's the Devil's Snare." No wonder they use stairs. Hermione showed her quick reaction to the question. "Let's go down quickly. Maintain the magic lighting spell. The Devil's Snare is afraid of this." Harry and his friends successfully made it through the flying key room, but were blocked in the wizard chess room. Ronald used his talent in wizard chess to win the game at the cost of falling unconscious, and got the chance to enter the next room. Hermione and Harry saw the broken body of the troll with the help of the magic illumination spell. They couldn't help but gasp, and then they kept retching because of the foul smell. The 2 came to the potion room, and Hermione found 2 bottles of potion that could pass through fire according to the clues on the table. Looking at the small piece of potion, Harry decided to face the next problem alone. "Hermione, drink the other potion and go back to find Ronald. Get back on the broom and have him use Hedwig to send a letter to Headmaster Dumbledore. And if you give the note to Professor McGonagall, she will believe us." "What if there's more than just Professor Snape in there, but also a mysterious person?" Hermione asked worriedly. Harry flipped his hair back to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. "I am the boy who lived. I defeated Voldemort once. Maybe I can turn the tables again." "Hurry up," he forced a smile. "The sooner you find Professor McGonagall or get Dumbledore here, the safer I will be." Hermione's lips trembled slightly and she hugged Harry. "You are an amazing wizard. I always count on you for homework." Harry felt his ears redden. "I had to count on Vezet before." Hermione's eyes turned red. "I just study hard. Being a wizard requires more, like courage." Harry turned around, showing a frightened look. He almost stuffed the bottle into his mouth, making sure to drink all the potion, and then walked resolutely into the black flames. The potion made him feel like he was in an ice cellar, not only protecting him from the flames, but also freezing the fear in his heart. The warm flames covered his entire body, just like the determination and courage that filled his body at this moment, making him fearless. The last room was wider than expected, with a tall mirror in the center which was luxurious in appearance and reached all the way to the ceiling. As expected, Voldemort chuckled. "There is a magical item hidden in this mirror. I can feel it." Everything is as expected. He controlled Quirrell's body and stood in front of the mirror, seemingly checking something. Vezet pursed her lips, regulating her breathing and practicing the purification spell in her mind. Everything was indeed as expected. Voldemort could not solve the secret of the mirror for the time being, and he was ready. Not long after, Harry finally passed through the flaming gate and appeared in the room. Voldemort's voice echoed through the room. "Harry Potter, I heard your moving speech. What a boy who lived." "Not Snape." Harry looked around the room, his eyes widening. "Who are you?" His attention was on Voldemort, and he quickly ran down the stairs and demanded, "Who are you? Don't you take this as an honor?" Voldemort commanded Quirrell to pull open his hood, revealing a head that was twice the size of an ordinary person. "You actually still ask, who am I?" In front of Quirrell's paper-pale face, there was a layer of black mist, vaguely forming a mask whose outline could not be seen clearly. This is Gryffindor reckless, abnormally reckless. The mask twisted slightly as if the lips were buzzing, making a sound belonging to Voldemort. Harry's eyes widened and his scar felt an indescribable pain, a pain he had never experienced before. He clenched his teeth and spoke in a broken voice. Professor Quirrell, no, you are Voldemort, you are Voldemort. It looks somewhat, Voldemort said casually. His attention was not on Harry at all. He kept turning his head to observe the movements in the room. It seems that you are unwilling to come out. His voice was somewhat disappointed, hidden in the dark and observing again and again. You have been doing this for more than 10 years. Voldemort paced slowly. What did you observe? Those who worked for you were killed by me one after another because of your observations. Even the person you were supposed to protect, that James Potter. Didn't he die in my hands? And that Lily? Several ropes appeared out of nowhere and tied up Harry, who was about to speak like a mummy. I know your secret, Dumbledore, and you still won't come out. Voldemort continued, letting Harry float in front of the mirror. Seeing this, Vezet performed the Guardian meditation method to focus as much as possible. Harry was like a caterpillar wriggling in a cocoon, struggling desperately to resist, but could only make intermittent humming sounds through the gaps in the ropes. Do you think, if you died, Dumbledore would mourn you? Voldemort said suddenly, and the ropes binding Harry's eyes disappeared instantly. Harry instinctively opened his eyes as light suddenly returned. The mirror in front of him looked so familiar. It was the mirror of Eris that he encountered during his night tour during the Christmas holidays. He saw a room in the mirror that looked like an office, with a table filled with silverware that was belching smoke. And most importantly, he saw Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression was very serious. He suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed his shoulders. Get started. Dumbledore's voice exploded like thunder. Voldemort immediately looked aside. Vezet waved her wand and cast a spell freely, using all her magical understanding to draw an extremely smooth and swift S-shaped trajectory. The dust will be removed. At the same time, chains like fire ropes appeared and bound Voldemort. The silver-blue light burst out in an instant, transforming into an extremely huge beam of light, which directly devoured Voldemort like a hungry man-eating beast. This beam of light was like some kind of channel, and Vezet could feel Quirrell's pass through it. Those past events flashed and disappeared before his eyes like a revolving lantern, from infancy to childhood, from childhood to youth. Vezet saw a quiet and dark forest. In the deepest part of the forest, he saw the most familiar Quirrell. Quirrell was entangled and bitten by countless poisonous snakes, and his body was almost completely destroyed. Only his head still had a glimmer of light, holding onto his last position, preventing the poisonous snakes from completely corroding him. Vezet, bonds are important. Dumbledore's calm and gentle voice sounded. Vezet immediately opened her backpack and took out a frog-shaped chocolate. He is not yet able to use magic to make chocolate, but he is able to incorporate emotions into chocolate by constructing a soul maze. Vezet threw the chocolate into the beam of light, and the frog-shaped chocolate seemed to come alive, appearing in the dark forest and leaping towards Quirrell little by little. At this moment, the chocolate frog is the natural enemy of the poisonous snake. As it approaches little by little, the poisonous snake continues to collapse and disintegrate, then gather together and turn into a ball of black mist. Voldemort's voice came from it. Very good, great, Vezet, my student, you offered yourself up. I have been thinking about how to get rid of this weak body at the lowest cost. I am glad you can help me. Hurry up and do it. Hearing Voldemort's voice, Vezet remained unmoved. She waved her wand steadily and shouted again, all dust and dirt will be removed. The poisonous snakes that had been eroding Quirrell were completely eradicated, and the black fog over the black forest became extremely thick. Boom. The passage was broken at this moment, and a gathering black mist appeared above the room, carrying with it countless blood-colored mists which quickly condensed into shape. A tall and thin humanoid figure appeared in midair. At the same time, Quirrell suddenly fell down, his body feeling withered like a dried corpse that had lost all water. Vezet stepped forward and caught Quirrell, who was about to fall to the ground. Ah! Harry screamed, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Dumbledore looked serious, holding the unconscious Harry with one hand, and reached into his pocket with the other hand, took out a red stone and pressed it into Quirrell's chest. The red stone spread out countless blood vessel-like channels, piercing into Quirrell's chest, bursting out countless emerald green lights. Quirrell, who was originally as listless as a mummy, suddenly became like a balloon that was constantly being inflated, and his deflated body filled up again. Dumbledore smiled and said to Vezet, as I said, if you haven't drunk the unicorn's blood, you can still be saved. Vezet nodded, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a long breath. Voldemort created a pale body with a snake face that looked grotesque and scary. Dumbledore, Professor, you finally showed up on your own initiative. I always knew you were here. His voice was a little vague. You seem to like helping the weak. You can give the Philosopher's Stone to Quirrell and let a half-blood be the gamekeeper. You can even admit an Obscurial. What about me? I am so weak and you never seem to help me. I will always remember that day, the day you came to the orphanage. What did you do to me? You lit a fire and showed me the horror of magic, right, my professor? You were so awesome at that time, I will remember that day for the rest of my life. Dumbledore took a step forward. Is that all you remember? If so, I apologize. I did. Voldemort laughed wildly. Apologize, Professor Dumbledore, I want to thank you. Thank you for making me understand that magic is power. You did nothing wrong, really. I loved that day. You made me give back my loot. That was awesome. You made me apologize to a bunch of morons. That was awesome. And you told me stealing will not be tolerated at Hogwarts. That's great, Professor Dumbledore. I can only get to where I am today thanks to your teachings. Vezet, do you understand now? Why did he let you enroll? Because he is trying to make amends, to make up for his past stupidity, for the mistakes he has made. Me, Voldemort, it was you who caused this, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore pursed his lips, holding Harry with one hand and holding his wand tightly with the other. The current Voldemort made him feel a little strange, as if he was more human than in their previous encounter. He thought of a possibility and glanced at Vezet out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Voldemort laughed strangely twice. How is it? Did I guess it right? Stealing will not be tolerated at Hogwarts. Come on, I'm going to steal and rob again. Come and stop me. He suddenly seemed to be dissolved and turned into black mist again, appearing in front of Dumbledore like a black lightning. Avada Kedavra! A curse-like voice resounded throughout the room, and a sinister green light burst out from the black fog. The vitality plundered from Quirrell's body turned into a life-threatening curse at this moment. Dumbledore quickly pulled Harry back, but the green light came too fast and hit Harry anyway. Then, the green light bounced out immediately the moment it touched Harry, blasting a deep hole in the corner of the room. The whole room was shaking, just like Voldemort, who had turned into black mist, extremely unstable. That damn woman, the protection hasn't disappeared yet. He roared angrily, turned around extremely quickly and pounced on Vezet beside him. The pendant box reacted the fastest. It quickly transformed into a phoenix, soaring into the sky and rushing towards the menacing Voldemort. Voldemort continued to laugh wildly. It's useless, Professor Dumbledore, you don't know how far I have come on the road to true immortality. Eternal life. Dumbledore became alert. He already understood what Voldemort meant. If you want to achieve true immortality, you naturally need both the body and the soul to complete the process together. This means that Voldemort's research on both the body and the soul has reached an extremely advanced level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cast the killing curse in his prime in such a weak state. The black mist that Voldemort transformed into became ethereal, piercing through the oncoming Phoenix Fox and directly into Vizet's forehead. Vezet still remembered what she had seen and heard at the Hog's Head Inn, and she didn't even bother to listen to Voldemort's trash talk. She just put her wand against her temple, ready to cast a spell at any time. When Voldemort shouted loudly, Vezet cast a spell synchronously, and a silver-blue S-shaped trail appeared in the air. The dust will be removed. The pendant box turned back into the Phoenix Fox, and the bottle of Christmas gift from Luna inside fell to the ground. The gift splashed out brilliant golden flowers, adding a few strands of dazzling gold to Vizet's silver-blue ancient magic. He felt his body was light, and as if a part of him had been split apart. As this part of itself split, the original silver-blue light turned into flawless white light and rushed into the temple along with the purification soul curse. After Dumbledore was sure that Harry was just unconscious, he gritted his teeth and thrust out his wand. A silver light burst out from the tip of the wand and chased after Voldemort's black mist. The moment he emitted the silver light, his skin turned pale instantly and the light in his eyes dimmed at this moment. That silver light contained his will and his understanding of the soul. At this moment, Dumbledore was surprised to notice that a brown light appeared in the direction of Quirrell. Although this light was extremely small, it seemed extremely dazzling to him at this moment. Voldemort fell downward into a state of weightlessness. He adjusted quickly and maintained his balance in weightlessness. This was the realm of the soul and one of the areas he was best at. He fell down on his own initiative, his speed getting faster and faster like a meteorite attracted by gravity, and it seemed that one could still see the black tail flame. The soul is one of the prerequisites for immortality, and Voldemort knows it too well. He knew what he was doing, he just needed to go a little faster and faster, and he would be able to reach Vizet's soul, which was what he had always wanted to do. Use Vizet's soul and Mamorin's soul to strengthen your own soul and make yourself stronger. The surroundings became brighter and brighter until he saw a maze, a golden maze that looked like the land of El Dorado. Looking at the golden palace wall in front of him, Voldemort showed a half-smile. What a good method. To fight me in this way, Dumbledore, you really have been prepared for it. At this moment, 3 rays of light suddenly appeared above him. One was a dazzling silver light, one was a bright, flawless white light mixed with gold, and the last was a dull brown light, representing Dumbledore, Vezet, and Quirrell respectively. Dumbledore, you will never know what kind of help those soul-soothing potions have brought to me. Voldemort was like a chameleon, with a golden glow emanating from his body, almost indistinguishable from the palace wall next to him. The palace wall began to ripple at this moment, like a curtain of water that could be moved, slowly opening a hole. Voldemort smiled grimly. Yes, that's it. Happiness, it's such a good feeling, but it's a pity that I lost it for too long. It's great to be able to get it back. Vezet, I won't devour you completely. I will leave you a little bit of fragments so that you can be a witness to my every move next. He did not stay any longer, but stepped directly through the opening and headed deeper into the soul maze. At this moment, he had completely transformed. The golden light coating his outer body actually turned him into Vezet, with black hair and a delicate face that had grown longer and more handsome. The biggest difference is the eyes. Vizet's eyes reveal a thirst for knowledge and curiosity about everything. Voldemort's eyes were full of cruelty and pleasure after being cruel to everything in the world. The soul maze was more complicated than he had imagined. Those bits and pieces from Hogwarts could actually evoke his memories, making him want to sink into it. Hogwarts is the most important place to him. He gained a sense of belonging at Hogwarts and even traced his origins, which made him realize that he was not an ordinary person and had a distinguished family background. Those memories that had been buried deep inside seemed to come out at this moment, causing his movements to become slower and slower. Voldemort shook his head violently and quickly cast occlumency to regain his calmest state. Vezet, you really gave me so many surprises. Looking ahead, he was getting closer and closer to the center of the soul labyrinth, and could vaguely see a dark castle standing there. There is also a statue of a goddess in front of the castle. The goddess, whose face cannot be seen clearly, holds a bright moon in her hands. At this moment, the brown light that symbolized Quirrell actually found Voldemort the fastest. Quirinus Quirrell. Voldemort's voice was filled with rage. How dare you do this? Are you not afraid of death at all? The brown light continued to move forward, circling around Voldemort, trying its best to emit circles of light. In that case, I can only devour you. Voldemort said viciously and stopped trying to break through the maze, but instead dealt with the brown light. The brown light was almost vulnerable and was instantly rendered black by Voldemort. It would only take a short while for the erosion to be complete. At this moment, the flawless white light symbolizing Vezet was guided and arrived. He knew what Voldemort was going to do now, so he had no reason to hesitate and just blended into the black and brown light. He continued to fall and finally came to an old, dark, and dilapidated street. Vizet's eyes blurred, and she appeared in a room that was almost as dilapidated as the street. The room was littered with countless broken bottles of wine and several melted candies. An extremely handsome young face looked down at the bloody child, making rude and unclear sounds from his mouth. You are a loser. How come you can't do anything? That woman ran away. Why didn't you stop her? Huh, damn it, damn it. The bloody child kept shaking and crying, but he dared not resist. Vezet stepped forward quickly, but passed right through the young faces and the bloody children. The young face turned to look at him with a cruel smile. Vezet, it's useless. He can't hear you. This is Quirinus past. In just one night, he was abandoned by both his parents. Do you understand how that feels? Vezet gritted his teeth, looking at the mess on the ground, and suddenly remembered what Dumbledore had said to him. When he is obsessed with the past, you need to let Quirrell see the beauty of the present. See what he is working hard for and what he is persisting for. Vezet spread out her hands, and a golden light appeared in her hands. She used her emotions to transform into a piece of candy, a chocolate frog that exuded a sweet smell. The chocolate frog hopped over to the child, attracting the child's attention, and the room seemed to shake. It works. Vezet was delighted and continued to use this method to create more chocolate frogs. Driven by curiosity, the child finally pinched a chocolate frog and put it into his mouth tremblingly. His eyes lit up, and the blood on his body gradually disappeared, turning into a black wizard robe. The young face's eyes widened. What did you do to him? Vezet smiled. I showed Professor Quirrell the beauty of the present. See, he is different from you. You keep harassing Headmaster Dumbledore, but Professor Quirrell doesn't. Before he could finish his words, the child in a wizard robe stood up, rushed towards the young face, and head-butted him against the wall. Boom, boom. The room in front of him suddenly broke apart, and a magnificent castle stood in front of him. It was Hogwarts Castle. In front of Hogwarts Castle, there was a full circle of people standing. They surrounded the two students in the center of the circle with hideous smiles on their faces. It was still that incredibly handsome young face, and he was still looking down at the child, stepping on the chest of the bleeding child. "What's wrong? Why are you so weak? Don't you read books all day? What have you learned about magic? Show me how to perform it." Vezet spread out her hands, and the golden light in her hands turned into a notebook, which was the notes from Quirrell's private lessons. The notebook was split in half like a flying seagull, diving into the bleeding child's chest. The child picked up the notebook. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he swung his wand violently, sweeping out a gust of wind that blew the young face directly into the sky. The Hogwarts castle disappeared rapidly, and the green plants on the lawn continued to grow and become stronger, turning into a black forest in the blink of an eye. It was still the bloody child, kneeling in front of a snake, murmuring faint and inaudible words. Still with that extremely handsome young face, he kept nodding his head. "Yes, that's right, I will help you get everything, open up everything you have." Vezet opened his palm again and a wand appeared in his hand. It was the wand belonging to Professor Quirrell. He threw his wand violently, and the bloody child reached out to grab it with a different look in his eyes. "Voldemort, I will not surrender to you." 10,000 bullets fired. After saying that, he waved the magic wand in his hand, and a series of firebirds appeared, setting all the young faces and the dark forest on fire. The young face began to change, sometimes turning into the appearance of Vezet, sometimes turning back into the snake face that belonged to Voldemort. Voldemort continued to retreat, gradually losing his human form, turning into a ball of black and gold mist, and returned to the Soul Maze. The bright, flawless white light mixed with gold kept changing and took on the appearance of Vezet. "Voldemort, it's time to end this." He was a witness as Voldemort played with Quirrell's memories, digging out the most painful parts of them in order to speed up the process of devouring them. Facing all this, Vezet felt indescribable anger. He didn't want to say anything more to Voldemort. There was only one thing he wanted to do in his heart, to get rid of Voldemort once and for all. As if in response to his thoughts, the Wizard's Field Guide suddenly appeared, and the pages of the book flipped back and forth. Countless ancient magical powers overflowed and attached to the maze. The entire maze was blessed with ancient magical power and began to tremble violently, as if it had been enlightened and could respond to Vizet's thoughts. The trembling maze began to collapse, but then began to build up and reshape again, transforming into a glittering golden armor. The goddess statue in the center of the maze seemed to come alive, and she absorbed the golden light from Vezet, the golden light from the bottle of Christmas gift. The goddess statue gently lifted the moon in her hand, and the moon flew up and turned into a heart-protecting mirror in the center of the armor. Vezet sensed the call from the armor and fell directly into the heart-protecting mirror. The entire armor was wrapped and filled with silver blue light, turning into a huge armored giant, and uttered a voice belonging to Vezet. "Voldemort, let's put an end to this." Before Voldemort could respond, the armored titan took action, making a rumbling sound like thunder and punched Voldemort again and again. Voldemort was like molten iron on iron felt, with golden and black sparks flying everywhere, and his size was shrinking continuously. He could still make some sounds at first, but as the black fog became smaller and smaller, the sounds became weaker and weaker. The light containing Dumbledore's will arrived last, and he looked at everything in front of him in amazement. Watching the armored giant swinging his fist, bright silver blue light continuously burst out, gradually destroying Voldemort. Dumbledore's eyes flickered and he murmured, "Ancient magical power." It turns out that Vezet is the current guardian. No wonder she can master the magic eye. No wonder she has such amazing talent. Accompanied by a sound of phoenix that made the soul happy, Vezet slowly opened her eyes. He was indeed very happy now. The feeling of destroying Voldemort with one punch after another made him a little bit intoxicated. In the process of destroying Voldemort, he absorbed some bits and pieces of knowledge. This knowledge is extremely crucial to Voldemort's understanding of the soul and the body. Even if Vezet still cannot master this knowledge, she can store it up and slowly understand it. After resolving the crisis of Voldemort, he had more time and could live and study in an orderly manner. After figuring this out, Vezet came out of her high state and quickly helped Quirrell, who was struggling to stand up, and asked with concern, "Professor Quirrell, are you okay?" Quirrell's face was very rosy, as if he had eaten and drunk his fill and then gone outside to bask in the sun for a while. His eyes were a little dazed, as if he had not yet recovered from his experience. "I was really." He shuddered but continued in a firm tone, "I just attacked Voldemort. I defeated Voldemort. I actually did it." MJU4ND8 and TC3 Autumn Fern Chi NDMW OJ equals Quirrell finally reacted now, smiling like a child who got candy with 2 lines of tears sliding down from the corners of his eyes. Ice, I'm free. Vezet, I'm free, I don't have to listen to Voldemort anymore about how he's going to hurt you. I'm myself again, and all this was done with your help, Vezet. Vezet shook her head. I didn't do anything. It was all because of you, Professor Quirrell. It was your persistence that defeated Voldemort. Is that so? Quirrell looked at his chest, staring at the red stone in a daze. That's right, choice is much more important than ability, Dumbledore affirmed. It was your perseverance after the hardships that saved you. Quirrell, you did your best. Quirrell opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his eyes rolled back and his body went limp and he passed out. Vezet wanted to go over to support him, but his knees went weak as well. He felt a sense of emptiness after having a fever, which made him slow down. His head was empty, and even his breathing seemed to have a continuous echo, as if his head had become an empty room and any sound would echo inside. An armchair and a soft bed appeared out of nowhere just in time to hold Vezet and Quirrell. Vezet asked with some concern, Principal Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell, should they be okay? Of course it's okay. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. It's normal to have some minor problems when using power beyond your understanding, even with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. A power beyond comprehension. Is that the light? Vezet closed her eyes and recalled everything that had happened before. He asked tentatively, Professor Quirrell doesn't understand the soul but lets the soul be freed. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, even if you can't understand the soul yet, you can try to understand the deeper meaning through the surface phenomena. This is very good. And your amazing magic also achieved a similar effect. Vezet, you always surprise me, it's really rare. He looked around and saw the deep pit in the corner. He called out to Fox in the sky, this doesn't seem to be a good place to chat. Why don't we go somewhere else? Vezet guessed, go back to the principal's office. Dumbledore looked at the unconscious Harry and Quirrell and waved his hand gently, we may have to go to the school hospital first. We have to ask Madame Pomfrey to take care of these 2 injured people. Regarding what happened tonight, if anyone asks, just say that a dark wizard broke into Hogwarts and was discovered by you. I will also communicate with Harry accordingly. Principal Dumbledore. You actually brought 3 patients this time. In the deserted school hospital, Madame Pomfrey, who had been planning to spend her summer vacation happily, spoke in an extremely stern voice with her eyebrows raised up almost into her hair. And why are the symptoms so similar? Merlin's little medicine box, Headmaster Dumbledore, can't you just give me some peace of mind? Facing Madame Pomfrey's questioning, Dumbledore smiled, seeming to enjoy such reproach. He waited until Madame Pomfrey put her hands on her hips and pursed her lips in a stern expression before speaking, Poppy, I'm so sorry. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled apart his index finger and thumb. It was just a tiny accident, just a tiny one. Very tiny, you saw it too. Okay, it's always like this. Madame Pomfrey sighed and began to nag again, it's always like this. Fortunately, Professor Snape sent the potion over in advance. Principal Dumbledore, please help settle them while I prepare the potion. Glad to help. Dumbledore still had a smiling face and waved his wand to create 2 suits of armor out of thin air. Vizet's eyes suddenly widened. The 2 suits of armor gave him a familiar feeling. It was similar in style to the armor that killed Voldemort, but lacked the ancient magical power and the ancient and profound feeling. Does it feel familiar? Dumbledore blinked his blue eyes, commanded the armor to move, and carried Harry and Quirrell to the bed. Vezet nodded slightly and opened her mouth but didn't know where to start. If you don't want to say it, then you don't have to say it. Dumbledore said softly, quietly opening a lemon snow treasure, everyone has their own secrets, right? Vezet was about to reply when she was interrupted by Madame Pomfrey. She snatched the candy from Dumbledore's hand and said seriously, can you control yourself a little? At least don't do this in front of me. Okay. Dumbledore slowly backed away, winking at Vezet before leaving, have a good rest. Well, Vezet, it's you again. Madame Pomfrey turned and looked over, frowning slightly with a reproachful expression, and it's the same old problem. She sighed again, shook her head and said, forget it. Forget it, at least you made it to the end of the semester, which is a big improvement. It's time to lie down on the bed and take the medicine. Here, this is what Professor Snape prepared specially for you. He told you to drink it quickly and stop thinking about it. Okay. Vezet took off her backpack, climbed onto a bed obediently, and picked up the soul-soothing potion on the table. Madame Pomfrey was giving medicine to Harry and Quirrell. After drinking the potion, both of them showed very similar distorted expressions, as if what they drank was not a soul-soothing potion, but some extremely bitter concentrated liquid. The 2 unconscious people even hummed because of this, as if they were having a nightmare. Vezet lowered her head with a strange expression, glanced at the potion emitting silver mist, and took a sip cautiously. There really isn't much of a taste, but the mouthfeel is thicker and the lavender fragrance is more pronounced. He drank the entire potion in 2 gulps. This time, the effect of the potion took effect very quickly. The moment he put down the measuring cup, he felt extremely sleepy. Dumbledore returned to the headmaster's office and was stunned when he saw the Mirror of Erised. However, he did not cover it with a white cloth. Instead, he carefully walked around the mirror and sat down. He tapped the table to produce a set of tea sets, then made himself some black tea. He also opened a bag of cockroaches and began to chew them with relish. Not long after, Snape, dressed in a black robe and looking a little haggard, knocked on the door of the headmaster's office. Snape's actions were similar to Dumbledore's, carefully avoiding the Mirror of Erised before sitting across from Dumbledore. He asked in a cold tone, "Can't you just take the mirror away? It might be useful tomorrow." Dumbledore pushed the pile of cockroaches towards Snape. "Eat some." "You look exhausted." "No need for that." Snape curled his lips, leaned as close to the back of the chair as possible, and put on an extremely disgusted expression. "I sent the potion ingredients over and didn't do anything. This is a sensitive period. If you do anything, he will definitely be suspicious." Dumbledore nodded. "You did the right thing. A lot of things happened tonight." Dumbledore sighed deeply. "Many of my speculations have been verified, and there are also surprising discoveries. Voldemort doesn't have a body of his own, so he can't really be considered alive, which means he still can't really be dead. Most importantly, there were no sacrifices tonight. Harry Potter, that magic." Snape's face twitched and he took a deep breath before asking, "Did it work normally?" "It worked normally and even avoided a killing curse." Dumbledore picked up the teacup and took a sip of black tea. "Voldemort has indeed returned. But it is unclear what state he will be in after tonight." Unable to determine the Dark Lord's condition, Snape frowned. "He was killed by you. It's hard to explain clearly." Dumbledore kept adding sugar cubes to his tea. "He has a very deep understanding of the soul. It's a unique theory of the soul. He can mobilize life force in a soul-like form. The killing curse was cast in this way. It strips Quirrell of his life force and releases a powerful curse. Deprive Quirrell of his vitality." Snape frowned slightly. "Did you use the Philosopher's Stone on him? You are very perceptive." Dumbledore nodded slightly. "The situation was very dangerous at that time. It was just a little bit. Quirrell might have been sacrificed." "That's a tough thing to deal with." Snape crossed his fingers. "How are you going to explain this to Nicholas Flamel?" "That's easy." Dumbledore smiled slyly. "Nicholas Flamel has granted me ownership of the Philosopher's Stone, so I can use it however I want. Originally, I discussed the relevant matters with him and planned to destroy the Philosopher's Stone directly. But now I have changed my mind. After all, it has become an important existence to maintain life." Snape groaned, slightly widening his eyes and looking at Dumbledore. "You seem a little different." "Oh?" Dumbledore asked back. Snape crossed his fingers and tried to describe it. "Becoming like a traditional Gryffindor, it feels like the true colors have been revealed. Compared to before, you seem to be less restrained now. Perhaps it should be described as a lion about to break free from its cage." "Really?" Dumbledore gently shook the teacup and the silver-blue armored giant appeared in his mind. "So I'm telling you. There were some surprising discoveries tonight. Perhaps these discoveries have changed me a little bit." "As you wish." Snape said in a low voice, "My goal and my demands are simple. The Dark Lord must die." Dumbledore looked at Snape deeply and changed the subject lightly. "Regarding Vizet's soul-soothing potion, can it affect a person's soul in the long term?" "I haven't touched upon that level yet." Changing a person's essence based on a potion means either the potion itself was brewed incorrectly, or the person who takes the potion has some kind of problem. "Oh, have you ever encountered a similar situation?" "I've only read about it in books." If a person's soul is fragile, perhaps some special potion will cause his soul to undergo some changes. Is that so? This is an interesting discovery. After the final exams at Hogwarts, students and professors have some free time, making the campus more lively than ever. For some unknown reason, what happened in the basement between Vezet and the others was spread, and within a day and a half it spread throughout Hogwarts. The students who had some free time now had a goal and flocked to the school hospital. A large group of people were trying desperately to squeeze into the school infirmary, which made Madame Pomfrey a little overwhelmed. In desperation, she asked Professor McGonagall for help and sent a lot of armors to guard the door, which made the students calm down. The flapping of wings woke Vezet up. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the curtains into the school hospital, painting a bright orange-red color on the floor. There were quite a few gifts piled on the table next to it, mainly various kinds of candies. The same was true of the table next to Harry's bed, except for the one next to Professor Quirrell, which was a little too blank. Vezet stood up, picked out a few of each candy and placed them on the empty table. As for the remaining candies, he planned to take them back to the Ravenclaw lounge and share them with everyone. Awake, then sit on the bed and I'll check you out. Madame Pomfrey arrived quickly, picked up her wand and circled it over Vizet's head. Vezet asked, Madame Pomfrey, may I be discharged? You can be discharged now, Madame Pomfrey nodded. You are recovering well, at least much better than them. Professor Quirrell and Harry, are they badly hurt? What should I say, they haven't been harmed by magic. As long as they get enough rest, they will recover in 2 days. If you want to leave, you can do it now. There are not many people outside. Vezet nodded, took out a pen and paper from her backpack, and wrote a short message to Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, everything is fine. I wish you a speedy recovery. After doing all this, he quickly packed up his backpack, leaving just enough space to put all the candies in it. Under the layers of candy, there was actually a message from Dumbledore. Enjoy your time at the end of the semester. If you have any questions, you can come to the principal's office after the Quidditch game. The password is still Jelly Slug, Quidditch match. Vezet was startled and quickly ran to Madame Pomfrey and whispered, Madame Pomfrey, how many days have I slept here? It will only take 1 day. Madame Pomfrey reminded again, you are recovering well, but you must remember, don't. I used the Bayfy brain refresher indiscriminately. Vezet replied with a smile, I will make sure to rest. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. There were quite a few students in the common room. When he appeared, many students gathered around him, wanting to know what had happened last night. Vezet followed what Dumbledore had told him, telling a story about a dark wizard invading the school, and downplayed the incident. The next day, the final Quidditch match arrived as scheduled. As the captain of Gryffindor, Wood ran over to greet Arsenal even though there was no substitute seeker, and reminded Ravenclaw to try his best and not let up. Arsenal looked at Wood's slightly dejected back and said with some emotion, he really loves Quidditch with his life, but he is just unlucky. He patted Vizet's shoulder again, how should I put it? I feel that as long as you haven't graduated yet, Gryffindor will most likely have no chance of winning the championship. The vice-captain coughed repeatedly, Captain, you'd better say less, don't let Wood hear you and come back to duel with you. The best way to respect your opponent is, of course, to fully demonstrate your strength. In the absence of a substitute seeker, the score of this Quidditch match was pulled to 50 to 470, and Gryffindor suffered an unprecedented defeat. Arsenal finally fulfilled his wish and successfully lifted the trophy he had long dreamed of before graduation. Under Professor Flitwick's magic, golden rain fell from the sky, and ribbons and flags drew colorful arcs in the air. The Quidditch pitch immediately became the center of the celebration. Ravenclaw students swarmed into the pitch, countless hands fell on the players, and celebratory songs and applause rang out one after another. Vezet still remembered the note Dumbledore left. He actually had a lot of questions in his mind and wanted to get answers from Dumbledore. After the celebration, Vezet left the common room and ran into many familiar students. Vezet, that was a beautiful shot. Thanks. Vezet, have you ever thought about joining a professional team? There is no similar idea yet. Vezet, can you sign an autograph for me? If you join a professional team in the future, this autograph will be much more valuable. Don't crowd. Come one by one. Finally getting rid of the surging crowd, Vezet followed the route she remembered and stood in front of the gargoyle sculpture. Jelly Slugs, the squatting gargoyle statue moved, folded its wide wings and jumped to the side, revealing a spiral staircase hidden behind it. Vezet knocked on the door for a while, and the door of the principal's office slowly opened with a scraping sound. The moment Vezet stepped into the room, Fawkes swung in midair and landed on his shoulder. Vezet took out a flying ship and said, "Thank you so much. It must have been hard to be a locket for a semester." Fawkes shook his head gently and rubbed Vizet's neck, then flapped his wings with the airship in his mouth and returned to the bird stand. The principal's office was very quiet, except for the smoke and funny little noises emitted by the silverware. Many of the people in those portraits are not here, and the portraits that are left are all dozing off. Where's Principal Dumbledore? Vezet looked around, her brows slightly furrowed. An extremely tall mirror stands in front of the window, blocking out the light from outside. This is an extremely magnificent mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, with a frame decorated with exquisite serpentine reliefs. In particular, the snake-like statue supporting the base looks lifelike, as if it could rush forward and kill its prey tightly at any time. In fact, Vezet had seen this mirror just 2 nights ago. At that time, Dumbledore was lying in ambush in the headmaster's office and entered the basement through this mirror. He not only protected Harry, but also controlled Voldemort. There are so many magical things in the magical world. Whether it is magical plants, magical animals, moving portraits, or even various daily objects, there may be unimaginable magic. Just like this mirror, it also has unpredictable magic. Vezet came to the bird stand, Fawkes, where is headmaster Dumbledore. Fawkes first shook his head, then stretched his neck forward, flew to the desk, and paced a few steps. Do you want me to sit down first? Vezet pulled out a chair, but her attention was still on the mirror. He saw 3 full pictures in that mirror. The left side of the picture shows a dark chaos, with occasional flashes of ash-like red light. These ash-like red lights would occasionally gather together to form a very strange and hideous pattern. The pattern looked like a skull with an open mouth, and a thick python emerged from the mouth, twisting and shaking like a tongue. When Vezet looked at this pattern, she always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as well as a strange sense of mastery that was both close and yet distant. It seemed as if this pattern already belonged to him, but because he could not understand its essence, he was unable to fully grasp this pattern. After a long while, he stopped looking at the chaotic picture and turned to look at the center. The middle picture shows him reading, as if he is in a sea of books. Whether on both sides or behind, there are piles of books like pillars reaching up to the ceiling. These books are endless and there is no end in sight. This picture radiates a faint light outward, framing the pictures on either side as if asserting sovereignty. As if to illustrate this point, the picture in the middle occupies a dominant position. The picture on the right is full of pure white, like a snowy field but much warmer than snow. It seems that there is no dirt at all and it is truly flawless. Vezet was attracted by the mirror and stood up and paced back and forth in front of it, wanting to see what changes would occur. The pictures on the left and right sides remained unchanged. Only the picture in the middle reflected his movements, following his pacing back and forth. It was completely normal. Vezet looked to the side and asked, Fawkes, please tell me, what do you see in this mirror? Fawkes tilted his neck, flew to the mirror and looked at it, then blinked, raised his wings at Vezet and patted his chest. So, you saw yourself? This is just an ordinary mirror. You didn't see the black curtain or pure white. Fawkes nodded twice, answering the first 2 questions. It shook its head again, denying Vezet's subsequent statement. That's really magical. Vezet murmured and cast the magic eye, trying to discover the secret of the mirror in this way. At the moment he cast the magic eye, the snake-shaped relief carrying the mirror came to life. They burst out with lightning speed, pounced forward and tied up Vezet tightly. Vezet immediately interrupted the magic eye and just grasped the wand with her palm, then waved the wand and chanted the spell. Nox. The light around him dimmed, and he immediately used the devil's net to try to pull free the snake-shaped relief that bound him. However, the next moment, the mirror suddenly burst into a bright silver-blue light, completely submerging him until he disappeared into the principal's office. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded, Albus, if Professor Quirrell cannot take the position, we will have to look for a teacher for next year. Dumbledore's soft voice sounded, of course, I'll do it during the summer vacation. He walked into the open principal's office and saw Fawkes hovering in the air. Did anyone come in just now? Fawkes nodded, took a feather from his mouth and placed it in Dumbledore's hand. Vezet is here, Dumbledore groaned, and now he's going back to celebrate. This is not his character. Fawkes flew to the mirror of Arist and circled in front of Arist again and again. Vezet regained consciousness and found herself in a hall surrounded by darkness. He subconsciously raised his hand, and the warmth in his palm quickly dissipated, leaving only a faint connection. With his arrival, the dim hall gradually brightened up, revealing its true appearance. The hall is built with huge stones, and a layer of golden metal is poured in the gaps, making the walls of the hall look seamless and extremely solid. Whether it is the huge stones or the golden metal, countless words and symbols are carved on them, emitting a silver-blue light. The silver-blue light flickered slightly, and the carved words and symbols seemed to have vitality, wriggling like snakes. Silver-blue light. Vezet walked carefully to the corner of the wall and used her body to block the light behind her, creating a shadow. His fingers turned into a devil's snare, gently stroking the silver-blue words and symbols on the wall, giving him a different feeling. In this grand and spacious hall, he did not feel depressed or any other negative emotions. He even felt like a fish in water, as if this place existed only because of him. Could it be that these words and symbols contain ancient magical powers? And they also weaken my connection with Fawkes. He murmured softly, holding the wand tightly in one hand and casting the magic eye again. With the help of the magic eye, countless silver-blue lights appeared on the wall. Just as he expected, those silver-blue words and symbols were attached with ancient magical powers that had been brewing over time. Vezet could sense that these ancient magical powers were about to emerge and could be absorbed directly without any exploration. Everything that happened after he saw the mirror was so sudden and strange that he dared not let his guard down. He maintained a posture capable of casting spells at any time and quickly absorbed these ancient magical powers. The Wizard's Field Guide appeared at this moment, and the pages began to flip, storing all the power. The ancient magical power of the hall was completely absorbed, but something strange suddenly happened in the central area, flashing with silver-blue light. The silver-blue light leaped up and down, like a spring that had just been dug, constantly gushing out more light. Vezet held the wand tightly and slowly approached the silver-blue light, then he felt something strange. The silver-blue light was calling him through the wand. It seemed that just by raising the magic wand high, the silver-blue light would become more turbulent, revealing the hidden truth. He recalled a similar plot in his previous life's novel. If he really responded to the call of the light, he might return directly to Hogwarts, or he might trigger some kind of magic trap. Vezet did not act rashly but stepped back a distance, frowning and lost in thought. There are so many ancient magical powers here. If we pull away the light, perhaps the trials within will be revealed. After all, he suddenly came to this magnificent hall and obtained a lot of ancient magical powers. He should be preparing in advance for some kind of test. Perhaps only by completing the test of the silver-blue light can one get away to return to Hogwarts. To be on the safe side, Vezet did not intend to hoard the unexpected ancient magical power any longer, and began to consider how to use it to face the tests that might come. The Devil's Net can play many roles. Even 2 days ago, he used several Devil's Nets to tear a mountain monster into mud. However, the shortcomings of the Devil's Snare state are equally obvious. Just like the real Devil's Snare, it is afraid of warmth and light. If we can use improved magic to improve the Devil's Web, can we eliminate these shortcomings? Vezet pondered and tried to infuse ancient magical power into it, but received no response. What if we directly inject ancient magical power into it to enhance it? This attempt also received no response. After these 2 attempts, Vezet had a glimmer of enlightenment. After that herbal medicine class, he learned more about the Devil's Snare and also observed the magic circuit of the Devil's Snare. It is precisely because of the multifaceted understanding of the Devil's Web that the Wizard's Field Guide was responded to, and ancient magic, self-shaping Devil's Web state, appeared in the pages of the book. As Professor McGonagall said, transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous of all magical subjects. Even a book as powerful as the Wizard's Field Guide would be cautious in providing assistance to Vezet based on her level of knowledge, to avoid the dilemma of losing her essence. If I want to improve the weakness of the Devil's Snare, I have to cultivate a Devil's Snare myself. I have learned an interesting little piece of knowledge. Vezet hummed, continuing to think about what magic could be used for improvement. Finally, he locked on the magic of the Lights Out spell. Under normal circumstances, this magic can work well on small light sources such as candles. This magic is considered a common daily magic, and Vezet is very easy to use, making it very suitable for improvement. After making up his mind, he began to combine the Lights Out spell with improved magic, and a new record appeared in the Wizard's Practical Guide. Ancient Magic, Improved Lights Out Spell Elementary, Guide Ancient Magic to cast the Lights Out spell. Enhance the power of magic. Create a dark magic energy field. Within the range of the magic energy field, slightly increase the caster's perception and slightly increase the caster's speed. Vezet waved her wand, Nox. A silver-blue light surrounded the magic wand, and a black bubble emerged, staying at the tip of the magic wand and shaking gently. He looked at the silver-blue light in the distance, then gently waved his wand. The bubble disappeared with a pop, and emerged again from the center of the silver-blue light, quickly expanding into a huge black bubble with a diameter of 10 meters, instantly swallowing up the silver-blue light like a fountain. The light's extinguishing spell, which was improved through ancient magic, can continue to exist even if he does not continue to cast the spell and maintain a certain connection with him. Vezet entered a huge black bubble, which seemed to absorb all the light inside and then fill it with endless darkness. Even the silver-blue light that was gushing out from the center only left a few flickering spots, very faint. In order to avoid disturbing the silver-blue light, Vezet deliberately lowered her wand and waved it gently, casting a magic lighting spell, Lumos. The light that had just appeared quickly shrank, then shrank into a small ball of light, and then slowly dispersed, flying in the air like a firefly until it completely disappeared. In that case, let's take action. The improved Lights Out spell was very effective. Vezet felt relieved and snapped her fingers lightly. The Devil's Snare immediately stretched out and spread to the ground. The Devil's Snare enhanced his perception, allowing him to see the surrounding situation even in such a dark environment. The improved Lights Out spell also has the function of enhancing perception, making the sharpness of this insight even higher. He stretched out his wand, aimed it at the silver-blue light and pulled it upwards. A statue in armor slowly rose up, and countless venomous snakes emerged from the base. Piles of poisonous snakes crawled out of the base of the statue, and a strong fishy smell filled the air. They seemed to be attracted by Vezet's scent, surging forward like a tide. With the help of the devil's snare, Vezet naturally sensed the presence of countless poisonous snakes around her. Even without the help of the devil's snare, the incessant hissing sound alone was enough to make his eyelids twitch. He immediately activated the devil's snare and crawled forward like a poisonous snake. The creeping devil's snares or the sudden upward thrusts pierce many venomous snakes directly, or they would suddenly gather together, continuously strangling the snake back and forth, crushing it into pieces. The sound of venomous snakes spitting out their tongues, the puff sound of the devil's snare piercing the snake's body, and the crack sound of the snake's body being crushed together form a creepy piece of music. However, there were so many poisonous snakes pouring out of the base of the statue, densely packed in layer upon layer, that it seemed impossible to clean them up. The devil's snare is more advantageous against large creatures, but it is not very effective against such a dense group of venomous snakes. In order for the devil's snare to effectively kill venomous snakes, Vezet needs to maintain a high level of mental concentration. He didn't know how many more tests he would have to face in the future, so it was necessary to conserve his energy. Vezet looked at the night statue in the distance and realized that was the source. If she didn't find a way to destroy the statue, the venomous snakes would probably continue to pour out. He twisted the devil's snare into a cone shape and stabbed it straight at the statue not far away. The moment he made his move, countless poisonous snakes suddenly jumped up and gathered into a shield of flesh and blood, blocking the piercing attack of the devil's snare. The night statue seemed to have intelligence and sensed Vezet's intention, and the speed at which the venomous snake crawled out of the base increased significantly. The area less than 1 meter around Vezet was almost entirely occupied by poisonous snakes. Faced with the increasing number of venomous snakes, the devil's net is obviously not enough. He wrapped the devil's net around his body, forming an impenetrable vine armor, and began to think about how to break the impasse. The dark magic taught by Quirrell was mostly curses against a single target, and was obviously not suitable for attacking distant statues. Long-range attacks will be blocked by the flesh shield, so you need to find a way to get close to the statue and then attack it at close range. After some consideration, he quickly found the right magic, the cutting spell, the deep-seated curse of Zyru. He separated out several devil's nets, condensed them into the shape of a hammer in midair, and then smashed them hard at the night statue. Now, facing this runesnake, I finally have a chance to show my skills. The night statue exploded instantly, emitting an extremely strong silver-blue light. The magic power fell on the ground, and the poisonous snakes that came into contact with the magic power all flew into the air and gathered together to form a long strip of flesh and blood. Vezet really likes this description. It is very simple and clear, and it doesn't take much time to understand that the improved cutting spell is a group attack type of magic. It suddenly lunged forward, opened its bloody mouth and bit Vezet. He had obtained this ancient magic a long time ago, but had never had the opportunity to use it. However, these silver-blue lights did not last long before they were swallowed up by the huge black bubbles, which absorbed the light inside. The pages of the Wizarding Field Guide flipped quickly, and the information about the improved slicing spell appeared on a blank page. The devil's snare that was originally used to protect Vezet suddenly stabbed forward and instantly wrapped around the runespur snake, making it unable to move. Protected by the devil's web, he used the improved cutting spell to advance continuously, quickly cutting his way through the blood and standing in front of the night statue. I just got one group attack spell, but I know quite a bit about single target attack spells. Crosscut. The only thing to note is that the spell of the improved cutting spell has changed. It is no longer the original tear into pieces, but crisscross. This magic is both offensive and functional, and improving it is a very good choice. Vezet whispered a spell, and a thin dark gray light flew out and pierced directly into the eye of one of the snake heads. There should be some kind of magic contained in the silver-blue light. Vezet waved her wand, drawing a swift horizontal line in the air, and then thrust it forward fiercely, with a sharp blade light bursting out from the tip of the wand at a high speed. The more densely the snakes attacked him, the more effective the improved cutting spell became. When the first strike failed, the runespur immediately changed its mind and swam in circles around Vezet like a shark looking for food. Devil's Web status. The second magic was still ancient magic. The runes that had been floating in the air came to Vezet like an arrow. The Wizard's Field Guide gave him enough information on the details of chanting and casting spells, and he only needed to practice twice to cast the spell. The collection of flesh and blood squirmed at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant snake, which turned out to be the runespur that he had met once before. Vezet immediately activated the devil's snare, turning it into a shield to block the attack. Just as the runespur swayed its tail, he suddenly moved, raised his wand sharply, and shouted, "Lawia." Now he still has a lot of ancient magical power stored up, so he simply uses the improved magic and combines it with the cutting spell. Here comes the runespur. The runespur's body paused, then floated into the air, twisting its body and struggling continuously. The blade cut through several poisonous snakes with great force, then suddenly shattered into pieces. The sharp edge of the blade continued to move forward, and it cut through the bodies of several more poisonous snakes. Vezet murmured and closed her eyes, practicing the guardian meditation, trying her best to explore the perception limit of the devil's snare and capture the movement trajectory of the runespur as much as possible. This runesnake looks younger and crawls incredibly fast. Death, disease, torture. Ancient magic, improved cutting spell elementary, guide the ancient magic to cast the cutting spell. Enhance the power of the magic. Penetrate the enemy and continue to attack surrounding targets. In a flash, the runespur had lost its life, but not a drop of green water seeped out of its mouth. It continued to dissipate like a dandelion, and its flesh and blood turned into silver blue light again, gathering in the air. Vezet cast her magic eye, looked at the silver blue light, and called out to it. As expected, these lights were also ancient magical powers. They immediately responded to the call, flew into the wizard's field guide, and merged with one of the pages. That was the first ancient magic that Vezet obtained, and it was also the magic that saved him and Luna. Ancient magic, shield. The original knight statue was completely shattered, and a new statue slowly rose up. The statue depicts an old man holding a heavy book in his hands. He is sitting on a throne with a huge poisonous snake wrapped around it. The moment the statue appeared, the effect of the improved light's extinguishing spell instantly disappeared. The moment Vezet looked at the statue slowly turned its head and looked at him. The statue's gray eyes were surprisingly bright and sparkling with extraordinary wisdom and depth. The statue of the old man seemed to come alive and put down the book in his hand. The granite color of his clothes quickly faded, and the exposed skin turned blood red, while his hair and beard turned a smooth and shiny silver white. The poisonous snake statue seemed to come alive, winding and turning into a long staircase. "It's been a long time since I last saw the magic eye." The old man's tone revealed a calmness. Time had left many wrinkles on his face, and it seemed that every wrinkle was a legendary story. He stood up slowly, his medieval dark green robe falling to the ground, the silver embroidery on the edge of the robe faintly visible, exuding a dignified luster. The old man's silver-white hair fluttered in the wind, flying wildly backwards, revealing a sense of unruliness. "Are you the new guardian? What's your name? It seems like you are new to Hogwarts. Which house?" "Ravenclaw. Her name is Luna Lovegood. I can tell she's a hard-working student who also knows how to apply what she has learned. Not bad." In just a few words, as if the old man was just talking to himself, Vezet felt a chill. There was no doubt that from the moment Vezet and the old man looked at each other, the old man had used legilimency. The previous passage was nothing more than the old man asking a question, and Vezet thinking of the answer in her mind, which was then read out. Vizet's soul maze was a bit successful, and she was able to stop Voldemort for a while, but she didn't expect that the old man would see through it at a glance. Who is this old man? Is this old man a ghost or a soul? You may have heard of my name. The old man's mouth curled up. Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin College. Vezet hummed. Now that the old man was Salazar Slytherin, it seemed less surprising that he could be seen through. There is a lot of information about the history of Hogwarts in the library, including the key magic prop, the Sorting Hat. It is said that the four founders gave the Sorting Hat different abilities, among which Salazar gave the Sorting Hat legilimency, which is also the fundamental reason why the Sorting Hat can sort the houses. The Sorting Hat's legilimency has been able to maintain its power to this day, so Salazar must have mastered this magic to the highest level. Salazar stroked his beard. The construction method of the Soul Labyrinth is indeed interesting, but it is just interesting. But I am standing above the maze. The twists and turns in the maze are naturally ineffective against me. I can check your thoughts and ideas at will. Besides, you are still obsessed with the soul, but you don't know that it is just like the body, just a deeper shell. There is something more important inside the shell. Vizet's eyes lit up. Head of Slytherin, is it appropriate for me to address you as such? I know what you're thinking. As a Ravenclaw, you naturally won't hide your thirst for knowledge. Salazar said in a deep voice. Since you are the new guardian, you will definitely cross the threshold of the soul and gain insight into those more profound secrets. Why rush? As long as you use more ancient magic and collect more ancient magical power, you will understand all of this sooner or later. As for the name, you can call it whatever you want. Vezet touched her nose in embarrassment. In that case, I will address you as head of Slytherin. Actually, I have a question. You keep mentioning the title Guardian, including the Guardian meditation method that I mastered. What kind of existence is the so-called Guardian? Do I need to shoulder some kind of responsibility? Oh, you just became a Guardian and you're already thinking about taking responsibility. Salazar raised his eyebrows. This is not something you need to care about right now. There is only one thing you need to do now: study and strengthen yourself. The so-called responsibility is nothing but illusion. Every action of the Guardian will eventually affect the magic world. Salazar has droopy eyelids and speaks seemingly nonchalantly, yet he naturally exudes a calm and confident demeanor, especially his last sentence, which made Vezet feel indescribable pride. Is it just a matter of learning and strengthening myself? Vezet stretched out her hand and clenched her fist. He suddenly thought of the history of Hogwarts. Could it be that the four founders were all guardians? If this hypothesis is brought into history, it can make sense of what Salazar said: the impact will eventually affect the magical world. It's okay to understand it this way. Salazar stood with his hands behind his back, just like the people who guided us in the beginning. He didn't tell us what responsibilities we needed to shoulder. We just let things flow, fulfilled our dreams, and worked together to build Hogwarts. Vezet looked into Salazar's eyes, and her gray eyes revealed a very complicated light. Perhaps this has something to do with the history of Hogwarts. Salazar had disagreements with the other three founders over teaching philosophy, and then he chose to leave the school. And this disagreement is related to today's pure blood theory. Salazar believes that children from pure wizarding families are more reliable, and those born to muggles may betray Hogwarts because of their blood ties. Until now, I still think this idea is correct. Salazar narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the wizard, Vezet. If a wizard cannot follow through on his beliefs, then he is not worthy of being called a wizard. Perhaps you can call it paranoia, which is very accurate. Faith is the path to the top of magic. If faith wavers, it means the path diverges, and it will take more time to reach the top. Therefore, it is more important to follow through on your beliefs and walk on a path that you believe is right than the so-called objective right. Vezet nodded repeatedly, picked up her notebook, and started writing. What Salazar said is very instructive. Even if Vezet cannot understand or practice it now, she can use it as important material to facilitate in-depth interpretation in the future. However, there is still a question lingering in his mind. Will four like-minded friends really choose to leave decisively because of differences? Those are things of the past, so do they still matter? Asked Salazar, who was proficient in legilimency. Hogwarts still exists, which means I did the right thing. Vezet looked up and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, Headmaster Slytherin, what is your current condition? Want to know what else is inside the soul?" Salazar also smiled. What a cunning little eagle. But you have to figure it out yourself. Vezet nodded. Sorry, I am indeed a little curious. You can pass the first round of tests without any injuries, which is a good result. Salazar murmured in a low voice, in this case. I'll give you a reward. Vizet's eyes lit up, and with a notebook in one hand and a pen in the other, she showed an attitude of humbly asking for advice and thanked him repeatedly. Dean Slytherin, thank you very much. Hogwarts. Salazar whispered, in fact, I haven't heard anyone call me Dean for a long time. It seems that the new guardian is indeed not simple. From you, through the layer of soul, I can feel that you are absolutely different. It seems that anyone who is willing to get close to you and accept you will easily open up to you. You should be very popular in school, right? Vezet shook her head. Maybe I'm lucky. The professors take good care of me and most of my classmates treat me well. Is that so? Salazar coughed lightly, showing the demeanor of a professor. Let me ask you a small question, if I have a box now. He snapped his fingers and a wooden box with an exquisite snake carving appeared with a small lock on it. The lock on this box can only be opened by me. No one else can open it, so. Can you be sure that there is a billywig worm in the box? Billywig? Vezet frowned and thought, head of Slytherin, do you want me to get stuck on this? I just have to figure this out. Of course. Salazar nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. It's convenient to talk to Ravenclaw. You can figure it out as much as you can. If that's the case. Vezet murmured, unless you open the box, I will never believe that there is a billywig worm in this box of yours. Oh, the admiration in Salazar's eyes became more obvious. He waved his hand and the lock opened with a click. He opened the box, took a look, and locked it again. What if I told you that the billywig worm in the box is very beautiful with a jade-like luster all over its body? I still don't believe it. Vezet shook her head firmly. Salazar stroked his beard. What if I told you that this billywig can fly very fast, almost as fast as the golden snidget? Vezet still shook her head. I don't believe it. What if I describe more detailed features such as, this billywig is about a foot long and has a small notch on its left wing? In that case, I still don't believe it. I want to stick to my beliefs. That doesn't count as following through on your beliefs, you cunning little eagle. Salazar said with a smile in his tone, you're just taking advantage of Ravenclaw's tactics. I've seen a lot of that. Tell me, I described the billywig worm so clearly, why do you still refuse to believe it? There is a billywig worm in my box. Vezet said, because you just told me and didn't actually show me, I have to see it with my own eyes. Wait. He felt as if a flash of inspiration had occurred to him, as if he had grasped the key to the problem. Head of Slytherin, am I to understand that each of us has a box with a billywig worm in it? It's like what we call the soul, or what you call something deeper than the soul. It's all unique to us. And it's unique, Vezet spoke with a stutter. He was trying to organize his words and make his words as coherent as possible. The soul cannot be opened. It can only be understood by oneself. The billywig worm you described is just what you saw from inside your own box. He spoke fluently. And the billywig worm I see must be different from what you see, that is to say. No matter how you talk about the soul, I can't really understand it right. After saying this, he felt as if a light had suddenly opened up in his eyes, and he seemed to have vaguely seen the threshold of his soul. To be able to think of this so quickly, it seems that the new guardian is still very promising. Salazar smiled and nodded slightly. Yes, that's the truth. I will never be able to tell you exactly what I am exploring within myself. If I tell you too much, something even worse might happen. You may believe my description and feel that there is something wrong with your understanding, and thus stop believing in the soul you saw, or even deny your own understanding. In this way, you will become extremely mediocre because you can't even trust yourself, let alone follow through on your beliefs. I really benefited a lot. Vezet wrote down the last part and let out a long breath. Headmaster Slytherin, I learned a lot. I really don't know how to thank you. Want to thank me? Salazar took a step and climbed the serpentine staircase step by step. He returned to the throne again, then let's complete the next round of tests. Vezet gripped her wand tightly, looked around and asked, next round of tests, finish it here. Don't be so nervous. Isn't it the end of the school year for you? You should have a good rest. Salazar supported his chin with his hand, opened his mouth and yawned, feeling lazy. The next test is my pet. It is still in Hogwarts, continuing to perform its former duties. You can choose to defeat it, kill it, or tame it. No matter which one you choose, I just want to see the final result. Once you have obtained its body fragments or gained its trust, come back to me through the Mirror of Erist. Vezet asked tentatively, no more information, let me think. Salazar stroked his lips with his slender fingers. You can't ask the professor for help, you have to rely on yourself to find the answer. Vezet raised his eyebrows. He caught a hint of ambiguity from the word self. Think whatever you want. Salazar knew what Vezet was thinking and smiled with an ambiguous smile. It's almost time, you should go back. Vezet took a deep breath and said solemnly, I understand. Then let's go back. Salazar waved his hand and picked up the book in his hand again. The serpentine staircase returned to its original state, surrounding the throne, and became stiff first. In addition, I can tell you the reward after the test, which is the method of controlling the spell. This should be what you need most urgently at the moment. Curse. Vezet heard an extremely unfamiliar word. Snape stood in front of Dumbledore, the warm yellow candlelight flickering randomly, seeming to reflect the worries in the hearts of both of them. Fawkes hovered above the Mirror of Erist for a while, then hovered in front of it. It pecked the mirror twice, then looked at Dumbledore and chirped loudly. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. Fawkes is very concerned about Vezet. He probably saw Vezet coming out of the mirror. Fawkes, come here, you must be tired after taking me to so many places today. He waved and let Fawkes fall on his shoulder. I wonder where Vezet went. Snape's voice was flat, but he rubbed his fingers back and forth. You mentioned to me before that the Dark Lord entered Vizet's mind, so just in case I wanted to verify it. Yes, I do think so. After all, he left a scar on Harry, but he still came back. Dumbledore nodded. It is necessary to verify it again. Snape leaned forward slightly. So, Vizet's disappearance into the headmaster's office, was that intentional on your part, or was it an accident? Dumbledore murmured both. When it comes to matters related to Voldemort, I generally only believe what I see with my own eyes. Seeing is believing. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. If you hadn't insisted on this point of view, I'm afraid no one would have thought that the Dark Lord would actually come back. Yes, after all, magic is so magical and ever-changing. Dumbledore continued, so I hope to witness with my own eyes the moment when Vezet faces the Mirror of Erised. This way, I can see if Voldemort is in his head or if he is in disguise. However, something unexpected happened in the middle. This mirror is more mysterious than I thought. Sure enough, more mysterious. Snape did not turn back to look at the mirror. Besides allowing people to see stupid fantasies, what else can it do? Some magic that is more difficult to explain. Dumbledore stroked Fawkes' feathers. Otherwise, why can it reflect everyone's heart? The two fell silent at the same time. After all, they were both proficient in the art of brain occlumency, but they could still see the beautiful fantasies in their hearts through the Mirror of Erised. Let's get back to the original topic. Dumbledore started talking again. Fawkes is still in contact with Vezet. If Vezet leaves school, it means Voldemort possessed Vezet, but Vezet didn't escape, so he wasn't possessed, right? Snape's tone became even deeper, like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. Dumbledore said, "That's right, Fawkes told me that Vezet is in the mirror. A place I can't go to by magic. I am indeed a little too tired. Eating some candy will make me feel much better." Dumbledore nodded slightly, his voice hoarse and soft. "Yes," Dumbledore nodded. "Severus, you go back first. I will inform you if there is any good or bad news later." J's a spell, an interesting magic seal. Salazar stretched out his fingers and tapped his temple lightly. "If you want to learn, then find my pet." Snape stood up and gathered his robes. "Okay, Vezet." Dumbledore walked quickly forward, looked her up and down, checked her back and forth several times with his wand, and then let out a long breath. However, this time it was a little different. The Mirror of Erised really changed and emitted a silver-blue light. It was because of an accident that his fate changed, and everything seems to be happening again. Before he finished his words, the statue had returned to the color of granite, as if the Slytherin headmaster who taught and preached had never appeared. The world in the mirror. This was not his original intention, but it ultimately led to the worst outcome. Dumbledore sat there from nightfall until late at night, until the dim moon hung high in the sky and the sadness and fatigue on his face became more and more obvious. He blinked rapidly a few times and continued to lead Vezet to her seat. "If anyone asks about what happened here later, except for my name, you can reveal all the other information. Go, you should go back. Okay, we will find him." Dumbledore nodded slightly, his voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Fawkes would occasionally peck at the Mirror of Erised and then hum to Dumbledore. Even though he knew that place might only be accessible by the Guardian, he still couldn't help but worry. "It seems that nothing happened to you. You went to another place through the mirror. What happened?" Vezet noticed Dumbledore's red eyes and asked in a more tactful way, "Principal Dumbledore, are you okay? Are you too tired? How about I come back to bother you tomorrow?" "It's time to go back. I guess Headmaster Dumbledore and the professors must be worried about me." When the door closed and the footsteps gradually faded away, Dumbledore let out a long sigh with obvious fatigue and sadness on his face. The principal's office was filled with warm candlelight, and he realized that he had stayed in the mirror world for so long, and it was the familiar late night again. Fawkes glanced at Snape and nodded in a very human way. "Dro. He kept asking with concern, but accidentally saw the Mirror of Erised head-on. Being able to weaken Fawkes's connection shows that the place Vezet went to is definitely not simple, and it can even be said to be full of dangers. As if he saw something unusual, Dumbledore's body trembled and his expression became extremely sad, with a hint of yearning mixed in with the sadness. Another accident. Vezet placed the notes into the inner pocket of her robe before stepping into the tall mirror and returning to the principal's office. As Salazar finished speaking, magical fluctuations appeared on the wall behind Vezet, and an extremely tall mirror appeared there. A place that even you can't go to. Snape stroked his chin. "Is that good news? Does it mean that Vezet has become someone who is qualified to enter the mirror?" "Okay, I'll do my best." Vezet waved goodbye. "Headmaster Slytherin, goodbye." However, after all the fighting and brainstorming, he didn't feel much tired and even felt energetic. It would not be a problem for him to review his notes a few more times. He looked at the notebook in his hand, and only felt relieved when he saw the handwriting on it, confirming that everything that had just happened was true. He looked up out the window, and it seemed that through the dark sky he had returned to the distant past, to that year he didn't want to mention again, to that Godric Valley. Dumbledore opened a lemon sherbet and put it in his mouth, chewing it slowly. His voice was a little unclear, as if he wanted to chew through the complex emotions contained in it in this way. "Vezet, do you know the name of this mirror?" "The Mirror of Erised," Vezet responded. He had just learned the name of this mirror from Salazar. It seems that a lot of interesting things happened to you on the other side of the mirror. Dumbledore was not surprised at all. Why don't I tell you about the Mirror of Erised first? It's a magic mirror. It doesn't show an image, but it shines into your heart. It reflects your deepest desires. It's very, very wonderful. The deepest desire of my heart. Vezet murmured, recalling the 3 images he saw in the mirror, none of which seemed to be his inner desire. Vezet, you seem confused about this. What did you see in there? I saw chaos and incorruptibility as well as myself reading a book. There were many, many books behind me like an ocean of knowledge, chaos, flawlessness, and reading. It seems that your thirst for knowledge is enough for the Mirror of Eris to reflect it. Vezet pursed her lips, wanting to ask Dumbledore what he saw. However, when he thought of the red eyes and the strange look that was a mixture of sadness and longing, he gave up the idea. Dumbledore coughed lightly and crossed his fingers in front of him. In addition to reflecting one's inner desires, that mirror can also serve as a channel. It's just like I quickly reached that basement through the Mirror of Eris. At the same time, it is also inextricably linked to the Guardian. Vezet looked at Dumbledore with a slightly surprised look in her eyes. Dumbledore smiled slightly and asked calmly, "Oh, it seems. You don't have a particular understanding of your identity as a Guardian." It was only after I entered the mirror world that I realized I was the new Guardian. Vezet nodded in response. Principal Dumbledore, do you understand the meaning of Guardian? Before Salazar Slytherin revealed his identity, Vizet's knowledge of Guardians was limited to the Guardian meditation method. He originally thought that this was simply the name of a meditation method, but he did not expect that the answer was right there on the riddle. There was a sense of being in the dark under the lamp, which made him not think of this. After all, in the Wizard's Field Guide, the most important and common word is ancient magic, not really. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. The term Guardian is hidden in history. I only learned about this title from some historical clues when I was young. Everyone has a youthful time, Vezet. He blinked and there seemed to be a light in his azure eyes. We were full of energy back then. All kinds of wonderful ideas always pop up in my head, and I can always dig out all kinds of hidden anecdotes from strange places. It's really interesting. We were free at the time, and while searching for something, we accidentally discovered a wizard's ruins. There were several armors made of strange magic. Vezet had some idea and asked, Principal Dumbledore, the strange magic you mentioned, is it the ancient magical power? Yes, Dumbledore nodded. The Guardian must have stayed there for a while and left a mark, which is those armors. We studied those armors and gained a lot of magical knowledge that we had never seen before. It was a very beneficial experience and we all made great progress. It's just that we can't master that strange magical power. We can only imitate and recreate it. In fact, I originally hoped that I could use this magic to protect. Dumbledore shuddered suddenly, and endless helplessness and sadness appeared in his eyes but disappeared in an instant. I may indeed be a little tired. Perhaps it is because I always feel relaxed when I am with you. Let us return to the magic itself and show you the original form of this magic. He picked up the wand and waved it gently, constructing 2 suits of armor out of thin air, which were the 2 suits of armor that appeared in the school hospital. However, these 2 suits of armor were even smaller, only reaching Vizet's knees. Dumbledore continued to wave his wand. I extended this magic according to my own understanding, trying to imitate the armor in the ruins as much as possible. 2 armored warriors walked to the 2 ends of the principal's office. One of them took out a spear and charged forward, while the other held a shield in front of him for defense. Boom! The 2 suits of armor perished together in the flames, and the principal's office was shaking slightly, like a small earthquake. Dumbledore asked with a smile, not bad, huh, want to learn? For some reason, Vezet looked at Dumbledore like an older brother showing off to his younger siblings. Of course, he nodded repeatedly. This magic is amazing. I'm afraid it's not just about transformation magic, it also involves various spells. It should be a complex magic, right? Quirrell will be happy for you. This is indeed a composite magic, but it is based on transfiguration magic and is enhanced by spells. Professor Quirrell. Headmaster Dumbledore, why hasn't Professor Quirrell woken up yet? Vezet remembered that the original purpose of coming here was to consult Dumbledore and find out what happened to Quirrell now. How should I explain this to you? Dumbledore stretched out his index finger and tapped the table lightly. This is related to the properties of the Philosopher's Stone. How much do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Vezet replied, the Philosopher's Stone is a product of alchemy that can create a potion of immortality and can also turn stone into gold. That's all I know. It is also the universal medium for alchemy, which is the most important point. Dumbledore added, as long as the Philosopher's Stone is used as a medium, alchemy can be made much simpler. Of course, this is just to give you some little knowledge that you may not need. When I put the Philosopher's Stone into Quirrell's chest, I actually performed an alchemy. Vezet immediately started to associate the two properties with each other. Using the two properties of medium and immortality, because when Voldemort was driven away, he absorbed Professor Quirrell's life force. Yes, that's it. Dumbledore said, according to my original plan, this would be enough to maintain his vitality, and then I could take him to Nicholas Flamel for help. But the accident still happened. As I said, choice is much more important than our ability. After he chose to save you again, his soul was purified. The current situation is that the body that has been corroded by Voldemort for a long time does not match the purified soul. This mismatch is manifested in the form of coma. Vezet nodded slightly, and after thinking for a while, she understood a little. So, Principal Dumbledore, you still want to take Professor Quirrell to find Mr. Nicholas Flamel? Dumbledore nodded and said, yes, Quirrell needs to learn alchemy through understanding the Philosopher's Stone and controlling the Philosopher's Stone. He needs to lead the Philosopher's Stone to purify his body rather than passively accepting its transformation. Such behavior is very dangerous. Vezet quickly asked Principal Dumbledore, what is the difference between the two? Take the example of Buffy's brain stimulant. Dumbledore blinked. This potion, you should be very familiar with it. Vezet smiled. Yes, Madame Pomfrey always reminds me not to use the Buffy brain stimulant. Dumbledore said, this is the best example of passive transformation. If wizards use the Buffy brain refresher for a long time, they will become dependent on it. Or even worse, as time goes on, the effect of the Buffy's brain-stimulating agent will become weaker and weaker. In order to maintain that sense of clarity and sharp thinking, the wizard will increase the dosage until he is completely lost. Vezet swallowed, completely lost. That's right. Dumbledore confirmed, when the effect of the Buffy brain refresher reaches its lowest point, the wizard cannot accept himself returning to the starting point and thus loses all his autonomy. Quirrell's soul has been purified. I don't want him to become dependent on the Philosopher's Stone and go down a path of no return. He wants to be the master of the Philosopher's Stone, not a puppet. Vezet recalled her performance 2 days ago and said firmly, I believe Professor Quirrell can do it. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Of course I believe him too. The two fell silent for a moment. Dumbledore crossed his fingers, his blue eyes twinkling. Vezet rubbed his eyes. He hadn't had a rest since the Quidditch final in the morning. Now that he had finally returned to Hogwarts, he felt a little tired under the warm candlelight. Dumbledore asked suddenly, Vezet, do you want to know what happened between me and Voldemort about what he said in the basement? Vezet nodded and said, Principal Dumbledore, if you don't feel uncomfortable and are willing to speak out, I'm all ears. Aberforth had mentioned some fragments of it at the Hog's Head, and combined with Dumbledore's various abnormalities tonight, he had roughly guessed something. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Vezet felt that the way Dumbledore looked at him implied that he felt guilty of his family. That is the storyteller's experience. Only he himself knows the pain and happiness he has experienced. Vezet nodded, afraid that the so-called trouble should be related to Gellert Grindelwald. Observing that Vizet's expression remained the same, Dumbledore's look relaxed. Perhaps I really can't do anything. Dumbledore gave a bitter smile. I can't be a good professor. Voldemort will always hate me. As he spoke, his tone became heavier and the light in his eyes dimmed, as if he was thinking of more bad things. I met Voldemort and even knew his little tricks. He secretly kept a lot of the stolen toys. I had a lot of worries at the time. I didn't do well either. A vicious incident. When Vezet heard the word orphanage, she recalled her origins in her previous life. I did do a bad job. When he was planning to go to Diagon Alley alone, I did not insist on accompanying him even though he refused. Vezet nodded. There is a respected former guardian in the mirror world. He made me understand one thing. At that time, Grindelwald's followers were becoming more and more powerful, and Dumbledore was probably overwhelmed by this. So he said, it was not done well because he did not focus all his attention on education. Looking at Vizet's calm and clear eyes, Dumbledore coughed softly. Voldemort believes that I created him. Maybe that's true. In short, my first impression of him was very bad. I didn't see any kindness in him. It seemed as if evil had already filled his heart. This is not a good sign. Will you share it with me? Dumbledore turned his head again, just in time to avoid facing the Mirror of Erised. Vezet exhaled lightly and said, Principal Dumbledore, I haven't told you about the mirror world yet, right? Perhaps it was precisely because of my precautions that his nature was nurtured and continued to grow, thus giving rise to the current Voldemort. Vezet frowned and glanced behind her, noticing the tall Mirror of Erised. From a very young age, he was able to control his magical talents and use them to commit some vicious acts in the orphanage. That's why both you and Professor McGonagall let me understand the soul on my own. Because everyone's soul and experience are unique. I warned him burn the cabinet where the toys were hidden and then restored it. Then I forced him to return the toys, otherwise I would not let him go to school. Yes, what about the other children? Dumbledore's brows relaxed a little. That's why he thought I created him. He spoke unhurriedly, his brows knitted together, his eyes extremely serious as he observed Vizet's performance. He used to live in an orphanage. Before I sent him the admission letter, I got to know him a little from the director of the orphanage. The summer vacation of 1937, I remember it clearly. Vezet asked Principal Dumbledore when was that. Dumbledore nodded and said, yes, the children in the orphanage dare not mess with him, because once he is angered, something bad will happen. Because I don't like his cruel, secretive, and domineering nature, and I am always on guard against him. He couldn't be a good brother or a qualified friend. He killed so many people. Aberforth was the one who took on the burden of the family. He was a failure, wasn't he? In his previous life, when he was in an orphanage, he met couples who came to look for their relatives. When they saw their children again, they showed similar looks. He continued, I also warned Voldemort at the time stealing will not be tolerated at Hogwarts. For example, they hanged their companion's rabbit from the beam of the house, or took their companion into a cave, and then their companion became mentally confused and seemed to have encountered something terrible. After hearing just 2 sentences, Vezet could only think of one word, born evil. No matter how eloquent the narrator is, we can never truly understand what the narrator has experienced. Principal Dumbledore, if that's the case. When he finishes his studies at Hogwarts, will he return to the orphanage? What about the other children? Will they still be persecuted by him? Dumbledore nodded slightly, his blue eyes shining brightly. It's very good that you can understand this. Actually, I've thought of another point. I want to give it a try. Vezet said as she took out her wand. Principal Dumbledore, can you provide me with some flour, eggs, milk, and butter? If there is Gordigan, it would be even better. Of course, no problem. Dumbledore knocked on the table, and in just a few breaths, all the necessary materials were placed on the table. I've always wanted to imitate the taste of that bread, and this may be the reason for my failure. Vezet murmured as she looked at the ingredients on the table. After returning from the mirror world, I realized one thing. No one's experience is exactly the same, so there is no way for me to imitate the taste of that piece of bread exactly. What I need to do is to create my own unique flavor and spell based on my own experience. Wingardium Leviosa, flour is flying high in the sky, milk, butter, and eggs are coming. Respond quickly to the call and form a group. With the wave of the magic wand, various materials floated into the air and slowly gathered into a dough. Shaping the dough as you like, rotating it back and forth, cutting it with the Gordigan to extract the essence, the flavor is unique and the heart is at ease. The color of the dough became more and more uniform, twisting and stretching back and forth under the magic. The Gordigan that blends into it shines like an emerald. Vezet had a wonderful feeling. During the spellcasting process, he did not feel strange or obscure at all. He only felt free. Even the spells for guiding magic were uttered easily without any tongue twisters. After the dough was fully formed, he raised his magic wand high in the air, and the dough flew up and down in the air, sometimes like a reckless bludger, sometimes like a clever golden snitch. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled and a smile spread across his face as he watched the dough flying through the air. Principal Dumbledore, can you please help me? Vezet wiped the sweat from her forehead. After being baptized by magic, the dough was swelling little by little. Do you need me to light the fire? Dumbledore's voice suddenly became hoarse and his eyes lost focus as if he was remembering something. Do I have the honor? Vezet smiled brightly. Principal Dumbledore, should I have the honor to ask you for help? After all, you are the first person in the world to help me. I have gained a lot in this school year thanks to all the professors. Without your help, I would not have been able to learn so much magic knowledge. Okay, happy to help. Dumbledore bowed and gave an impeccable salute. Smelling the rich aroma of onions, Vezet heard her stomach growling. He beckoned gently, and a dinner plate appeared on the table. The floating bread also flew over and was cut into several pieces by him. As the surface of the dough becomes more and more crispy, a crunching sound is made, and the rich aroma of onions penetrates the flames and fills the entire room. Vezet nodded and tore the bread roughly, causing a lot of crispy crust to fall onto the table. The beautiful memories of this year also transformed in the flames, turning into purer emotions. Dolly's Devant, what are you talking about? We have no other options. Phineas Black was about to retort when his expression suddenly changed. How could this be possible? He had neither eaten nor drunk water during the journey, and now he was tempted by the smell of bread and immediately felt extremely hungry. In the principal's office, all the principals who were still standing on the wall woke up. I just didn't expect that. I happened to go out and Fox happened to open the door for you. Things are like this sometimes, one coincident after another, but it gets worse and worse. What on earth has happened at Hogwarts? A black-haired, goateed headmaster asked. The headmaster of Hogwarts is actually baking bread. He waved his wand and a beautiful orange-red flame blazed, enveloping the puffed dough. It was my negligence. Dumbledore laughed and shook his head. I wasn't my usual self. I even forgot to give you some candy. We can feel the taste at the soul level. Dilissy Devant said softly, this year's Hogwarts has produced an outstanding student. There is no doubt that the production of magic bread was very successful. Although it was not as good as Aberforth's bread, it had the flavor that Vezet wanted. Eat it quickly, this is your masterpiece. Very skilled living magic, you have learned a lot from Aberforth. Vezet felt as if a blessing had come to him. He was also casting a spell, and the curse came out of his mouth naturally. Curse the evil thoughts to burn into the flames, and the remaining soul will be the purest. Okay, I got it, go ahead and do your work. Daisy Devant nodded casually, as if coaxing a child to take medicine. The dough is like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, constantly stretching, expanding, and transforming in the flames. After fighting for a long time in the mirror world, he asked Salazar Slytherin for a lot of knowledge, and finally returned to the headmaster's office to cast a spell and make bread. There are still a lot of them. You can take your time eating them, don't be in a hurry. Dumbledore said softly, pushing over a cup of tea and a few fizzy bees. The aroma of wheat, onion, and a slight sweetness intertwined together, and he felt the real taste of home from this piece of bread. The onion scent was so strong that even Fox, who normally only ate herbs and berries, flew above the flames, his bright eyes filled with curiosity. They seemed to be able to smell the rich aroma of onions, and they all looked at the two people who were baking bread with curious eyes. He seemed to have figured something out, and his voice became deeper. In fact, the reason I asked you to come here today was to let you use the Mirror of Eris to see if you can trigger the magic on it. A piece of bread floats quietly in the air with a crispy crust on the surface. The amber color makes people's appetite growl at the sight of it. This experience of making magic bread allowed him to slightly touch the threshold of the soul, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. When Vezet finished her last words, Dumbledore dissipated the flames in due time. Phineas Black, please stop talking, said the female principal. Aren't you surprised? Didn't you smell the bread? How can he do the work of a house elf? This school has fallen to this level. Enough, it would be better for our family to continue to. Haha, during the years when I was the principal, I also had an amazing student, Phineas Black said unyieldingly, weaving a food poem with unique style and emotion. Haha. Phineas Black sneered, looked at the bread in the fire again, and seemed to have made a great decision in his heart before disappearing from the picture frame. Dumbledore's tone was strange, as if he was confessing something. Maybe I really can't do anything. I'll ruin everything because of a momentary decision and make everyone suffer and pay for it. He blinked slowly, and the light in his eyes grew dimmer. At that time, the connection between Fox and you became very weak. That place must be very dangerous, right? I must say to you here, I'm sorry. Vezet looked at Dumbledore inexplicably, feeling something was wrong. Principal Dumbledore, are you okay? He suddenly thought of his past life and the deceased director of the welfare home. When the old dean was young, he might have acted on impulse or had conflicts of opinion, and his relationship with his family became increasingly strained. He even ran away from home in anger and never returned. By the time he was middle-aged, the old dean had his own business, but he also experienced the intrigues of the business world. When the old dean wanted to reconcile with his family, he received the sad news that his family members had died one after another, which hit him hard. Later, the old director received a plastic bag full of small change. It was the money he had given to an orphan before. Unexpectedly, the orphan found him again and returned the money. What surprised him most was that the orphan turned out to be his lost great-nephew. Since then, he established an orphanage, took on the role of its director, and gradually shifted his focus to the orphanage. Despite this, in her previous life, Vezet would still see the old dean grieving alone, licking his past wounds, and enduring the torment of never seeing his loved ones again. Dumbledore's state at this moment is very similar to the old dean's distressed state. It is because of past experiences that they feel unspeakable pain, and because of the responsibilities they shoulder, they must endure the suffering in silence. However, it was Dumbledore in this state that made Vezet feel closer to him. Compared to the greatest wizard of our time, who holds a series of titles such as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, And Grand Wizard, Dumbledore at this moment is more real. He has a great side, but also has the torment that he needs to endure alone. It was just that he rarely exposed this torment, not even Aberforth had seen it, but he was lucky enough to see it. Dumbledore murmured, I cared too little for them. Everything that happened now was caused by me. I even repeated the same mistakes until the second bad result appeared. His palms were clenched into fists, and one could vaguely see a shocking blood color stained on his nails. Vezet took a deep breath, making sure she spoke clearly enough before she shouted, Principal Dumbledore, I seem to talk too much. Dumbledore showed a newly awakened look, and helplessness soon appeared on his face. I always feel more relaxed in front of you. Maybe it's because I've received a lot of Christmas gifts over the past decade, but your gift is the only one that I love, a box of colorful candies. I think it's not just me who needs a break, you need to relax too. You've taken on a lot, and I can tell from the few words that Mr. Aberforth has revealed. Dumbledore looked at the empty seat and picked up a piece of warm bread. He glanced at the Dark Knight and said, It's getting late, you must be exhausted. Go back and rest, good night. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief as if he didn't mind at all. That's just like him, always so straightforward. His vision was soon blurred by tears, and 2 lines of clear tears filled the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and slowly flowed down. After an unknown amount of time, Snape suddenly rushed into the headmaster's office. We are all human beings. It is impossible for us to be perfect. If we feel that we have become sinners because of this, we will definitely live in torment and pain every day. I should thank you. After a day of hard work, Vezet couldn't help feeling sleepy and yawned. His gaze did not dodge again, and there was no sadness in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with a kind of tenderness for his family and loved ones. Snape curled his lips. It's his owl. It's exactly like its master. It delivers letters and learns knowledge. After Vezet left, Fawkes dropped to the table and looked at the crispy crumbs, considering whether to take a bite and taste the crumbs. Dumbledore stood up and walked over to the Mirror of Erised. But I am willing to give a tiny bit of support. Just like this piece of bread, just like that night you were the only one who was willing to believe in me. Perhaps Harry will be killed by the killing curse, or Voldemort's plot will succeed with the help of the Obscurus. I really don't want to involve you. Perhaps I was indeed disturbed. Dumbledore's tone was full of self-blame. If Harry didn't have protection, if you weren't the guardian. Principal Dumbledore, I'm going to go back and rest. Good night. Your summary is very accurate. Dumbledore laughed, and here's the good news. Dumbledore had regained his composure and sat back in his chair. He asked in surprise, Are you still waiting on the 8th floor? Yes, you will understand if you try this. Dumbledore pushed the plate forward. Voldemort can't do this. Vezet is not possessed, I can guarantee it with my life. I don't know about Harry's situation, but if it weren't for Harry, he wouldn't have fallen more than 10 years ago, I think. He must hate Harry. Thank you, Vezet. Dumbledore's voice was extremely hoarse, and he seemed to be choking a little. He was not possessed by Voldemort, he just happened to go to a special place and have an unforgettable experience. Snape frowned. An unforgettable experience. About the magic on the mirror, he took a careful bite, chewing with extreme delicacy. After eating a piece of bread, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said in a singing voice, Merry Christmas. Vezet tried to choose her words. Not a lot. Mainly mentioned Credence and then, called you some pretty harsh words. His face was serious. It seems that Vezet is back. He is not possessed by the Dark Lord, right? Dumbledore crossed his fingers, looking slightly nervous. What did he tell you? Vezet shook her head and continued, That's all hypothetical. Harry is lying in the school hospital and I'm still alive and kicking. It seems that he wants to disturb the mentality of the wizard on the other side in this way, Headmaster Dumbledore. This is Voldemort's way of disturbing you, nothing more. Vezet shook her head and said slowly, When I was studying at the Hog's Head, I observed those wizards dueling. Before the duel, they would always provoke each other verbally. It's not that you got us involved, but Voldemort coveted the Obscurus. He asked Professor Quirrell to teach me just to make the Obscurus go berserk. Vezet pushed the plate of bread over to her. Principal Dumbledore, you should try some too. As I said before, I can't really understand what you've been through. Snape picked up a piece of bread suspiciously and sniffed it gently. This is not ordinary bread. It smells a little like soul. Without the medium of potions, the soul can be transmitted. He has actually entered the door in the first year. Yes, isn't it great? Dumbledore said with emotion, and it is extremely pure. It is more of an expression of emotion rather than an influence on the soul itself. This also means that we can experience the true beauty of existence without having to worry about other things. He looked at the Mirror of Erised again, a satisfied smile on his face. He will definitely become a very, very good wizard. Snape nodded, still carefully avoiding the Mirror of Erist. Before leaving the principal's office, he left a message. "It's good that you're not possessed. Yeah, everything is great." In the corridor, Snape picked up the bread in his hand, stared at it for a long time with a frown, and finally took a bite with determination. Although the bread is no longer warm, the crust is still crispy, and the inside is still soft. It is a wonderful enjoyment for both the soul and the taste buds. Immediately, Snape's eyes turned red. He kept rubbing his eyes until his eyeballs were bloodshot and his eye sockets were red. Looking at the bread he had taken a bite of, he murmured, "Indeed. The Dark Lord still can't affect him." As the last party of a school year, the graduation dinner was naturally very lively. Although the students in the auditorium were noisy, whispering to each other and announcing their summer vacation plans. Perhaps the saddest thing are the ghosts. After the students leave school, Hogwarts will become deserted. The ghosts had no one to joke with, and their faces showed a bit of loneliness. For most students, in addition to announcing their summer vacation plans, there is another extremely important thing at the graduation dinner: announcing the winner of the College Cup. Not only the student union cares about the ownership of the College Cup, but the deans of the 4 colleges also care about it. It is a symbol of honor. The curtains and various metal decorations in the auditorium were all changed to blue and bronze, which were the symbolic colors of Ravenclaw. Not only that, there is a huge flag with a vivid eagle pattern hung on the wall behind the teacher's desk. This year, Ravenclaw finally spread its wings like an eagle, and after winning the Quidditch championship, the House Cup hourglass is far ahead. Professor Flitwick was grinning from ear to ear and bought lots of sweets from Honeydukes. Before the dinner officially started, he cast a spell at the sky and placed a lot of candies in the air. As the students take their seats, the candies will fall and float in front of them. He also showed a little favoritism by giving Ravenclaw more candies than other houses. For most students, such an event would naturally make them happy, and they would immediately peel the candies and enjoy them with relish. Only the Slytherin students looked unhappy. After all, they had won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years and the Quidditch Cup for several years. However, they could only stop there, and the new double championship belonged to Ravenclaw. Harry was very depressed after returning from recovery, and Hermione, Ronald, and Neville were also affected by this depressed mood. Because of the previous night outing incident, the 4 of them had Gryffindor deducted 200 points. This made the already limited number of House Cup points even worse, solidifying Gryffindor's bottom position and turning Gryffindor into a Gryffindor. Because of this incident, Harry became the target of public criticism, and people pointed fingers at him wherever he went. It wasn't until the invasion of dark wizards occurred at the end of the semester that the controversy over the deductions was finally over. As Dumbledore walked into the hall, the noise quickly died down and the students looked eagerly at the podium. Vezet felt the same way, but he was mainly concerned about Dumbledore's expression. When he saw that Dumbledore had a ruddy complexion and looked very energetic, he felt relieved. Dumbledore seemed to be on vacation, wearing loose warm orange robes and a loose warm orange hat, which made people think of a warm and flickering fire. As if noticing Vizet's gaze, Dumbledore also looked at him and nodded slightly, as if to indicate that everything was fine. Dumbledore smiled, as excited as the students. "It has been an unforgettable year. I'm glad we can all get together and toast to the banquet together. Before enjoying the delicious food, we still have to pick the fruits of honor and give them to the winner of this year's College Cup. Let me take a look at the current College Cup score. 4th place Gryffindor with 278 points, 3rd place Hufflepuff with 376 points, 2nd place Slytherin with 435 points, 1st place Ravenclaw with 573 points. Ravenclaw suddenly burst into thunderous applause, and Hufflepuff and Gryffindor next door also applauded. After all, it ended Slytherin's dream of winning 7 consecutive championships, so they were naturally very supportive. "Everyone, please allow me to say a few more words." Dumbledore raised his voice with a smile. "I believe you also know something about the invasion of dark wizards. There are several outstanding students among us who, with their extraordinary courage and ability, resolved a crisis at Hogwarts, so I still need to allocate some points." Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, crossed his arms, and leaned against the back of his chair, looking like he was waiting to see what tricks you were going to play. Dumbledore had his back to Snape, so he naturally couldn't see these little movements. He continued loudly, "First, Mr. Ronald Weasley. He showed a spirit of sacrifice and won a very exciting game of wizard chess. For this, I will reward Gryffindor with 50 points. Ms. Hermione Granger. He remained calm in the face of danger and performed a careful logical reasoning. He also won 50 points. Mr. Harry Potter, he dared to face the dangerous dark wizards, showing extraordinary courage and bravery and won 60 points for Gryffindor. Mr. Neville Longbottom, it is a rare courage to stand firm and advise your friend. I reward you with another 10 points. The Gryffindor table was in an uproar. Even though they didn't win the House Cup, they jumped from last to second because of the extra points. They cheered ecstatically, holding Harry's hands, looking even happier than if they had won the House Cup. Harry and his friends were also extremely excited and accepted hugs from their classmates. Finally, Dumbledore looked at Harry with satisfaction, then turned to Vezet, who was applauding, and said in the clearest voice, "Mr. Vezet Lovegood." Dumbledore shouted. When dealing with the Dark Wizard, he showed amazing wisdom and fearless courage, saved a professor's life, and won 100 points for Ravenclaw. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his wand and waved it violently. The eagle flag suddenly flew up and turned into a real eagle in the air. This eagle is so huge that it almost covers the entire ceiling. Its sharp eyes and detailed feathers make it look like a real eagle. Dumbledore displayed his unrivaled transfiguration magic, making the eagle fly around the hall, then exploded and turned into a rain of candies falling from the sky. Vezet stretched out her hand, and a chocolate frog happened to fall into her palm. He looked up quickly, and Dumbledore just happened to wink at him and raise his arm to make a silencing gesture. On the day of leaving school, the test results were finally announced, and Vezet was unsurprisingly ranked first in the grade. Getting an O in other subjects was considered normal, but Snape gave him an O, which became the last big news before leaving school. Except for a very small number of Slytherin students, no other students from other colleges could get the evaluation of excellent from Snape. Of course, the Slytherins wanted to know the reason, but were turned away in the potions office. According to the caretaker Filch, Snape left the castle early in the morning to start his summer vacation. Vezet once again came to the school hospital. He planned to try the purification charm to see if it could help Quirrell. Dumbledore was also in the hospital wing and gave a well-deserved smile. "I knew you would come. I asked Madame Pomfrey and Professor Quirrell hasn't woken up yet." Vezet picked up the wand and said, "So I thought I'd give it a try." Dumbledore nodded. "The magic of the Guardian is always beyond our imagination. That's why I came here to ask Madame Pomfrey to be alone with Quirrell for a while. I'll start now." Vezet waved her wand, drawing a beautiful S-shaped trajectory. "The dust will go away." The wand lit up with a silver-blue light, and a cyclone surrounded Quirrell, bringing out only a thin black gas as thin as a veil. Dumbledore looked at the black gas and said, "It seems that the Philosopher's Stone in Quirrell's body is the main reason for his coma." Quirrell suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. He looked around in a daze and said in a daze, School, hospital, Vezet, why are you here too?" Vezet waved, "Good morning, Professor Quirrell." Vezet looked at the blazing sun outside the window and laughed. "Yes, we'll see you again. She's always so worrying." Professor McGonagall sighed like a worried old mother. "It would be a bad influence for students to see this. What's wrong with me now?" Quirrell struggled to sit up, but his arms were shaking and he couldn't support himself to complete the action. He tried hard to hear what Trelawney was saying, but Trelawney was too drunk and his voice was too slurred. Vezet recalled the past and couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. "Me too. I've actually always been protected by you." He forced himself to cheer up and looked at Vezet. "Vezet, Principal Dumbledore, all of this is thanks to your help. I will always remember it in my heart and will never forget it." Trelawney still reeked of alcohol, burped repeatedly and mumbled something. Right above the classroom, there was a humanoid figure floating, humming an unpleasant tune and drawing on the ceiling with chalk. At the other end of the corridor, a tabby cat appeared. She leaped forward and transformed into Professor McGonagall in midair. "Vezet, she's not getting in your way, is she?" Just like the encounter at the beginning of the school year, Trelawney appeared behind Vezet almost without warning in the blink of an eye. When I walked in, I found that the floor of the classroom was a mess. In addition to chalk heads, scraps of paper, there were also various pieces of lime statues. Before he could finish his words, he closed his eyes and fell on the bed, falling into a baby-like sleep. "Hip, the rising star will eventually reach. Hiccup the ancient. Hiccup the gear, hiccup the destiny, hiccup." After a while, she turned to face Vezet. "Let's find an empty classroom and have another good chat about transfiguration magic." The classroom seemed to be being destroyed by someone with constant clanging and B*****G sounds. "Quirrell, you've been unconscious for several days." Dumbledore said softly, "So we came to check on you." Professor McGonagall waved his wand at the armor in the distance, and the armor walked towards Trelawney step by step, carrying the caterpillar on his shoulders. After leaving the school hospital, Vezet planned to go back to pack her luggage and then go to the platform with her roommates to wait for the train to arrive. The triangles, hiccups, the interweaving makes everything. Hiccups, the strange fog, hiccups. It's getting more and more blurry. Hiccups, blurred. There are no more footsteps in the corridor and the stairs are so boring that they yawn. All jokes and scary plans will have to wait until next school year. In addition, the broken sentences caused by hiccups make the already difficult to understand words even more incomprehensible. Vezet nodded and followed Professor McGonagall through the corridors quickly, soon finding a classroom with the door wide open. To his surprise, when he reached the 8th floor this time, Trelawney popped out again. My playmates, my little friends, have all put on their invisible cloaks, leaving me here, unable to sing a cheerful song to the scrap metal. Dumbledore explained, the Philosopher's Stone, your soul and your body are out of harmony, so you are now in an extremely weak state. Hey, there's no such thing. Quirrell yawned again, his eyelids drooping. I'll come back, then we'll come back. And she just watched as the armor carried Trelawney and disappeared down the corridor. It must be said that this was the first time Vezet had seen a professor like Trelawney. Dumbledore's tone was full of laughter. I didn't do anything. At most, I poked you with a stone. Trelawney was already asleep at this time, wrapped in a colorful blanket looking like a caterpillar. It's incredible. Quirrell's eyes widened, but he yawned loudly. After going around in circles, I can actually become Nicholas Flamel's student. As she spoke, she waved her wand and a blanket appeared out of thin air, wrapping Trelawney around her. This has nothing to do with evil thoughts. It's the purity of Quirrell's soul that makes his body uncomfortable. Dumbledore explained with a smile, but this is a good way to say goodbye. He went into more depth and mentioned something about Nicholas Flamel. It was a being similar to a ghost, but very different Peeves. Compared to the ghost's uniform pearly white, Peeves is much more flamboyant, wearing brightly colored clothes like a clown's suit, a tie, and a round hat. He seemed to be dressed formally, but he was wearing a pair of open-toed slippers. His face was also very funny and somewhat similar to the cat bus in My Neighbor Totoro. When Peeves saw Vezet and the others, he grinned and made a strange noise, saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who's coming here?" It turned out to be our Professor McGonagall. He still refused to let the students go even during the holidays. The little lions will cry. It turned out to be a little eagle. Professor McGonagall shook his head slightly, waved his wand and chanted, "Restored to its original state." She first restored the messy classroom to its original state and then dealt with Peeves. "Please leave here and give me some quiet space." When Peeves heard this, his mouth opened even wider, almost touching his ears, making him look quite evil and terrifying. He put his hands on his waist and swayed back and forth in front of Professor McGonagall, laughing. "Oh, why should I listen to you?" Clank, clank. The sound of chains clashing echoed throughout the empty classroom. A ghost with a thin body and a haggard face appeared, and his tattered robe was covered with silver bloodstains that seemed to be flowing back and forth. He stared at Peeves with wide eyes, shook the shackles on his body vigorously, and roared, "Peeves, so you are here. That's the Bloody Baron, Slytherin's house ghost. Perhaps due to his ferocious appearance and his taciturn nature, most students stay away from him. Oh, Lord Bloody, Mr. Barrow." "Sir," Peeves said in panic, "why are you here?" "Of course I'm here to settle accounts with you." The Bloody Baron continued to shake the shackles, getting closer and closer to Peeves. Peeves seemed even more panicked. After looking left and right, his figure gradually disappeared, leaving only a hat floating in the air. The next moment, Peeves showed a hand, grabbed his hat, and disappeared into the classroom. His voice drifted farther and farther away, "Mr. Bloody. I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore." Peeves is in awe of the Bloody Baron. Professor McGonagall waved his wand and the Bloody Baron disappeared. "You have to catch a train later, so we have to hurry." Vezet asked curiously, "Professor McGonagall, what is the matter?" Everything was under Vizet's control and the chalk floating in the air trembled slightly. About 5 minutes later, a Sika deer appeared in front of the two men. Mandra. When Vezet heard the name, she immediately thought of the descriptions of mandrake in 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Vezet waved her wand again, and the fawn immediately raised its head and sniffed, looking around curiously with its big eyes. "I know you have been studying the theory of transfiguration and transfiguration. I guess you have also tried the more difficult transfiguration magic. Fresh mandrake is not common. In addition to its use in potions, it is also an important material for practicing animagus." He smiled a little embarrassedly. "It's just that I'm still a little unskilled and it took too long. And its behavior itself requires me to distract myself and control it." She bent down and stroked the deer's back, feeling its softness. "Even the fur is imitated very well. This is actually the level of a first grader. When Headmaster Dumbledore asked me for help, I actually had some concerns, but after watching your transfiguration magic demonstration, these concerns no longer exist." Vezet asked eagerly, Professor McGonagall, would you like me to demonstrate this? The red chalk broke into pieces and attached to the white chalk skeleton, just like real bones and flesh. Starting from next school year, I will choose my free time to teach you how to get started with animagus. This will also serve as an additional means of protection for you. Professor McGonagall said, the information related to animagus is kept in the restricted area. It is not easy for ordinary students to see it. The image of a fawn appeared in her mind, and as Vezet performed a transformation spell, the chalk box floated into the air. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened slightly, and he subconsciously adjusted his glasses and pursed his lips tighter. There are a lot of content related to animagus in the library, but these contents are all theoretical knowledge, and there is no specific description of how to master this magic. In the book Theory of Metamorphosis and Deformation, I showed deconstructed pictures of various animals. Now I can use them to my advantage. It's hard to believe. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but sigh. He then thought back to his past and tried to compare it with his first-year career and couldn't help but sigh. However, he had already demonstrated this type of transformation magic before, so he had to think of some other transformation projects. Professor McGonagall, this is a little insight I gained after reading Metamorphism and Deformation Theory. So far, thanks to his understanding of the devil's snare, he is best at transforming vines. Vezet picked up her wand and looked at the box of chalk, thinking about how to perform further transfiguration magic. Of course, Professor McGonagall nodded. The snuff box in the final exam was very interesting, so I want to know how many more surprises you can bring me. All the chalks inside flew up, and the white chalks connected together, gradually forming a simple skeleton. Professor McGonagall smiled slightly. From your expression, I know you are familiar with this herb. After one school year, he also memorized 1,000 miraculous herbs and fungi and no longer needed to search for relevant text descriptions in his mind. You haven't forgotten what I taught you. You always remember not to change the essence of things. That's good. The practical exam on transfiguration magic at the end of the semester will not be difficult for you. Professor McGonagall pulled his wand lightly and a box of chalk flew over. After making up his mind, he exhaled softly and tapped his wand lightly on the chalk box. Great change. Like I told you at the beginning, transfiguration magic is the most complicated and dangerous magic, especially advanced transfiguration magic like animagus, which is prone to accidents. This is an extremely dangerous magical plant that can emit a deadly cry, but it has a wide range of uses. Both its roots and leaves can be added to a crucible to brew potions. Vezet's eyes lit up, animagus. Professor McGonagall heard what Vezet said and came to his senses and added, but at its core, it is still a box of chalk. The most crucial point is that Vezet endowed the deer with agility, which shows that he has indeed touched the soul level. Let's get back to business. She straightened up. Professor Sprout submitted an application to cultivate mandrakes within Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express whistled loudly and clanged into the platform. Vezet and her roommates squeezed into the crowd and struggled to get into the carriage, finding an empty compartment. Without saying a word, the roommates opened their backpacks and took out their homework. Vezet came back to her senses and saw their coordinated movements and expectant eyes. What are you planning to do? Finish your homework while you're still here. Anthony winked at him. The train will be gone for a long time anyway, so we can't waste precious time. I'm on Anthony's side this time. Michael put his arm around Anthony's shoulder. Once you finish your homework, you can have fun during the summer vacation. Agree, me too. Terry and Chris spoke briefly, picked up the heavy history of magic as a book cushion and looked at Vezet eagerly. Okay, but this is too hard for you. Vezet smiled and shook her head, pulling out a piece of parchment and throwing it into the air. Great change. He took out his wand and tapped the parchment, which quickly turned into a desk, just occupying the remaining space in the box. It's so easy to conjure up a table. Anthony clapped his hands at the right time. This is the value of transfiguration magic. The three roommates cheered together, and after the applause, they charged towards the homework. They have only been in school for 1 year, and the summer homework they face is not complicated. It is mainly reviewing the knowledge points learned in previous classes and using this as the basis for writing papers. The so-called essay is a more formal term, and it can also be called a post-class reflection. As long as you arrange the corresponding spell-casting techniques, syllables, and other contents, add your own thoughts, and make a summary at the end, you can reach the required length of the paper. Anthony and his team were able to complete the previous steps independently, but they needed Vezet's help in the sublimation and summary part. Vezet has a lot of things in his head, and by citing some classics, he can give his paper a little more depth. This study atmosphere also spread to the carriage next to them. Several Gryffindors came over, including Harry, Hermione, and Ronald. That's a good idea indeed. Harry's face was a little melancholy. I guess my uncle and the others will lock up my things when I get home. Similar to Vizet's situation, Harry also lives in someone else's home. The difference is that although Vezet has no blood relationship with Luna and the others, she is treated very well. Although Harry was staying with relatives, his life was not very good. Not only did he live in the cupboard under the stairs, he was often given limited food portions as punishment. Now that he has lived in Hogwarts for a whole school year, Harry's originally thin figure has become much stronger, and the difference in figure with his peers is not that big. For some reason, as she listened to Harry's story, Vezet felt her homesickness becoming stronger. To thank Vezet for tutoring, Harry generously paid for lunch and bought a lot of snacks from a passing cart to treat everyone. Michael picked up a bag of Bibi every flavor beans and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say your uncle was not good to you? How do you still have money to buy so many snacks?" Harry took a big bite of the cauldron cake and managed a smile. "This is the pocket money my parents left me. But it's all wizard money, and my uncle and his family can't spend it. Wouldn't it be better to use it to entertain friends?" It is really rare that Harry can still have such a sunny personality in such a depressing environment. Michael also showed his admiration for Harry through his actions. "If you have any homework you don't understand in the future, you can come to me. Even if I can't answer it, there's always Vezet." Hermione coughed lightly and whispered, "I'm still here." In such a relaxed atmosphere, the group finished most of their homework and imagined the carefree summer vacation life to come. As the train whistled again, platform 9 3/4 came into view. Hermione carefully put away her wand. "What a pity, I can't practice magic this summer." This is a notice sent by the school to all students, warning them not to use magic during the holidays. The rules are not that strict. Anthony said calmly, "As long as there are adult wizards around you, you can still practice magic without being warned by the Ministry of Magic." Ronald nodded in agreement. "That's true. Fred and his friends also cast spells at home, but they've never been warned." Vezet understood and said, "If you want to practice magic and don't live in a wizard village, you can also consider going to Diagon Alley." Hermione's eyes lit up. "Oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? But I can't go out." Harry sighed and immediately perked up. "But I cannot tell my uncle and the others that I can't cast spells outside of school. Dudley is lucky." Just then, a familiar hollow voice echoed through the train. "The Hogwarts Express has arrived at the station. Please take your luggage with you to avoid leaving it on the train." Vezet let out a breath, picked up her luggage, and followed the crowded crowd out of the carriage. There was a sudden palpitation in his heart, which made him look up subconsciously. He seemed to see a familiar pair of long, light blonde hair weaving in the surging crowd in the distance. He tried to see carefully whether it was what he thought, but he lost the familiar figure. Terry asked in confusion, "Vezet, aren't you going out? Why do you seem distracted?" Vezet put her hand on her chest. The throbbing was still there. He shook his head gently. "I'll wait here for a while, you guys go out first." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but his heart seemed to beat faster until his eyes were suddenly covered. It felt soft and cool, probably a pair of hands. "Welcome back." Luna's unique ethereal voice rang out, and one could hear the excitement hidden in it. The cold and soft touch disappeared, and Luna suddenly appeared in front of Vezet like a vague elf. Luna had grown a little taller and was wearing an orange dress with star patterns all over it. Her fluffy light golden hair was tied up, revealing the fair skin of her slender neck. Her face was filled with smiles and her bright eyes flickered in the blink of an eye. Vezet also smiled. "I felt like I saw you just now." Luna nodded and said as a matter of course, "I felt the same way, so I hurried over here." The students were eager to return home, and crowds of people quickly flocked to King's Cross Station. A guard was standing at the exit, directing the students to leave in an orderly manner to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Vezet asked, "Should we wait here for a while? That should be okay, right?" Luna nodded. "Of course it's okay. Dad wanted to wait for you outside, but I wanted to come in." It was not until the line to leave the platform was no longer crowded that Vezet picked up her luggage and left with Luna. Vezet and Luna walked along and soon saw Xenophilius waiting outside. Xenophilius is dressed in traditional wizard attire, a green robe embroidered with buffalo horns and a matching pointed hat. A wizard wearing a shirt and skirt next to him was still saying earnestly, "You are too exposed when you are dressed like this. It will increase the difficulty of our work." Vezet was confused. He was not sure whether the bright and eye-catching wizard robes attracted more attention or the strange combination of shirt and slanted skirt was more likely to attract attention. The three of them walked along the way, and Xenophilius's outstanding outfit really attracted a lot of people's attention. However, Xenophilius didn't care at all. He just walked ahead and chattered. Luna and I came here in Arthur's car, but when we went back he had 4 children to pick up, so there was no room for so many people. I've asked Arthur about it. We can actually take the bus to the leaky cauldron and then use the fireplace to go home. Xenophilius looked very experienced. In fact, it was his first time riding a Muggle bus. When he stuffed 2 coppers into the conductor's pocket and was about to get on the bus, Vezet quickly took the coppers away and dragged Xenophilius off the bus. After he was dragged out of the car, he was still a little unconvinced. Arthur is the director of the Office of Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Supplies. He told me all this. It only takes a few copper coins to get on the bus. Why is that person staring at me like that? The main material used to make pennies is copper, which is somewhat similar to copper nuts, so it is normal for wizards to confuse them. Vezet shook her head slightly and explained, Mr. Lovegood, Muggles have their own copper nut called a penny. Didn't I almost break the statute of secrecy? Xenophilius said, a little scared. I don't want to go to Azkaban. That shouldn't happen. Vezet consoled him. The materials of the two are very similar, so it's normal to make a mistake. Should we take the night bus back to the village? That's good. It seems that you have learned a lot in Hogwarts. You are much more reliable now. Xenophilius looked at Luna again. Baby, what do you think? Luna covered her mouth and smiled. Vezet is more familiar with the way back. I think it's better to listen to him. The night bus responded quickly. As soon as Xenophilius raised his wand, the magic bus appeared in front of him. Flue powder is so cheap. I was trying to save some money. Xenophilius paid the fare with a painful expression on his face and muttered. Although the family is now much more financially comfortable, he still retains his frugal habits. There are a lot of passengers tonight and all the beds are occupied. While Xenophilius was paying, Vezet and Luna came to the window seat. Vezet had just put the suitcase away when the night bus suddenly started moving. Luna lost her balance and leaned back, falling directly towards Vezet. Vezet subconsciously held Luna's arm and sat on the suitcase, her whole body stiffening. Luna's long hair flew up and fell onto Vizet's face, which was a little itchy. The nose is filled with the elegant fragrance of plants and trees, as if you are in a garden. Not only was Vizet's body stiff, but Luna's movements were also frozen, and a wave of warmth seemed to flow from the hands that were supporting her arms to her body. The sudden start of the car and the loud noise of it hitting the copper bed frightened the 2 men, and their heartbeats quickened inexplicably. The village of Ottery St. Catchpole is relatively remote, hidden among hills and woods. Luna blinked and said, I'm looking forward to it, Teacher Vezet. He took out his wand and whispered a spell, Lumos. Luna still looked out the window and responded in a whispering voice. Well, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Mr. Lovegood, you should take Luna back first. I'll walk for a while and get some fresh air and I should feel much better, you don't have to worry. Xenophilius patted Vizet's shoulder and said with a smile, You little brat, you are a Ravenclaw like me after all. Vezet and Luna walked side by side, and under the illumination of the light ball, their shadows would sometimes collide and overlap. She grabbed the windowsill with both hands and stared out the window, as if in a trance, and no one knew what she was thinking. After hearing the conversation between the two, Vezet reacted, her tongue a little tangled. It was pretty scary. Just now, are you okay? Vezet nodded. Summer vacation is long. When I get my wand, I can teach you everything I know. Okay, Dad, baby, are you okay? Xenophilius, who was sitting in the middle chair, asked with concern, Why does your face look a little red? Did you fall and get hurt somewhere? I had a snack at noon. Vezet gave a dry reason. Maybe I was doing homework while on the train and didn't take a break. Xenophilius complained painfully. Can't you wait until I'm on my feet before driving? Is there any need to be in such a hurry? The chirping of insects seemed to turn into a concerto, rising and falling in time with their footsteps. The drive was just over 20 minutes, but Vezet felt it was both very long and very short. The sky had fallen completely dark. It was summer now, and the melodious chirping of insects could be heard everywhere, bringing with it a sense of leisure from the countryside. The copper bed made a loud noise when it bumped against each other. Luna tried to catch the flying mosquito with her hands. You have mastered a lot of magic. This is a magic lighting spell, right? And the one just now was transfiguration magic. The cool forest breeze blew in his face, dispelling Vizet's confusion and bringing him back to his senses. This feeling is hard to describe in words. It's like something is colliding together in your brain and then quickly separating, leaving a bizarre and indescribable scene. When I was on summer vacation, I just wanted to finish my homework first, and then during the summer vacation I could do whatever I wanted, right? While helping Vezet hand-draw illustrations, she also learned a lot about the textbook. Boom. "Hm." Luna hummed and the two quickly separated. A bright ball of light appeared and soon many floaters were attracted and circled around the ball of light. "Vezet, are you okay?" Xenophilius asked in confusion. "Why are you staggering? Are you hungry because you didn't eat lunch?" Even after getting off the car, he felt lightheaded and a little groggy, as if he was carsick. Vezet pulled some parchment from her pocket, turned it into a sufficiently sturdy seat, and beckoned Luna and Xenophilius to sit down together. "Okay, then walk slower." He turned to look at Luna and said, "Honey, please help keep an eye on him. I'll go back and heat up the stew." "Passenger, could you please get up?" the conductor groaned. They both fell to the ground, Xenophilius still on top of the conductor. The suitcase slid backwards and hit a brass bed. As soon as Vezet and Luna saw the car-shaped castle, two owls came over and circled over their heads, chirping non-stop. The Christmas gifts from Sprout are growing nicely, with variegated Christmas cactus vines growing lush green and blooming with rose-like flowers. As the two passed by, the vines of the Christmas cactus swayed back and forth, as if welcoming them home. No wonder many wizards like to grow Christmas cactus. They look so lively. Vezet picked up the watering can and sprinkled water around. The color-changing Christmas cactus swayed more happily. Luna's hand passed over the vine and gently touched a bright red flower. It looks beautiful in the spring, too. The flowers are pink and lovely. The mural on the first floor has been updated with a large expanse of grass green occupying the wall. Luna used a fine brush to outline the lawn swaying in the wind, a vast, lush grassland. The scorching sun hung high on the top of the wall, coating the farmhouse on the grassland with a layer of gold. Surrounded by scattered shepherd dogs and lambs, it looked both peaceful and warm. Xenophilius put on an apron and just brought the hot stew to the table. "How are you feeling? If it really doesn't work, I'll bake you some bread." Vezet shook her head. "After the breeze, I feel much better. Now I'm a little hungry." "It's okay as long as you feel hungry. Come and eat," Xenophilius called out. After dinner, Vezet picked up her wand and waved it gently. "Clean it up." The grease on the plates flew up and landed in the trash can nearby, causing Xenophilius' eyelids to twitch. "Are you that skilled? I usually help Professor Snape process medicinal herbs, so I use them quite frequently." "Professor Snape, Severus Snape, you actually helped him process the herbs?" Xenophilius was surprised. He was not an easy person to get along with. "When I was still in school." This seemed like a past event that he couldn't bear to recall, so he abruptly changed the subject. "But he is still very capable, and he has been very capable since his student days." Later, he became the youngest potions master and was even featured in the newspapers. "What happened to you? Were you punished physically? I heard from Arthur that Snape seemed to punish students physically." Vezet shook her head. "It wasn't corporal punishment, it was private lessons once a week. I learned a lot of useful knowledge." "Snape will give private lessons to people." Xenophilius' eyes widened, and bloodshot could even be seen in the corners of his eyes. "You are a Ravenclaw, right?" "I heard from Arthur that Snape is very partial to Slytherin." "You must be a Ravenclaw, right?" "Don't use the sorting thing to deceive me just because Slytherin has a bad reputation. I'm still very open-minded." Vezet nodded seriously. "Yes, maybe it's because I have some talent." "Okay," Xenophilius tried to regain his composure and put on a relieved expression. "That's good. You can help me share some housework in the future." Vezet nodded. "Sweden is quite interesting. Not only are there Swedish short-nosed dragons and trolls, but you can also find botruckles and horcrux." He even solemnly brewed a pot of Gordigan tea, as if he had something important to announce. "I remember Professor Snape said that due to transportation, collection techniques, and time, the efficacy of the ingredient itself would decrease." Luna reminded, "Dad, didn't you ask me to plant the dill in the garden? It's sprouted now." He turned to look at Vezet with a scrutinizing look. "Do you all want to go to Sweden? Now that I have some spare money. And Vezet happens to be on vacation, why don't we go traveling? Where do you want to go?" "It can't be considered as getting something for nothing." He scratched his head and looked at Vezet and said, "When encountering this kind of thing, we still have to settle the accounts clearly." Vezet and Luna looked at each other, and Luna shook her head slightly, indicating that she didn't know the reason. Xenophilius sat upright in the living room filled with the scent of gold root. "Regarding the next travel plan, is there any place you want to go? I'll help you sell the potion and then I'll take a cut of it. The rest is your money. Is that okay?" "Yes, remember that book about fighting trolls?" Xenophilius grinned. "It's selling very well at Flourish and Blots. So we have to go to Sweden to get the best quality horclap juice. I want to collect some there to make the invigorating potion." Unlike before, he did not go back to work and let Vezet and Luna stay. "Okay," Vezet nodded. "You're worthy of being my baby, you're so amazing." Xenophilius sat back in his seat and rubbed his hands. He looked as if he had taken a Philadelphic potion, his face full of excitement and confidence. "So neat." Xenophilius crossed his fingers and held them against his chin. He suddenly stood up and rummaged through the cabinet, muttering, "I remember last time a reader wrote to me someone sent me a small bag of dictamini seeds. Where did they go? Let's go to Sweden." Luna and Vezet said the same thing and they looked at each other again. Now that he had so much time during the summer vacation, he planned to start by brewing potions and officially implement his plan. Xenophilius continued, "Of course. As for the commission, I will just charge according to the normal rate for pharmacies." Hearing Vizet's thoughts, Luna let out a sigh of relief. She didn't want Vezet to think about traveling to Sweden just to accommodate her. Luna didn't say anything, just looked at Vezet. Vezet and Luna looked at each other again, seemingly waiting for the other's choice. "Anyway, you know Snape. If you have any questions about the money, you can just ask him directly. Is that okay? This way, I can save money on buying white fresh basil. If I go to Sweden, maybe I can pick it myself without having to buy it. This is getting something for nothing." Regarding the plan to make money, he has actually always wanted to implement it. Xenophilius noticed the two's little movements. "Just name a place." "The final decision is mine anyway." Of course, there was one most crucial and important reason that he didn't say. Luna said that the scimitar-horned snorkeler could be found in Sweden. "Of course." Vezet nodded. "Thank you for your help. Brewing a stimulating potion." "That's a good plan." Xenophilius rubbed his hands. "Not only can I sell it for money, but I can also keep it for my own use. And you can learn potions from Snape, so that should be reliable, right? Stimulating potion. I remember St. Mungo's always needs it. I can find a way." Vezet and Luna asked in unison, "What are your travel plans for the future?" "However, due to my busy study schedule, the corresponding plan has been put on hold. Extra income, I won't lose money." Xenophilius waved his hand. "Potion masters are hard to find. You are not just an ordinary potion master, you are a potion master who studied under a potion master. After all, as the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler, Xenophilius is quite good at creating hype." But to be on the safe side, he asked Vezet to write a letter to Snape and ask for Snape's opinion. "It's definitely not because I'm afraid of Snape." Xenophilius puffed out his chest and said with full force, "It's just that doing this can avoid any disputes." "I understand." Vezet nodded, trying to keep a straight face. "It can indeed save a lot of trouble." Seeing Luna smiling, Xenophilius coughed and said, "Baby, go pick some white dandelion leaves and let Vezet see how good they are." Vezet was about to follow him, but he stopped her. "The fact that the book is placed in the front row of flourish and blots must have something to do with you, right?" "My reasons." Vezet thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Maybe, Mr. Bagshot takes good care of me." Xenophilius raised his eyebrows. "He seems to want to ask me about your background." "How would I know this? The reason you came to me was all arranged by that old fudge from the Ministry of Magic." When he said this, his tone sounded a little vicious. "Old fudge, Cornley Fudge, isn't fudge just fudge. This guy is very smart. Do you know about the theft at Gringotts last year? Yeah, it's quite famous. That's the trouble that old fudge caused. He would assassinate the goblins secretly, make them into pies, or just drown them. Ah, didn't expect that. That old fudge even has an army of black leopards to guard against Headmaster Dumbledore." "Against Headmaster Dumbledore?" "Yes. He is afraid that Dumbledore will take his place, so he is very evil." "I understand. I'll remember that." "That's right. Old fudge is no simple matter. He even uses the Department of Mysteries to develop poisons. People like us who know his secrets will become his targets." Xenophilius said a lot of things and finally added, "These are all top-secret information. I'm telling you this because I treat you as my own." Vezet asked tentatively, "Is it because Professor Snape taught me how to brew potions?" "So you're not afraid of poisons? You are very talented," Xenophilius said with admiration. From so much information, Vezet felt that only Fudge's guard against Dumbledore was possible and real. Just as his head was buzzing, Luna finally came back. To Vezet, this was like the arrival of the savior. Luna not only brought 2 pieces of tender white plum leaves, but also washed a small plate of plums as aftermeal fruit. Xenophilius picked up a flying boat and praised it. "My baby is as beautiful as an elf." Vezet felt like he was going to click his head off. This was the sentence he most agreed with tonight. "I just did what I could." Luna's face was flushed, and she looked even more delicate and charming than Lee on the airship. Xenophilius was also a man of action. The next day, he got up early and went to the leaky cauldron with Vezet and Luna. In order to regain the dignity he lost last night, he had to challenge himself again by taking the Muggle bus, queuing up at the Ministry of Magic, and applying for a wizard passport. Vezet prepared pennies and pounds in advance, and then waved goodbye to Xenophilius. Vezet pulled out his enrollment checklist from last year and went through the purchases on it. Except for textbooks, everything else can be bought in advance, so it will be much easier the next time you come. This was a task assigned by Xenophilius. He was to take Luna to buy some school supplies and then meet up at the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Bagshot was not in the bookstore, so the two of them did not stay long and officially began their shopping trip. They quickly bought crucibles, crystal potion bottles, telescopes, paper and pens, and other utensils. The two walked into Madame Malkin's robe shop together, and Madame Malkin, dressed in jewels, immediately came to greet them. "Oh, lovely children, I seem to remember you. You came here last year, right? What do you want to buy this year, custom-made or new models?" Facing the extremely enthusiastic Madame Malkin, Vezet said awkwardly, "Just like last year. What a good child. I'll arrange it for you right away." Madame Malkin looked at Luna beside her, took out her wand and waved it, then called over a tape measure and began to measure her body. Even the black academic robe looked exceptionally good on Luna. Madame Malkin also added some clever ideas to the lady's college gown, adding a flowing collar with a bow tied at the neckline. There is also a similar butterfly-shaped waist at the back, outlining the girl's slender waist. Coupled with Luna's quiet smile, there is a sense of spiritual and etherealness. What a pretty girl. Would you like to try some clothes other than your school uniform? Madame Malkin enthusiastically promoted the sale, even approaching Vezet. "Look, the plain school uniforms alone are very nice. How about buying something else?" Vezet looked her up and down carefully and found that Luna's fair cheeks were stained with a lovely blush like cherry blossoms. "It looks great." Vezet nodded solemnly. "Luna, do you want anything else? I bought a lot during the Christmas holidays. It's enough to wear." Luna put the hair that fell on her forehead behind her ears and said, "We'll talk about it next time." Madame Malkin, "Let's talk about it next time. Thank you very much for your hospitality." With the crisp sound of the welcoming bell, the two left the robe shop. Perhaps because it was hot in the summer, Vezet noticed that the blush on Luna's face had not faded yet, so she took her to Florin's ice cream shop. Owner Florin Fusco was making ice cream, waving his wand to hook up a brick of ice. Under the effect of magic, the ice bricks rotate back and forth in the air, scattering ice chips, gathering into a bowl of crystal clear hills, and finally topped with strawberry jam to complete this bowl of strawberry smoothie. After finishing the smoothie, Fusco used his magic wand to hook up a piece of ice cream, making it fly up like an owl and then float down into the bowl. Many girls like to eat sweets. Even if they don't like sweets themselves, they will like the unique shapes, just like the smoothies and owl ice cream in front of you. Seeing Fusco's performance, Luna's eyes sparkled, brighter than the clear smoothie. Fusco put down his wand and asked with a smile, "What would you like?" Luna didn't speak to the shop owner but to Vezet. "I want a smoothie citrus flavor." Vezet turned to look at Luna, noticing the little hidden tangle. He hummed, then said to Fusco, "A small citrus smoothie and a mini owl ice cream, please." "Of course, no problem, please wait a moment." Vezet only ordered a plain-looking ice cream, with a round ball of ice cream sprinkled with nuts, chocolate chips, and raspberries. He recalled what Fusco had done just now. He only slightly changed the appearance of the ice cream, turning it into a stick-figure owl, but it could fly for a short time like a real owl. It looks simple, but in fact it must be the familiarity with the levitation spell and transformation magic that makes it so easy. Thinking of this, he wrote down the speculation process in his notebook, then picked up the magic wand and started to try. It was simply shaped with transfiguration magic without any changes, and then given the ability to fly with the levitation spell. Fortunately, thanks to the moisturizing and preserving spell taught by Snape, Vezet was able to repeatedly practice her speculations through the magical energy field, and then adjust the process of casting the levitation spell bit by bit. Luna picked up a small spoon and started digging from the side, scooping out a spoonful of smoothie covered with jam. As the smoothie melted in her mouth, her brows relaxed as she enjoyed the comfort of the moment. She hummed with satisfaction like a kitten and looked at Vezet with sparkling eyes, watching him shape the ice cream in the bowl and try to make it fly. Looking at Vizet's focused expression, her eyes were filled with smiles. Vezet kept trying and finally achieved the desired effect. Just like Fosco, it can keep the ice cream in its original state, just shaping the shape, and it can fly around. I think I can use this when making magic bread. Although it doesn't have any practical use, it's interesting enough. Of course. Maybe it can be used on magic bread to create a more interesting image, rather than just the shape of bread. He smiled slightly, circled the relevant records in his notes, and ticked them. When he looked up, the two bowls on the table had disappeared, and Luna was looking at him with her chin in her hand. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" He smiled apologetically and finished the ice cream in the bowl in no time. The cold air made his temples ache a little, and when he opened his mouth, he could exhale a puff of misty white fog. "It's a very cute owl, even prettier than the one I just saw." Luna stood up, picked up the napkin, held it to Vizet's lips and gently scraped it. Vizet subconsciously reached out her hand and touched the place she had just scraped. Did the ice cream get on it? You eat too hastily. It's okay to wait a little longer. Luna nodded gently. It's still a long time before the time agreed with Dad. I was supposed to take care of you, but I'm so sorry. Do we still need to distinguish between us? Who has to take care of whom? Vizet smiled and said, well, it's not necessary. The blush on Luna's face faded, but he felt his cheeks getting a little hot now. It seems that the summer is really hot. I guess it should be cooler in Ollivander's wand shop. Fusco looked at the two people's backs as they left and stroked his beard. Youth, it's so beautiful. As Vizet expected, the store was indeed much cooler. In those letters, the long-lasting flow of the letters is the peace and comfort she presents. During the first time I spent with her, I heard all the magical things about the magical world. My sister Luna, when facing the runes, her long hair flew and her eyes showed calmness and determination. Luna took the wand box and carefully picked up the wand. Vice versa, this understanding can also be used to choose a wand for its master. I believe you can pass this little test based on the contents of that notebook. The moment she touched the wand, a ball of golden light illuminated the entire store, one by one. When we first met, she crossed her hands in the sunlight and the sunlight gave her a halo of light. Inside the wand box was a golden wand with a hint of green. The handle had carefully carved spiral patterns as beautiful as a unicorn's horn, scene after scene. Ollivander blinked. Perhaps you don't need to do anything, it's just an indescribable feeling. I believe that as long as he reads the notes carefully, he will be able to complete the little test. Vizet and Luna looked at each other and could see the smile in each other's eyes. Following the call of the welcoming bell, Ollivander smiled and said, a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Time flies, doesn't it? The golden light jumped out of the tip of the wand lightly, and after circling around Luna's body, the golden light returned lightly to the wand, appearing extremely agile. Vizet, this is the wand I recently made. The unicorn hair inside is from your Christmas gift. It is one of my most satisfying works so far. As always, this place is filled with various wand boxes. Vizet's heart skipped a beat. I'm the one who recommends. Vizet asked with concern, Mr. Ollivander, should everything be fine now? Ollivander smiled and explained, a wand made of sycamore wood is suitable for wizards who are brave enough to explore. They are eager to have all kinds of new experiences. I think it is very suitable for you. Ollivander looked the two back and forth, a gentle smile on his face. You were able to choose the right wand in just one try. It seems that Vizet knows you very well. It lingered in Vizet's mind, allowing him to put it together naturally. He turned to look to the side, a new face. Vizet, who is this? If it were me. Vizet murmured, starting from the stick-making notes and recalled all the past events in her mind. Looks like she's old enough to go to school. Ollivander looked Luna up and down without summoning a tape measure. Even if the store doesn't have such a wand, he will find ways to find the materials and make it. A very good choice, I had a similar idea. He exclaimed, went into the darkness at the back of the shop and took out a brand new wand box. Vizet, how about giving you a little test? You recommend a suitable wand for your sister. That magical potion brewed from the morning dew every day. My heartbeat quickened when she blinded me. As Ollivander said, it was an indescribable feeling that made him feel that Luna deserved such a wand. Thinking of this, Vizet spoke slowly, her tone confident and firm, plain tree unicorn tail hair 10.5 inches flexible, extremely difficult to break. Ollivander said, I told you last Christmas that I had fully recovered. Making a wand could help me recover faster, but the healer just didn't believe it. Luna asked with interest, do you need me to do anything? Of course, Ollivander nodded. Wand makers often know their wands best and use this knowledge to choose the right owner for their wands. After purchasing the items on the list, Vizet and Luna went back home and sorted the purchased items. After confirming that everything was correct, he took the night bus to Whitehall Street where the Ministry of Magic was located. This street is extremely special. Not only is it the location of the Ministry of Magic, but it is also surrounded by many government agencies and connects the Houses of Parliament and Downing Street. Vizet and her friends were lucky. All the beds on the bus were vacant, and no accidents like yesterday happened. The night bus sped along the wide streets, passed by tall buildings, weaved through the busy traffic, and finally stopped in a dark alley. Walking out of the alley, there is a narrow street outside. The road surface is bumpy and seems to be due to lack of maintenance. There is a lot of sewage accumulated in it, emitting a faint smell. Seeing this scene, Vizet felt a little disappointed. He had thought that the Ministry of Magic would be more impressive since it was next to the government agencies. Luna said proudly, I thought so too. It would be great if it could be built next to a zoo. Vezet agreed. If it is really built next to the zoo, it will be very interesting if we can visit the zoo after we get our passports. The two looked around the shabby street, followed a graffiti-covered wall, and found a shabby red telephone booth. It looked like an abandoned telephone booth, with several pieces of glass on top broken and even the receiver inside hanging to the ground. A potholed street, a seemingly abandoned telephone booth that had also been vandalized. No matter how you look at it, most people won't walk in here. It's a very clever hiding method. It's really chic. Vezet opened the door of the telephone booth. The dialer was an old-fashioned rotary dialer. He picked up the receiver and began to dial 62442. If you press this string of numbers using the 9-key input method, you will get the word magic. Such a shabby telephone booth, coupled with such a unique way of entry, made Vizet's disappointment dissipate a lot. As the dialer clicked to reset, a cold female voice suddenly sounded. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name, occupation, and business." Luna also squeezed into the phone booth, and Vezet said tentatively, "Vezet Lovegood, Luna Lovegood, professional students applying for wizard passports to travel to other countries. Thank you." The cold female voice responded immediately, "Please take the badge and pin it in a conspicuous place to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thank you for your cooperation." With a long falling sound, 2 silver badges slid out from where the coin slot should have been. There are a few keywords written on the badge. Vezet Lovegood, Luna Lovegood, apply for a wizarding passport. After the cold female voice gave a few more instructions for precautions, the floor of the telephone booth suddenly shook, carrying the 2 people slowly into the ground. It was a rare opportunity to come to the Ministry of Magic, so Vezet used her magic eyes, paced back and forth a few steps, and collected the ancient magic power in the telephone booth. "It feels similar to a Muggle elevator," Luna's voice sounded. Even in the dark, Vezet could feel that Luna opened her clear eyes wide and looked around curiously. The feeling of riding in a telephone booth is indeed very similar to riding in an elevator, and there is even a similar friction noise. About a minute later, a flash of golden light appeared in the phone booth and hit the feet of the 2 men. Then it gradually lengthened and widened, sweeping back and forth over the 2 people, finally stopping at the position of the badge and then suddenly disappeared. The cold female voice appeared again. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. I hope you have a pleasant day." The door of the telephone booth suddenly opened and a vast hall appeared before them. Under your feet are neatly arranged polished black wooden floors, and above your head is a tightly fitted peacock blue ceiling. Countless glittering golden symbols moved around in the ceiling like moving stars. The main hall of the Ministry of Magic was dark in color. Despite being filled with light everywhere, it still gave Vezet a cold and solemn feeling. Luna tilted her head slightly, looked at the ceiling curiously, and said in a light, dreamy voice, "Those patterns are really beautiful, like tumbling nebulae in the night sky." Maybe a star is sleeping, and the dreams it spoke turned into these patterns. The Ministry of Magic captured the dreams. There may be some secrets hidden in them. Vezet listened carefully, thinking of the centaurs in the past. Just like we observe the movement of stars through astronomy and thus get in touch with hidden omens. It could also be an interesting story. It must be a fairy tale, it would be so golden. Vezet walked and talked, collecting ancient magical powers around her. Combining his knowledge of astronomy, he stretched out his hands and gestured at the golden symbols, connecting them into various constellations. Luna listened to Vizet's metaphor, and her eyes seemed to shine brighter than the symbols on the ceiling. The 2 soon came to the center of the hall, where there was a fountain. Floating in the middle of the fountain is a gilded statue of a graceful wizard with his wand raised to the sky. There are 4 statues around, a beautiful-looking witch statue, a centaur statue with its hoof raised, and 2 somewhat similar goblin statues. The expressions and demeanor of the goblin and the centaur statues were the same. They all bowed and looked at the 2 wizard statues with expressions of reverence. Goblins and centaurs wouldn't show such an expression. Luna sighed softly. They are proud creatures. Vezet recalled the centaurs she encountered in the Forbidden Forest and the goblins she encountered in Gringotts and nodded in agreement. "I think." If Bane saw these statues, he would probably run towards them and smash them to pieces. Luna smiled, her laughter was very pleasant. This should be the name of a centaur. Fairy names are usually more interesting. The 2 quickly found a service desk with a sign that said "Security Check Desk" on it. This was the instruction from a cold female voice, asking them to conduct a safety check before officially handling the business. They were greeted by a wizard who was reading a newspaper with his chin in his hand, looking bored. Noticing someone coming, he looked up and glanced over the badge. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic," he said weakly, pulling out a short stick that looked like an antenna and circling the 2 of them. After confirming that everything was correct, he yawned and said, "Check the wand too. The prop for detecting the magic wand is very strange. It looks like a strong signal receiver with several dish-shaped antennas on it. After a vibration, the instrument spit out a piece of parchment. Dragon heartstring, 13 inches, 1 year of use. Unicorn tail hair, 10.5 inches, time of use. Brand new." The wizard rubbed his eyes as if he had just woken up. He looked between the two of them and asked uncertainly, "Just the two of you? The parents are already in line." Vezet shook her head. "Any questions? He's really reassuring." The wizard shrugged and said in a much friendlier tone, "Apply for a wizard passport. Are you planning to travel? Go along that road." He raised his hand and pointed, "Take the golden lattice elevators. The Department of International Magical Cooperation is on the 5th floor." "Thanks." The two of them made their way through the slightly crowded crowd and found an elevator that just happened to arrive. They had just walked into the elevator when people who had discovered the elevator also immediately rushed into it. The originally spacious elevator immediately became crowded as people poured in, and the two of them could only stand together in the corner. Vezet tried to push outwards, trying to give Luna enough space. Despite this, their arms inevitably touched. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. As the elevator stopped, some people rushed out and the space finally became spacious. After the elevator was empty, Vezet moved to Luna's side, took a long breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Huh." Luna let out a light breath and her fair face turned a beautiful cherry blossom pink again. "Maybe it's still too crowded. Are you suffocating?" Vezet whispered with concern. "Next time you should come with Mr. Lovegood. It should be better if he stands in the front." "Ah." Xenophilius, who was still waiting in line, suddenly sneezed. He looked around suspiciously, muttering, "Could it be that old fudge poisoned the Ministry of Magic directly? This is too bad. I have to write down this conspiracy." "No, I'm fine, not crowded at all." Luna shook her head gently. She smelled a faint scent of lavender, which was peaceful and elegant, reminding her of the warm sun and gentle breeze in winter. That involuntary red and hot face is just the proof of enjoying the warmth of the sun. The 5th floor is the Department of International Magical Cooperation, which includes the International Magical Trade Standards Association, the International Magical Law Office, the British branch of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the International Wizarding Tourism Office. Following the introduction by a cold female voice, Vezet and Luna walked out of the elevator. There was a whooshing sound from above, and several paper airplanes flew over their heads and turned towards an open door. The magic of magic is the sudden appearance before your eyes. Even if there is only a small door, there may be a different world inside, just like the destination of this trip, the International Wizarding Tourism Office. Although it was called an office, it was actually a bright hall with paper airplanes hovering on the ceiling and a dozen wizards sitting in a line on soft chairs. Luna waved her hand ahead. She could already see where Xenophilius was. Xenophilius took Luna's hand and looked her up and down. "Nothing's wrong with you, are you? Let me show you my wand." Luna's tone was full of joy. "It's very beautiful, just like a unicorn's horn." Xenophilius praised repeatedly, "Of course, just as beautiful as my baby." "Vezet helped me choose it. You are also in contact with Mr. Ollivander." Vezet nodded. "He took good care of me and shared a lot of his experiences with me." "Experience?" Xenophilius hesitated. "What kind of experience could it be that?" "He plans to train you," Vezet whispered. "It's just that I have such a plan. I said I will consider this matter after I graduate." "Hiss." Xenophilius took a breath and looked at Vezet carefully. "How many surprises do you have?" "That I don't know about." Generally speaking, wizards do not need a wizard passport to travel to other countries. But without a passport, they will not be able to get any assistance when in distress and will be responsible for their own safety. For example, most of the wizards living in Nocturne Alley are dark wizards who have fled to other countries without passports. When they were caught by the Aurors, they would be thrown directly into prison without even being interrogated. All in all, having a wizard passport can be considered an extra layer of protection, and this is what Xenophilius intended. While waiting in line, Vezet took out her notebook and looked up the relevant categories. He had listed a lot of plans, and now that a school year has passed, it's time to check off the completed projects. Transfiguration magic. Vezet murmured softly, running her fingers over the plan regulations above. After one school year, in addition to the studies he was supposed to complete, he also read through the theory of metamorphosis and deformation, from which he gained a lot and was even able to transform into a deer. However, it is still worthwhile to continue to study such profound theories, as they are always new to read. Wait until next year. If I start practicing animagus, I can ask Professor McGonagall to recommend a few more books for me. He ticked off this year's Transfiguration magic plan and wrote down a preliminary plan for next year, to understand animagus as much as possible and eventually be able to master it. Next, he followed the same method and checked the progress of subjects such as potions and charms. After making sure they were all completed, he wrote down his outlook for the next school year. Defense against the dark arts class. Vezet smiled. In addition to basic defense against the dark arts, he even mastered several advanced dark magic techniques. However, these black magics are very lethal and are not suitable for use in formal occasions. We should include the forgetfulness charm in the compulsory magic class next year. Vezet murmured, turned to the first page of the notebook, and wrote this goal in the most eye-catching place. Being able to master the spell of oblivion could save him from a lot of trouble. What he needed was not to delete the memory roughly, but to modify the memory more precisely or to cover it with a new layer of memory. After all, he has the magic eye and the identity of a guardian. When his own power is still weak, it is very important for him to maintain secrecy. If memories are erased too harshly, it will arouse more suspicion and attention. All in all, there are still many hidden secrets in the forgetfulness spell, which are worth further exploration and research. This way, next school year will be very fulfilling. Vezet checked the plans for next school year again. As for transfiguration magic, there is the additional item of animagus to learn. In terms of charms, he needs to delve deeply into the forgetfulness charm so that he can cope with different situations and avoid being suspected by others. As for potions, Snape is a master of potions. Just attending private lessons normally would be enough for him to learn more knowledge. And there's that magical armor magic from Principal Dumbledore. Vezet was also looking forward to this magic. After all, it was related to ancient magic. Maybe after he masters armor magic, he can create different sparks with the Wizard's Field Guide. Xenophilius sat in the middle and glanced in Vizet's direction. Then he thought to himself, this kid, what is he doing? He's actually listing his study plans for the next school year. What's going on? Why do I feel like he has the shadow of Pandora and these names? In addition to Snape giving him private lessons, Headmaster Dumbledore is also preparing. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? He shuddered, looked at Luna seriously and said, baby, don't be too hard on yourself. You should pay attention to the combination of work and rest. No, you should rest more and have fun. Luna tilted her head, looked at Xenophilius' serious expression and nodded, Dad, you should also pay more attention to rest. She leaned forward, looked at Vezet, who was still browsing her notes, and said softly, I'll let him rest well too. I hope so. Looking at Luna's serious expression, Xenophilius sighed in his heart. In fact, Luna is more like Pandora. She has many wonderful ideas in her head and likes to study things on her own. Given Vizet's current enthusiasm for research, maybe the two of them will get together and study some strange and bizarre magical knowledge together. Xenophilius remembered the Pandora of the past, a girl full of curiosity and imagination. In order to be with Pandora, he risked his entire fortune and founded the magazine The Quibbler, which specializes in collecting all kinds of anecdotes to attract Pandora's attention. That should be the happiest time he has ever had. Every day he would come to Pandora, read her all kinds of newly collected stories and make Pandora laugh. Pandora. Thinking of this, Xenophilius' nose suddenly felt sore and he whispered, I missed you. Luna stretched out her hands and clamped Xenophilius' large palms. Dad. There may be some kind of potion here, Xenophilius said hoarsely when he saw Luna's concerned look. I've been here too long, so the potion has taken effect on me. Luna nodded repeatedly. Then let's get our passports done and then we'll leave here and let Vezet make you an antidote. Brewing an antidote, Vezet raised her head, wrinkled her nose and sniffed. It doesn't seem to have any strange smell. If it's urgent, you can try fecal stones first. These stones are taken from goat stomachs and have a strong detoxifying effect. Stones in the goat's stomach. Seeing Vizet's serious expression, Xenophilius froze. Actually, just like you did last night. Getting some fresh air should be fine. Luna said with relief, that's good, don't force yourself. The passport application process is tedious but not complicated. It mainly involves submitting various documents and taking a small amount of truth serum to answer questions under the witness of an Auror. Because of the Auror's witness, the Ministry of Magic staff will only follow the regulations and check the information while asking the person handling it to repeat the content again to ensure the credibility of the information. It is also because of the existence of truth serum that dark wizards who commit crimes will never apply for wizard passports, so as to avoid exposing their crimes and being caught by Aurors. After the series of procedures were completed, Vezet and her team not only received a passport but also a blank card. The passport is stamped with the letter M from the Ministry of Magic. If you feel it carefully, you can find that there is some kind of magic contained in the passport. The blank card is like a small mirror and can actually reflect the image, which does not seem to be as magical as the Mirror of Erised. After the Ministry of Magic staff explained it to her, Vezet finally understood the magic of this card. To the wizard, this blank card can indeed only be used as a mirror. Only when the Muggles get the card can they see that it is a passport that allows them to travel in the Muggle world. The magic involved was interesting, involving at least a very weak bit of legilimency and some kind of apparition magic. The weak legilimency is almost ineffective against wizards, but it is just right for Muggles. It can present a passport that corresponds to the image the Muggle has in mind. Just be careful about how to use it. Before submitting the card, you need to report your name in advance so that the corresponding information will appear on your passport. Through this trip, Xenophilius regained his confidence. He proudly took Luna and Vezet back to the Leaky Cauldron by Muggle bus, and then returned home via the Flu network. After hearing Luna's repeated shouts of "Dad is so awesome," the corners of his mouth remained raised high and never came down. Such a smug expression made Vezet a little worried that the muscles on her face might have frozen. Xenophilius was in a hurry when he went to the Ministry of Magic in the morning, so he didn't make the stew in advance. Vezet took the opportunity to suggest that he make the magic bread. His skills in controlling fire magic are far inferior to Dumbledore's. The crust of the magic bread produced this time was far below his expectations, and the charred surface could leave marks on his hands. The good news is that he incorporated his morning attempts into the dough and successfully baked a stick-drawn version of owl bread. Because the heat was not controlled very well, the color of the back of the owl bread was somewhat similar to the brown feathers of a real owl. Despite this, Luna and Xenophilius were still very supportive. After tearing off the carbonized skin, they took a big bite which touched Vezet a little. But what he didn't expect was that Luna and Xenophilius, who had eaten the bread, both had red eyes. Xenophilius choked with sobs and choked with tears. He stuffed bread into his mouth and muttered incoherently, "Pan ra-eyed you." Luna also had tears in her eyes. When she wiped her cheeks with her fingers, they immediately turned gray and white, like a short-haired cat with tearful eyes. Vezet half-crouched beside Luna and asked at a loss, "Is something wrong? It's delicious." Luna shook her head gently. "I can still feel my mother's care from the bread." "Mom's care?" Vezet frowned slightly and felt relieved. Fortunately, nothing happened as a result of the food. He looked at Luna's little face, the corners of his mouth slightly lowered, and he looked like he couldn't help laughing. Luna recovered, blinked her innocent eyes, and asked softly, "Is there something on my face?" Vezet nodded, took out the blank card, and placed it in front of Luna. Seeing her own little painted face, Luna looked left and right as if enjoying it and even quietly imitated the sound of a cat. "Meow, little cat," Vezet said with a smile. Luna looked at Vezet beside her and suddenly stretched out her finger, gently touching Vizet's face, also leaving 3 marks. "You've become a kitten too." She picked up a blank card and took a picture of Vezet, laughing like wind chimes. Vezet felt like she was melting. She quickly stood up and looked around in confusion, forgetting what she should do. I need to find a towel to wipe Luna's face." He walked into the bathroom, scooped up a few spoonfuls of water and splashed it on his face. It was like a melted candle encountering cold wind and finally solidified into a block. Touching her cheek, Vezet couldn't help but laugh when she saw some black dust on her fingers. He shook his head slightly and murmured, "I'm a wizard, right? I still wanted to use a towel. I know so many magic spells to clean stains." Now that he was already here, he sighed, wet a towel, returned to Luna and carefully helped her wipe off the marks. Luna asked softly, "Is it clean?" "It's clean, there's nothing left." Vezet put down the towel and wanted to take a picture of the blank card to show Luna. Before he showed the blank card, Luna also picked up the towel and helped him wipe off the traces. "It's also very clean, there is no trace left." "Let me use it too," Xenophilius said nasally, snatching the towel and wiping it directly on his face. He cried the hardest, so his face had the most marks and the towel soon became a dusty ball. After cleaning up the crumbs on the towel and table, Vezet calmed down completely and thought about what happened to the bread. It will remind Luna of her mother. It would also make Xenophilius choke up. Perhaps it was because of what happened in the past 2 days that he couldn't help himself and poured too much pure emotion into it, which caused resonance. After summarizing everything, he somehow remembered the bread that was left in the principal's office a few nights ago. I wonder what Principal Dumbledore's reaction was after he ate the bread. Compared to the bread I made today, the bread I made a few days ago was more complete. I'm afraid the pure emotions contained in it are not much weaker, right? Vezet shook her head repeatedly, trying not to think about what it would be like if Dumbledore cried. Having come to this conclusion, if you want to solve the problem, the method is actually very simple. You just need to control your emotions and just think about making the bread delicious. Thinking of this, he restrained his spellcasting emotions and made another piece of magic bread. Perhaps it's because practice makes perfect, the color of this owl bread is better looking than before. At least the case is brown, with no signs of carbonization and no black ash. After eating the bread, Luna and Xenophilius gave positive comments. Although there were still some flaws on the outside, the inside was soft and the texture and taste were good. Based on his experiences in his previous life and the functionality of these ancient magics, he divided these pages into auxiliary magic. There is just one more paragraph of introduction below. This magic has just grown in the mirror world and even the name is different. Ancient magic, shield in an instant. In one school year, the originally blank Wizard's Field Guide was expanded to include many pages. Just when Vezet was about to take a closer look, the magic barrier disappeared like a bubble, as if it had never existed. After several rounds of attempts, he had a deeper understanding of this magic. There is no doubt that this is a magic with more practical significance. Ancient magic, instant shield. No need to guide through gestures, gather ancient power and instantly support the magic barrier which cannot be retained for a long time. Scan through Guardian Meditation, Intermediate Magic Eye, Ancient Magic, Improved, Ancient Magic, Purification Spell and Ancient Magic, Self-Shaping Devil's Web. Vezet compared the context and tried to figure out more. Vezet nodded with satisfaction and continued to sort them. After being categorized in this way, the originally messy pages of the book became much more orderly. Control magic is marked with yellow, attack magic is marked with white, and power magic is marked with purple. It begins with casting the Guardian Meditation, which controls the Obscurus core, causing it to pump out ancient magical power to form a magical barrier. As soon as the thought was conveyed, the pages of the book immediately began to move, and the pages that had just been read had an additional blue mark with the words, Auxiliary Magic. Vezet examined the page carefully. There are two offensive magics, namely Ancient Magic, Improved Cutting Spell Elementary, and Ancient Magic, Throwing Mastery, both of which can directly produce attack effects. After a hard day's work, Vezet returned to her room and checked the Wizard's Field Guide in her mind. The Obscurus core was like a second heart, violently pumping out ancient magical power. He turned to the last page with interest and found that he had missed an ancient magic. Ancient magic, shield. Through meditation and hand gestures, ancient magic power is condensed and spread into a magic barrier. No need to use hand gestures to guide, which means the Guardian Meditation method is still needed. The ancient magical power was like a bubble, spreading outwards suddenly and forming a small magic barrier around the body. For example, Ancient Magic, Levitation Spell and Ancient Magic, Improved Extinguishing Spell Elementary, can make people float or swallow up light and are control magic. The magic barrier is completely transparent, emitting an extremely faint silver-blue light and has no effect on vision at all. He captured the key information, no need for gesture guidance, instant support and short retention. At least from the literal meaning, this magic requires a certain combat awareness and accurate grasp of the timing of the attack in order to play its due role. It can't last long. Is that really the case? He murmured and tried to cast Ancient Magic, Instant Shield again. There is one power magic, Ancient Magic, Improved Summoning Spell, Intermediate Creature Capture. He first classified it as a protective magic, gave it a golden mark, and then tried to cast the spell to see what the specific effect would be. Looking at the somewhat disordered pages, he consulted the Wizard's Field Guide and planned to sort the pages into categories. The duration of Ancient Magic, Instant Shield, is not long. The magic barrier will only exist for about 2 seconds. If you want to use it again, there will be a cooldown of about 2 seconds. This was the first magic he cast after obtaining the Wizard's Field Guide, and the content above remained unchanged. Vezet stood in the center of the room and took the lead in performing the Guardian Meditation. He felt a blessing coming to his heart, which made him subconsciously activate the Obscurus core. The entire operation takes about 2 seconds, which Vezet defines as the precasting shake. The duration is only 2 seconds, plus the 2-second precasting time, which makes the word instant in Ancient Magic, Instant Shield, seem a bit untrue. If this is the only effect it can produce, it won't be very useful in actual combat. It would be better to directly cover the entire body with the Devil's Net, which may give a better protective effect. Vezet went to the windowsill, looked out at the lush grassland, and wondered if there was any possibility of streamlining it. Perhaps using a magic wand as a medium can shorten the casting time. He groaned and pulled his wand out of his pocket, cast the guardian meditation method. A feeling of blessing. Vezet gently raised her wand and a bubble-like magic barrier appeared, wrapping him inside. The casting time was reduced to 1 second, which proved that his guess was correct. The wand can shorten the time that guardian meditation controls Obscurus, thereby reducing the casting time. Not only that, the wand seems to also function as a receiving antenna. He was able to feel the process of meditation controlling the core by holding the wand. Although this feeling is extremely weak, it is better than nothing. As long as I record and summarize more, I believe I can continue to reduce the casting pre-swing of ancient magic, instant shield. Vezet had a feeling that the casting time could be shortened by half. Once he becomes familiar with the control process, maybe he can shorten the casting time of this magic consumed in the wandless state. With this thought in mind, he continued to practice this magic. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic, I hope you have a nice day. As the heroic male voice fell, the Viking warship statue slowly moved away, revealing an exquisitely carved spruce door with a scene of a Viking warship conquering the sea engraved on it. The middle-aged man with a goatee smiled slightly and gently stroked the door with his fingertips. The brave Viking wizards of the past are no longer there. Now they are just a group of cowardly Swedish wizards, aren't they? The fair-skinned man beside him lowered his eyelids, revealing a hint of hatred. Yes, that's right. The goateed man nodded with satisfaction. Then let's get started, Department of Mysteries. I know, the fair-skinned man waved his hand. I want the gun. If there's still time, I'll take the eyeball too. Well, welcome to the Ministry of Magic, please. The man with a goatee opened the wooden door and made a welcoming gesture. Behind the wooden door was a space the size of a telephone booth. A ship's rudder was hung on the wall and a string of words lit up on the rudder handle, Main Hall of the Ministry of Magic Lobby and Reception Desk. Each of them held a handle, and a blue light suddenly appeared in the space, engulfing the two of them. The main hall of the Swedish Ministry of Magic was like a huge cabin, with soft, furry blankets on the floor and various brightly colored tapestries and fabrics decorating the walls. In the center is an ice sculpture of a tall and strong wizard. From time to time, the statue would wave its magic wand to change the ocean environment on the ceiling, sometimes making it rough and sometimes calm. There are many bubbles floating on both sides of the hall, and wizards leave or enter here through the bubbles. They passed through security like normal visitors and came to a small cabin nearby which also contained a rudder. Most of the writing on the steering wheel was bright, with only the Department of Mysteries text dimmed. Visitors can't enter there. The goateed man sighed. It seems that I can only ask you to spend more time. The fair-skinned man questioned, don't you have any staff? The goateed man asked back, our members are all valuable. Besides, the only target is the eyeballs. Why bother to allocate manpower for this? The reason I'm here is just to urge you and to be your guide. Please forgive me for being so blunt. Yeah, the fair-skinned man nodded and exhaled softly, it doesn't matter. His expression seemed unchanged and his tone calm, but he had already clenched his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. The small cabin was already full, and as the rudder turned, everyone began to move inside the Ministry of Magic. The fair-skinned man's body began to tremble, and the trembling became more and more obvious, like epilepsy, and wisps of black air seeped out of his facial features. As the fair-skinned man trembled, the small cabin began to shake violently. The wizards around noticed something was wrong and looked backwards, only to find a huge black fog appeared behind them. The black fog was like a violent and gloomy rain cloud, flashing with wisps of scarlet light. What is that thing? What's going on? Why did the Ministry of Magic let this thing in? It's the Obscurus, it will kill us, hurry up. The goateed man said softly, and then he screamed, I don't want to die yet, I don't want to die yet. As he spoke, he squeezed towards the crowd with a happy smile on his face. The goateed man's disruption made the already chaotic situation even worse. The wizards around screamed in fear and wanted to pick up their wands to fight back, but because their companions were in a panic, there was not enough space to do so. The small cabin was already shaking violently, and now it was like a lone boat on a raging sea, which could collapse at any time. The shrill alarm pierced the silence of the Ministry of Magic. The entire ministry seemed to tremble, and the deafening collision sound echoed between the halls. The black mist on Momorin's body increased greatly, and half of the cabin was turned into powder, with debris flying all over the sky. Countless pieces of brick and stone fell down around it, but they were unable to cause any damage to it and turned into powder. Without stopping, he went straight down, passing through 6 walls, and came to a dark circular room with several doors connecting to other deeper rooms. The Department of Mysteries is a section that almost every country's Ministry of Magic has. This place is responsible for secret research, and most of the research topics are highly confidential. Even among the employees of the Ministry of Magic, few people know the specific details. Momoran turned into a fair-skinned man again. He thought for a moment and closed his eyes. The black mist on his body spread again, but in the next moment it turned into an extremely faint silver-blue light. The light slowly gathered into an arrow-like symbol which slowly rotated and pointed to one of the doors. The fair-skinned man suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of blood on his face and even his eyes were dim. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed painfully twice, turned into Momoran again and rushed to the room indicated by the arrow sign. Swedish Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries. The Unspeakable calmly reported, at 10:34 this morning the Department of Mysteries was attacked. None of the Unspeakables were injured. It is suspected that an Unspeakable broke into the Ministry of Magic. The Swedish Minister of Magic looked around, saw the mess on the ground and asked, "Did we attack the Department of Mysteries? Was anything looted?" The Spear of Gungnir and the Eye of Odin. What are their functions? According to the regulations of the Department of Mysteries, you must sign a magical confidentiality agreement before I can tell you in detail the functions of the 2 magic props. I'll think about it. Any more details to add? I'll need them for the Aurors to do their work. Moro's goal is very clear, and he seems to be guided by something, so we cannot rule out the possibility that he has mastered the power of ancient magic. Hearing the unspoken man say this, the Swedish Minister of Magic frowned. Ancient magical power? What is that? A kind of very ancient magic. I need to sign a magical confidentiality agreement before I can tell you the details. Loki's tongue. Can't it reveal some useful information? Information that doesn't involve the Department of Mysteries. I suggest contacting the English Ministry of Magic and Mysterious Affairs and mentioning the reappearance of ancient magical powers. They will take action. So, this needs to involve other countries. A diplomatic crisis. Was it done by people in England? The silent man shrugged. Without a magical confidentiality agreement, I can only say, perhaps the greatest wizard of the contemporary era would know more. Looking at the unspoken man's receding back, the Swedish Minister of Magic spat. Unspoken man, Riddler. Fortunately, Vezet and her roommates finished their homework on the train, so they can now fully devote themselves to the vacation. In the following week, Snape sent him a reply with just a few simple messages. Whatever, don't embarrass yourself, otherwise don't use it. In addition, he also attached a potion recipe to the letter, which happened to be the recipe for the invigorating potion. There was the same handwriting on it as the message, so I think it was written by Snape himself. The recipe also includes methods for processing the corresponding materials and identifying what kind of invigorating potion can be considered an excellent finished potion. Even if she got Snape's potion formula and couldn't make the invigorating potion properly, Vezet would never add Snape's name to it. After obtaining the wizard's passport, Xenophilius began to arrange the specific itinerary. Since wizards have special passports, there are naturally travel agencies exclusively for wizards. For example, in Diagon Alley, there is a wizard travel agency called Horror Tour. This travel agency is located at 59 Diagon Alley and mainly provides adventure travel programs. The vacation projects involved are exciting and thrilling, and there are tourist attractions to choose from, including the Bermuda Triangle. The travel contracts of the Horror Tour are also meaningless, and they will not be responsible for any injuries or deaths that may occur during the trip. Signing this travel contract is equivalent to signing a life and death agreement. Xenophilius loved Luna very much, so of course he would not choose the horror journey. For this purpose, he reluctantly bought several recent issues of the Daily Prophet, looking for reliable wizard inns in them. The reason why the word reluctantly is used is because Xenophilius does not believe in the Daily Prophet. He believed that the newspaper was a mouthpiece for Cornelius Fudge and would only speak well of Cornelius Fudge and would not report any truth related to him. Therefore, buying a few issues of the Daily Prophet was tantamount to funding Cornelius Fudge in disguise. Over the past few days, Xenophilius was either planning his route at home or going to the Wizarding Hotel to discuss travel expenses, and he took the Muggle bus. He also witnessed the prosperity of the Muggle world and would occasionally praise the magic of Muggles. While Xenophilius was busy choosing a hotel, Vezet took the initiative to take care of Luna. He also made a special trip to Flourish and Blott's bookstore and wrote down a number of books related to home magic. Magic books such as Practical Household Magic, Conjure a Feast, and enchant your cheese were all recorded in his mind. In addition to continuing to practice brain blocking and deepening his research on ancient magic, instant shield, he spent most of his time on household magic. After a few days of study, he had a deeper understanding of home life magic. Especially in the magic related to cooking, fixed spells are basically not used. It is even a bit similar to transformation magic, and it pays more attention to the wizard's autonomous consciousness. Learning this kind of home magic makes Vezet feel like she has traveled back in time. It's like witnessing a wizard with a talent for spellcasting, mastering and using magic bit by bit to cook a sumptuous meal. In these books on household magic, there are few records of spells, which are generally simple words such as rise, fall, rub, cut, etc. It's more about describing a certain feeling and what kind of things you can make the ingredients do. It's very interesting to learn. Once you become proficient in it, you won't even need these simple commands. You can just move as you please and let the ingredients and kitchen utensils start cooking. It is very comfortable and magical. It is precisely because of this that a large number of wizards are extremely poor at household magic and can only manually operate kitchen utensils to complete the cooking process. For example, Xenophilius only masters household magic related to stews, so he always cooks various stews at home. Fortunately, Vezet had a similar learning experience at the Hog's Head Bar, so it was not difficult for her to learn some home magic. Just when Vezet put down "Make a Feast" and was about to call Luna home, the door was pushed open. Luna held an umbrella and a net bag in one hand and a small bucket in the other. The clear water in the bucket rippled and wet her trouser legs. The midday sun shone on her back, casting a golden halo on her, especially her small and delicate ears, which were made somewhat transparent by the sun, like the wings of an elf. "Next time you want a fish, you can call me to join you." Vezet quickly took the bucket and waved her wand. "All the dirt will go away." Water stains and dust gathered into balls and were thrown by Vezet into the garden to irrigate the plants. The Christmas cactus in the garden was watered and swayed its vines happily, with its flowers also trembling. Luna's eyes were bright and she tilted her head slightly and said, "I want to eat fish. Can you make something different? Balloon fish." Vezet glanced at the bucket, smiled and nodded. "If you don't want to eat stew, I'll make fried fish. I just learned how to make it today. Get up, smash it." Vezet waved her wand and the colorful ball fish flew out of the water, struggling and falling heavily into the sink. Luna hummed a little tune and walked up the stairs with the bucket. "Cut it open, peel it." Vezet continues to work her household magic. Although Xenophilius usually only cooked stews, he kept a full range of knives at the ready. There are not only chef knives, bread knives, and paring knives, but also special meat knives, slicing knives, and fish knives. As Vezet performed her household magic, the fish knife beside her flew up, accurately pierced into the fish's belly to squeeze out the internal organs, and then cut off the head, tail, fins, and skin. This is the best he can do at the moment. If he wants to remove the scales and bones more meticulously, he needs more practice. Practice makes perfect. Pickled. Vezet knocked on the salt shaker, and the salt mixed with the fish pieces rolled back and forth in the bowl. The rest was time to prepare the side dishes. After chopping the ingredients with household magic, he walked to the side and lit the stove. The flames are blazing. The hot pan and cold oil keep the flame at a flame level. The marinated fish pieces make crackling sounds and gray smoke rises. Disperse. Vezet groaned, flicking her wand forward. The smoke was pushed by an invisible force and all ran out of the window. Luna came to Vezet and clapped her hands. "Great. Dad would fry fish and it would fall apart, so he likes to stew it." Vezet explained, "Frying slowly in a hot pan with cold oil will not easily break the fish even without magic. Can I learn this first? If you have some understanding of the levitation spell, it will be easier for you to get started with household magic. How about we start with the levitation spell this afternoon?" "Okay, Mr. Vezet. If you can use magic skillfully, cooking will just be a brain-consuming task. Whether it is scrubbing grease or washing dishes, it can be done with magic, which is very convenient." Vezet also cooked a pot of noodles and topped it with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, completing today's lunch. "All the dust and dirt will disappear." He waved his wand, cleaned up the kitchen, and brought the dishes to the table with Luna. The two looked at each other and waited quietly at the table. Before long, green flames appeared in the fireplace. Xenophilius walked out and sniffed sharply. Vezet, did you do this?" "I'm still learning, so I can only cook simple dishes." Vezet nodded. Looking at the plate of golden and fragrant fried fish fillets and 3 servings of steaming tomato and egg noodles on the table, Xenophilius couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although it's simple, this kid only learned it for 3 days. With that in mind, it's no wonder Snape was willing to give private lessons. He let out a long sigh and suddenly missed Pandora again. She also had a very strong learning ability. Lunch was over, and only a little soup was left on the plate on the table. Xenophilius yawned long and slumped down in a chair like a quilt drying in the bushes. His eyes were half open and half closed, and he looked carefree. Vezet, cook less for me next time. Burp, I feel a little full. Burp, okay. Vezet nodded. Just by looking at the picture and imagining what the painting is trying to express, the details presented in this painting should be a scene of a wizard casting magic and wielding a knife to prepare to defend against the enemy. Her fluffy light golden hair fell on her body as if trying to hide the album in her arms. I went fishing in the creek in the morning and then painted in the living room at noon. I guess I was very tired, so it's normal for me to fall asleep now. Did you discuss this? Xenophilius raised his brows. Why did you choose the magic ship? She curled up like a squatting kitten, her body pressed against the back of the chair, half of her cheek pressed against her knees, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly with her breathing. He picked up a pen and made a rough sketch. It was easy to tell that it was a map that included England and Sweden. Vezet said, Luna will be taking the Hogwarts Express when school starts. Another way. He picked up the pen and circled the boat pattern again. We can take the magic ship and dive into the water to Stockholm, Sweden. Xenophilius wrote down a few place names, coughed lightly and said, ahem. I originally wanted to go to Sweden via the portkey, but the prices offered by those hotels are too expensive. How about the two routes? Xenophilius scratched his head. The time is about the same, and the price of the train and boat tickets is about the same. You can choose. Vezet smiled and shook her head, planning to leave the living room more quietly so that Luna could get some more sleep. Vezet was touched by this painting and her eyes widened. Okay. He picked up a pen, circled the locomotive and said, go to King's Cross Station, then enter platform 7.5 and take the train all the way to Stockholm, Sweden. Despite the large portion, Xenophilius still managed to finish all the noodles, which shows that the tomato and egg noodles and fried fish were both successful. Fortunately, he moved very quietly, and Luna was asleep on the table in the living room on the first floor. I'll take care of it myself, don't worry. Mr. Lovegood, what about the garden? Do you plan to hire someone to take care of it? I've troubled a friend, don't worry. Vezet, take all the clothes you need. It might be cold in Sweden at night. I don't need to help you with these, right? Among the various ways of traveling for wizards, the advantage of portkeys is that they can not only quickly reach another location, but also do not require special training and are suitable for almost all wizards. Luna has an excellent talent for painting, probably inherited from her father. After a short nap, Vezet rubbed her eyes, took 2 notebooks and the previous hand-drawn textbook, and slowly walked to the living room. Vezet and Luna reached out at the same time and pointed at the same place, the magic ship. But before he could turn around, Luna purred like a cat, rubbed her eyes and straightened up. With old fudge around, the wizarding world is becoming more and more corrupt. This is a portkey for multiple people, but the inn actually said it's for single occupancy only and it costs 60 galleons per person. Why doesn't it rob Gringotts? Then the album fell to the ground. Forget it, let's not talk about these topics that will ruin the atmosphere. Xenophilius picked up a pen and added a locomotive and a ship. Now there are 2 routes to choose from. Luna smiled and said, I think it's more interesting to take a boat ride. We can see the underwater world. In the white album, there is a straight figure whose profile can be vaguely seen. He waves his magic wand calmly, driving various knives to float into the air. Xenophilius scratched his head again. Wait, I didn't hear you clearly. How come you two started talking at the same time and ended at the same time? Come on, baby, you go first. He cooked a pot of noodles, scooped out some for himself. Luna also scooped out some, and the remaining noodles all went into Xenophilius's stomach. He finally heard clearly, I will go to the Viking house this afternoon, sign the contract with them, and then we can officially set off. Hiccup. Xenophilius stood up slowly, found a piece of parchment and placed it on the table. The destination of the trip has been decided. The painting was not finished yet, but Vezet could tell that the wizard in the picture was him. Although there is only the background, the clothes of the upright figure are exactly what he is wearing. The same is true for the magic wand, a straight, sharp, and cold magic wand like a bayonet. To be honest, this was the first time he saw someone draw himself on paper, and he felt so touched that words were indescribable. Luna took out a rubber band from her pocket, tied her fluffy long hair into a ponytail and said generously, It's not finished yet. There are still flames and colorful ball fish to draw. I will show them to you when the time comes. Vezet felt her throat dry, and after trying to come up with 1,000 words, only one word came out. Yeah. Luna quickly packed up her painting supplies and albums, stood up like a butterfly, and said with a soft smile, "Teacher Vezet, we can start now." Vezet took a deep breath, used her occlumency techniques to calm herself down, and pulled over a chair to sit down. He flipped open his notebook and sketchbook and found the pages where the levitation spell was. The two of them sat side by side, with enough space for two notebooks between them. What surprised Vezet was that Luna had basic knowledge of chanting spells. Both the accent and intonation are very standard, and he even knows how to distinguish between voiced and unvoiced sounds. Vezet couldn't help but sigh, "Have you studied this knowledge on your own before? You are much smarter than me. When I first entered school, I studied for a long time to master this." "No." Hearing his praise, Luna's eyes curved. "It's just that when my mother is with me, she will play games and guess riddles with me. So these are the spell-casting techniques. She never told me these things. Even when I guessed the riddles correctly, she would praise me for being smart." Vezet nodded and said confidently, "In this way, I think you should be able to master the levitation spell in just one afternoon." After making sure Luna had no problem with the accent, he focused on teaching her how to change her mouth shape, as well as the rhythm and intensity of her pronunciation. In addition to delving into ancient magic, occlumency, and household magic, Vezet reviewed her studies from the previous school year in order to fulfill her duties as a teacher. In this way, the process of explaining the levitation spell can naturally be more detailed. He also understood how difficult it was for Flitwick. To be able to handle the class with ease and answer all kinds of strange questions really required an incomparable understanding and familiarity with the levitation spell. It is one thing to be able to understand what you have learned, but it is another thing to be able to express it so that another person can fully understand it. Fortunately, he and Luna were very familiar with each other, and they quickly got into the state, and the questions and answers became smooth. Thanks to the careful review of the concepts, chanting techniques, and gestures of the levitation spell, Vezet fulfilled her promise and helped Luna successfully master the levitation spell in just one afternoon. Luna is good at asking questions. Even though she has mastered the levitation spell, she still asks many interesting questions. Vezet also enjoys doing her best to answer these questions. The object used for the spell was one of the fallen leaves Luna collected from the garden. It's just a matter of changing the object of the transfiguration spell from the owl ice cream to the levitation charm itself. Luna laughed. "It feels like a butterfly, how fun." The fallen leaf suddenly flew up, hit the ceiling directly, and broke into several pieces and fell down. And here in front, Luna pointed at the spell in front. "I suddenly thought, since wing means wings and flying." The notes contain a lot of concepts about wandless casting as well as exercises on how to try silent casting. It seems feasible. After thinking carefully, Vezet nodded in agreement. "Snap." Luna pointed at the spell and asked, "Teacher Vezet, why can't we pronounce Leviosa as Levioso? Will something bad happen?" Compared to black magic, he actually has a good talent in transformation magic. Refer to Flitwick's notes, combine them with the magic of home life, and then integrate the flash of inspiration just now. Grow wings. Luna's voice was like a key, enlightening Vizet's thinking and giving him a flash of inspiration. It might even damage the object of the spell. Like this, Wingardium Levio whoosh. He picked up the wand and chanted the spell in the way Luna said. Professor Flitwick's notes are flying here. He waved his wand quickly and summoned Flitwick's Christmas gift from the room. What if I use transfiguration magic to shape the levitation charm itself, like the owl ice cream? Combined with what Luna just said about the upward airflow, it can even be extended to left and right airflow and downward airflow. As a result, the way the fallen leaves rise has indeed changed. Originally, the fallen leaves were like being dragged by invisible hands, but now they seem to be held up by invisible hands. If you want to achieve this, you may need to let this consciousness penetrate deeply, and you may also need to have a deeper understanding of the act of flying. Does it need to be so complicated? Luna hummed a tune, and her eyes seemed to see different pictures. The fallen leaves float up and down with the airflow, seemingly aimlessly, but in fact, Vezet has always pointed out the direction of the falling leaves. Only then can you create air currents in your mind and make the fallen leaves reach the height you want. He picked up the wand and used Luna's thoughts to cast the levitation spell. What if we just let it grow wings? If this fallen leaf could also grow wings, that would be great. Luna, look. Vezet was a little excited and held Luna's hand. Not through gestures but through imagination, Vezet murmured, "This requires more concentration." Vezet put down the wand in her hand, looked at the fallen leaves on the table intently, and then snapped her fingers. Vezet explained, "Because Leviosa shows a soft, delicate rise, and if you use Levioso, it will be more violent." Compared to the original levitation spell controlled by a wand, the movement produced in this way is undoubtedly smaller and more elegant. Amidst the repeated calls of teacher, Vezet felt a little lost and followed Luna's words and asked softly, "What do you think we should do?" The sound of snapping fingers was heard and the fallen leaves flew up. When combined with artium, it means to fly high. Can we just imagine that the fallen leaf has wings and then make it fly, just like a real butterfly? Luna thought about it. Teacher Vezet, if I want the leaves to fly higher, is there any other way besides raising or lowering the wand? Luna held her chin with both hands. Perhaps. We can imagine that this fallen leaf encountered an updraft. Like someone blew the fallen leaf from below, Vezet switched hands and snapped her fingers, causing another leaf to float up. The two fallen leaves came together parallel to each other and fluttered up and down together according to Vizet's command. I didn't chant any spells. This is not only silent magic, it's wandless magic. Look, my two hands, one is snapping my fingers and the other is. He suddenly realized that he was holding Luna's hand. The warmth of the palm, the coolness of the fingertips, soft and delicate like mutton fat jade. Not only that, but Vezet could smell that familiar scent of grass and trees, elegant, fresh, and with a hint of elusive mystery. The two fallen leaves floating in the air seemed to have lost their sense of proportion, sometimes rushing high up to the ceiling, and sometimes suddenly diving down and passing by the floor, creating a thrilling scene. Silent casting, wandless casting. Luna's tone seemed unchanged, still so light and soft. Her cheeks were still a beautiful cherry blossom pink. It sounds like it should be a very amazing spellcasting skill, right? Vezet felt her face getting hot and she explained with a stammer, it's not bad. Although it can only be used for the levitation spell, this magic is very basic, but it's also a big improvement. He took a deep breath, released his hand, picked up the wand and chanted, "Falling leaves. I also feel that I have made progress." Luna smiled, picked up the wand as well and chanted the spell in the most methodical way, Yuga Dimlevi. Oh, sa. As she waved and shook her wand, Vezet felt the two fallen leaves in her hand being pulled and slowly floating into the air. Just like Vezet once did, the leaves were raised and lowered not by a wand but by air currents. Luna put down her wand, stood up and held out her hand. Two leaves fell into her palm. How is it, Teacher Vezet? It took me a long time to master the levitation spell. Vezet smiled slightly, and I got inspiration from you, Teacher Luna. Well, let's help each other improve in the future, Teacher Vezet. Luna hummed softly with a satisfied smile between her eyebrows. Yuga Dimlevi, oh, sa. She cast the levitation spell again and the fallen leaves fluttered back and forth like happy butterflies. The next morning, Vezet flicked her fingers and walked out of the room with the suitcase floating off the ground. While Luna and Xenophilius were still asleep, Vezet took out her wand and directed the kitchen utensils to prepare breakfast. Not long after, Luna took the wand in her hand and cast the levitation spell, making the suitcase walk down the stairs little by little. Seeing the interested look on Luna's face, Vezet smiled as well but didn't wave to help. This was Luna enjoying the magic process, and he certainly wouldn't disturb such an interesting moment. The days always get bright early in the summer, and there is not a single cloud in the blue sky. It is a sunny and beautiful day. Just as Vezet finished 3 fried eggs and was about to wake up Xenophilius, Thor and Diana outside made a cooing sound. Then there was a knock on the door and the Weasley twins' voices came from the garden. So this is what those seeds will look like when they grow up. I've never seen flowers of this color before. I've never seen it before, it's so magical. It's this color now and it seems that it changes color with the seasons. Mrs. Weasley's voice rang out shouting, George, behave yourself. If you want to play with those Christmas cacti in the house. But Mom, I'm Fred. Yes, I am George. Oh, Mom, I am so sad. You can never tell us apart. Yes, Mom. We have been together for 14 years, but we still can't tell them apart. It hurts so much. The Weasley twins said, frustration in their voices. Mrs. Weasley's tone softened a bit. Okay, George, Fred, it was Mom who made a mistake. I'm sorry. Hey, actually, I am George. You guessed it right, Mom. Ha 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 ha, but we still accept your apology, Mom. There was a sound of high fives. Luna had already walked down and quickly opened the door. Mrs. Weasley, good morning. In an instant, Mrs. Weasley's voice became kind. Luna, good morning. It seems that you are up early too. Is your father up to make breakfast? I see smoke coming from the kitchen. Luna said, Vezet is making breakfast. Come in. The group walked into the living room. Mrs. Weasley saw Vezet beating eggs and couldn't help but sigh. Merlin's beard. If you two were like Vezet, you could save your mother a lot of worry. We can clean out the goblins. We can help you feed the chickens. Not as good as Percy, though. But the results are not low either. The Weasley twins echoed each other, counting on their fingers. All right, Mrs. Weasley couldn't help laughing. I know you're great. If only you had made fewer mistakes while at Hogwarts, how many letters of complaint have I received? Vezet extinguished the flame on the stove, looked at the Weasleys and said, Mrs. Weasley, Fred, George, good morning, would you like some fried eggs? Good boy, I've already cooked the oatmeal. Mrs. Weasley smiled and waved her hand. Xenophilius told us that you were going to travel, so please ask me to help take care of the garden. Vezet quickly said, so Mr. Lovegood is bothering you, thank you so much. Fred and George waved their hands at the same time and said one after the other, it's okay. If you travel to Sweden, remember to bring back some local specialties. Weird and bizarre specialties, the weirder the better, we like them. Okay, don't say such things. Mrs. Weasley glared at the Weasley twins. It's just neighbors helping each other, there's no need to make a fuss about it. Molly, good morning. Xenophilius, with his messy hair, walked downstairs, rubbing his eyes hard, trying to make himself look more energetic. He held a leather notebook in his hand, which looked a bit quaint. Sorry, I was packing last night and then I slept late. He walked straight to Mrs. Weasley and handed her the quaint notebook. Basically just water it every day. If there are any unexpected situations, you can check them directly in the notebook. It's very easy to use. Just bring the note close to the abnormal flower and the solution will appear on the note. Hearing this, Vezet couldn't help but sigh again. Magic is really amazing. A notebook can have such a function. Luna leaned over to him and whispered, my mother wrote that. I was the one who used it until I figured out the flowers in the garden. Everything is ready, and Vezet and her team officially set out on their journey. They used the Flu network to arrive in London via the Leaky Cauldron, and then took a Muggle bus again to the vicinity of Thames Harbor. After a few days of running around, Xenophilius had become very proficient in using the Muggle bus. He could easily throw away pennies for 3 people to ride. The Thames is the mother river of England. The river widens downstream of London, forming an estuary of approximately 29 kilometers, which pours water into the North Sea. As a wide estuary, a port would naturally be built here, which was Vezet and his team's starting point, Thames Harbor. This port is one of the largest ports in the world. Looking around, you can see ships of all sizes, either docked here or sailing to all parts of the world. The Thames River was rippling with silver waves, and the sun shone through the almost disappeared mist, shining on the surface of the Thames River, giving it a layer of golden glow. The silver and gold colors on the river surface complement each other, which is very gorgeous. Even though it was only the morning, Thames Harbor was already busy and bustling. Led by Xenophilius, the 3 of them walked through the crowd until he stretched out his hand and shouted, we're here, and Vezet and Luna looked in the direction of his finger. Similar to the Leaky Cauldron, the magical port here is also hidden in the dock building, and only wizards can see the high-hanging plaque, Port of Thamses. Below the plaque is a tall, quaint wooden door with exquisite carvings and gems inlaid in the recessed areas. As if to attract the wizard's attention, when Vezet and the others focused their eyes on it, the gem emitted a beautiful sea blue light. The door handle is a silver dragon claw with delicate scales and sharp claws, and it seems like it will move at any time. The wooden door stood on a circle of ancient stone steps, and the muggles around would actively avoid it before they touched the stone steps. When the 3 of them climbed up the stone steps, the dragon claw did move, posing as a handshake. Xenophilius grasped the dragon claw and the wooden door opened, revealing a wide stone road inside. The moment Vezet stepped onto the stone road, the wizard's field guide opened and a new foggy map appeared. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity and directly use the magic eye to collect ancient magical powers. They are all lavender, growing so vigorously. The person watering them must have been very careful. Luna bent down and looked at the plants on both sides of the road and praised. The lavender seemed to be responding to her words, swaying gently and joyfully in the breeze, emitting a soothing scent. At the end of the stone road is an open-air dock. There are not many ships docked here, and the number of pedestrians coming and going is not as many as that in the Thames Harbor outside. On the dock stands a majestic fire dragon head, with its eyes wide open, always looking towards the sea level, as if guarding every ship coming in and out. Wherever the fire dragon's head looks, there is a vast expanse of water. There seems to be magic here too. The surface of the water is like a mirror without a single ripple. It only reflects the blue sky, making it as dazzling as a gem. His skin was rough and cracked, and he looked very strong, like a Viking warrior in the movies. Ancient magic, magic potion balance conversion. Master the power of ancient magic. Use the power of ancient magic as a medium to transform the proportion of soul characteristics and magic potion properties. If he cast this magic, does it mean that even without the soul labyrinth, he can make the soul-soothing potion pure? Vezet was now proficient in using the levitation spell, so she followed slowly behind her and helped her pull the suitcase. At the end of the road, there was a small house with no windows around it. It was pitch black and looked even more dilapidated than the leaky cauldron. Someone in the distance was calling them. It was a tall, dark-skinned wizard wearing a woolen robe. This was Luna's first time seeing the sea, and she was very excited. "It's up to you then," the wizard grinned. "Our magic ship will appear shortly. It's a majestic three-masted sailing ship with many carvings. It's easy to recognize." Luna's long, light golden hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and her eyes were full of dreamy light. "In the map in my mind, the fog of this road has completely dissipated. Going a step further, perhaps this magic can be used to transform the characteristics of the soul into the properties of the potion and vice versa. Well, be careful, don't fall into the water. Drink." Xenophilius yawned loudly. The wizard's field guide was flipped quickly, and a new page soon revealed its contents. "You should be the first ones to arrive." The wizard shook hands with Xenophilius. "I just arrived. Come and gather after you show up, bar." Xenophilius shook his head. Forget it, I have 2 children with me." Luna's eyes sparkled as she nodded in agreement. "The ratio of converting soul characteristics to potion properties." Vezet frowned and thought of soul relaxant at the first moment. Vezet glanced behind her, then nodded and said, "It seems that the bottom of the sea must be very comfortable. With so many waves, I must have yawned a lot." Xenophilius was walking at the back, yawning constantly and not looking very energetic, probably because he went to bed late last night. "It took me a while to pack up last night. I'll sit here for a while. When the boat arrives, you can call." "Mr. Lovegood, Mr. Lovegood." He gathered the remaining ancient magical powers and put them into the wizard's field guide. The wizard is a staff member of the Viking house and a guide for this journey. She smiled as she dodged a wave that flew to the shore. "These rolling waves may be the sea monsters nearby yawning, so the foam is coming out." She opened her arms and closed her eyes as if listening to something. "The little sea monsters might not be so quiet, so the big sea monster would pick them up and sing bedtime stories just like the sea breeze now. It should take another half an hour. We'll set off once everyone is here." The wizard nodded. "You can hang out here or go to the bar over there." Vezet smiled and walked over to Xenophilius, who was rubbing his eyes. "Mr. Lovegood, why don't you take a rest here? There's not much more road ahead." He stretched out his hand and pointed to another road at the pier. "If you forget to buy souvenirs on your return trip, you can also buy Swedish vodka there." She was wearing a big sun hat and was jumping all the way, smiling all the time. Xenophilius shrugged. "Since we're awake now, we might as well come earlier." "Right." Vezet smiled and shook her head, slowly walking towards Luna. Before he could finish his words, he just sat on the suitcase, snoring softly as his body rose and fell. It was a pity that Vezet didn't have the relevant materials on hand. Otherwise, he really wanted to open the foldable crucible and try out the effect of this ancient magic. If the soul-soothing potion could be completely free of its shortcomings, and its medicinal properties could be enhanced, the upcoming plan to make money from potions would have an additional project. Using the stimulating potion as a stepping stone and then selling high-end soul-soothing agents, I think there should be a good return. "Vezet, come here," Luna shouted excitedly, holding up the conch in her hand high. "Come and listen. There is the sound of the sea in it." The song-like sea breeze blew toward the shore, almost blowing off her sun hat. She held down her sun hat with one hand and raised the conch high with the other, with the blue sea behind her, looking as smart as an elf messenger in the sea. "Let's make plans after we reach our destination." Vezet exhaled lightly and waved to Luna. "Here I come, my elf messenger." "Are you talking about me?" "Yes, I obeyed the call of the sea elves and came to listen to the sound of the sea." "Then please listen carefully." Time spent playing always passes quickly. Vezet only felt like she had blinked, and then it was time to gather. The calm water in front of the dock began to ripple, and after countless ripples, a mast appeared, followed by 3 huge sails. With the sound of rushing water, an indescribably huge 3-masted sailing ship emerged from the water. The water flowing around it was like a satin robe, adding a bit of mystery to it. It was not until Vezet and the others returned to the dock that the sea water around the ship finally receded, revealing its huge and majestic body. The most eye-catching part of the bow is a huge coat of arms. 2 lion statues stand up majestically and hold the huge coat of arms with their claws like guards. The lion statue is surrounded by countless exquisite carvings, among which images of angels, demons, warriors, etc. can be recognized. They are all portrayed vividly, forming a breathtaking group sculpture. Above the gun port, the lion head statue opened its bloody mouth, as if swallowing the sea breeze, and roared towards the sea. The statues on the hull are bathed in the splendor of gold lacquer, and the sunlight gives them a dazzling luster. The entire ship is as luxurious as a royal palace, which is breathtaking. That emblem, the characters on it are. Vezet squinted her eyes, trying to see the letters on the emblem clearly. V. Hearing Vizet's voice, Xenophilius coughed lightly and closed his mouth, which was open in surprise. He looked at Luna and asked proudly, "How is it? Isn't Dad awesome? It's rare to see such a big ship." Luna clapped her hands. "Of course, Daddy is very, very awesome." A familiar voice came from the side. "Merlin's briefs, this ship is so big, it's just, I don't know how to describe it." A middle-aged man said, "Don't use such interjections, Anthony." An old man laughed and said, "Interjections like this should be very popular in Hogwarts. Don't blame him, you will understand it when you grow up." "In Ilvermorny there is no such exclamation," said an old female voice. The old male voice said, "Yes. Ilvermorny is a good magic school, I have always acknowledged that. It's the best magic school," the old female voice corrected. Xenophilius smiled with satisfaction. "My baby is still the best. You don't need to add, and next time," Xenophilius reminded quietly. He first heard about those things about pureblood families from Anthony. It turned out that Anthony was also from a pureblood family. Just as he was about to say something else, Xenophilius came over and called Luna and Vezet to board the ship. When Vezet heard the conversation, she turned her head to look at the source of the sound and saw her roommate, Anthony Goldstein. With such an identity, Anthony would naturally worry about what he just said being leaked. Anthony whispered to Vezet, "Ahem. Don't tell my great-aunt what I told you. I only know a little bit about the mess between pureblood families." Anthony shrugged, "But you have no foundation at all, but you still got the first place in the grade." "Yes, this is Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, my father." Luna's voice was filled with laughter, but compared to those Slytherin students, Anthony doesn't care about the so-called pureblood theory. The old male voice said seriously, "The best magic school is Hogwarts." Vezet said with emotion, "I really didn't expect that. You have such a family background, no wonder you know so many things." "Vezet, you," Anthony ran to Vezet and noticed Luna beside him. "Is this your sister?" The so-called pureblood theory is basically untenable. I feel it is not as interesting as Gellert Grindelwald's claim. But we didn't sign up for a hotel, we just took a ride on a boat, we didn't expect to meet you. Anthony's parents followed and they exchanged a few words. After all, an Auror whose relative admires the war boss is likely to get beaten. Only then did Vezet realize that Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, was actually a distant relative of Anthony. There are many books about Gellert Grindelwald in the history of magic. Vezet took Luna to the side and Anthony followed. Vezet asked curiously, "You mean wizard supremacy?" Vezet and Luna said softly at the same time, "We won't tell anyone." So in sync. Anthony scratched his head and looked at his parents. "I suddenly want to have another sister." Anthony explained, "My last name is Goldstein. Tina Goldstein is my great-aunt. The competent ones will get the job." Anthony suddenly lowered his voice. Gellert Grindelwald almost succeeded. He waved and called out, "Anthony, Anthony, I'm here." Tina Goldstein is also a legendary Auror. When she was in New York, she worked with Newt Scamander to arrest Gellert Grindelwald. Yes. Vezet nodded, "And this is Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood. It is better to leave the matter of dealing with the parents to Xenophilius." The two old men who were arguing about which is the best magic school in the world were the Scamanders. "I went to visit them during the summer vacation, and they wanted to go on a long trip, so we just went out to play together." He welcomed capable wizards to join the wizarding party and looked down on the weak from pureblood families, so it was once very powerful. "So I like Gellert Grindelwald very much. Even if he didn't succeed, he still influenced wizards in many countries." The wizard supremacism here refers to his firm belief that wizards should rule the world. He believes that wizards are superior to muggles and should take the lead and should not compromise with the statute of secrecy. The guide called everyone to gather. "Hello, passengers. Thank you for choosing Viking Home. Please board our Vasa. This is the largest and most luxurious magic ship in Europe. I guarantee it's second to none. We will dive to the bottom of the sea and go straight to the port of Stockholm. Choose Viking House, choose Vasa. Even if we encounter a sea monster on the bottom of the sea, we will only get a sumptuous dinner." As soon as he finished speaking, the hatch of the Vasa opened wide and several rows of wooden ladders appeared at the same time, pushed down to the dock by magic. After the wooden ladder landed on the ground, a red carpet appeared from the hatch, extending all the way behind the guide. The guide stepped aside and showed the standard invitation etiquette. "Now, please get on board." Everyone walked on the red carpet to board the Vasa, only to find that the inside was also magnificent and filled with countless exquisite statues. These statues were also decorated with large areas of gold paint and bright colors, and they shimmered in the light of the torches. After Vezet knew that the ship was the Vasa and saw the magnificent cabin, she felt that everything was as expected. After deciding to use a magic ship as a means of travel, he also browsed a lot of books about ships and marine life in the Muggle bookstore. The Vasa is a very famous ship. In 17th century Europe, it was the top warship at that time, and its reputation was equivalent to the Titanic in the 20th century. The experiences of the two large ships were surprisingly similar, and the Vasa's performance was even worse. The battleship, which was highly expected by the Swedish Vasa dynasty, lasted only more than 10 minutes on its maiden voyage before it sank due to its high center of gravity. The Vasa remained in the water for more than 300 years until it was salvaged in the middle of the 20th century. P.S. In the 7th episode of Mr. Bean, the Christmas gift given by Mr. Bean's girlfriend is a model of the Vasa. The guide finally boarded the cabin, waved his wand and performed various magic spells to seal the cabin door tightly, and then returned to the back of the team. He heard what Vezet whispered to Luna and laughed. "I never expected that I would meet someone who knows this business. But you are wrong about one thing. After the war, because the commotion was so great, many people in the Muggle government at the time discovered that wizards really existed. So they cooperated with us and let us salvage the ship. And they only wanted a model for exhibition, and the real Vasa was left to us. The huge hull of the Vasa moved slowly, like a hot knife cutting through butter, breaking the tranquility of the sea. Please remember Viking home. We will bring you the most comfortable, enjoyable, and unforgettable trip." Muggles once saw sea snakes basking in the sun. Based on their ferocious appearance, they characterized sea snakes as brutal sea monsters and created many related folk legends. Forget it, you two kids probably don't understand. I didn't expect that I would say these things to kids. Maybe you guys are more pleasing to the eye. Vezet was a little surprised. So, this was salvaged by a wizard. The surrounding sea water rolled and danced around the side of the ship. The Vasa broke through the waves, raising layers of white foam that became denser and denser, spreading out into a wide carpet of waves at the stern. The sea snake that Luna described is a magical animal that can easily grow to 30 meters in length, with a horse's head and a snake's body. "Vezet, look, that's a sea snake." Luna grabbed the corner of Vizet's clothes and shook it gently twice. She raised her head high, trying hard to see the huge creature at the top. "It would be better if there were fewer pureblood families. Every time they ask us for benefits, they ask for too much. Our coffers are almost full. They are so greedy." "There is such a bizarre past. I'm enlightened," Vezet said with emotion, "but is this really okay? Isn't there a confidentiality law?" Vezet and her group walked down the spiral staircase and separated from Anthony and his group. After searching the magnificent corridor, they finally found the corresponding guest room. The house not only has a spacious living room, but also 3 separate bedrooms and an open study. The walls are also golden and hung with torches. Protection is not necessarily a good thing. The guide chuckled. "Look at the number of your pureblood families. They should be the largest and most complete in Europe. Tusk, 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 tusk." Vezet knew that history, nodded and said, "That's because of the protection of Headmaster Dumbledore." As the big ship left the port, it kept diving. You could see the splashing water droplets rolling in the air, refracting the sunlight into colorful colors. "That was in England, where the statute of secrecy was more binding," the guide replied. After all, the whole world was at war at the time, and only the English wizarding world was not affected. This layer of green light at least contained the spell of being immune to water and fire, as if a thin film was coated on the hull to prevent it from being corroded by seawater. Of course, Mr. Dumbledore's greatness needs no further explanation. Without destroying the original order, England has now developed quite well. The magic heritage is also still intact. The guide nodded. After all, they want to bring this ship back to life, but it will cost a fortune. The interior of the Vasa has been completely remodeled and refurbished almost to hotel standards. The green light spread far away, illuminating the rugged and undulating underwater mountains, among which were hidden black rocks like chimneys, constantly spewing out hot liquid. After that, he shook his head and quickly ran to the front to lead the way. "Dear passengers, the next step is free time." Luna's eyes were bright, reflecting the magnificent ocean world outside the window. At the end of the living room is a renovated gunnel window, from which you can see the blue sky and blue sea outside. She stretched out her slender fingers and kept tapping on the window, looking overwhelmed. Luna didn't look scared at all. She showed a smile as warm as the rising sun and waved to the sea snake repeatedly. Although it looks a bit intimidating, It is a docile and magical animal that not only swims in the deep sea, but also jumps out of the water to bask in the sun. The sea snake seemed to have discovered Luna and actually moved its head closer, tilting its head and snorting, creating a series of bubbles. Our restaurant is on the middle floor, and its size is comparable to the Hogwarts Great Hall. Meals are served all day long, and you are welcome to come and taste them. Around the hot liquid, there live groups of tube-shaped worms, which reflect similar dim light under the blue light. Those muggles thought that instead of actually repairing it, they would rather let us make a fake one to get by. They use the funds for something more useful, which is a win-win situation. Vezet stood aside, recalling the knowledge from Muggle books and introducing those unfamiliar marine creatures to her. At the moment when the torch began to emit flames, the ship also emitted a faint green color, like a ghost ship sailing on the seabed. As the Vasa completely submerged itself in the sea, the guest rooms fell into a brief darkness. While Tina was taking a nap, Newt walked to the windowsill and called for a rocking chair. He held his chin and looked out the window, admiring the amazing curves of the sea snake as it rolled and twisted, and couldn't help but smile and sigh. Praise the ocean, this is the greatest magic of nature. No matter how many times I see it, it always amazes me. At this moment, a flash of fire appeared beside him, and as the fire expanded, Dumbledore slowly walked out of it. He was dressed in a dark blue silk robe, the edges of which were decorated with intricate silver runes that gleamed slightly in the firelight. On his head is a matching dark blue pointed hat embellished with patterns of stars and the moon. The flames quickly condensed in the air and transformed into the gorgeous figure of Phoenix Fox. Newt didn't seem very surprised by Dumbledore's arrival. He even reached out his hand and let Fox fall on his arm. The afterglow of the sunset is always stunningly beautiful. Fox should be about to achieve nirvana. I didn't expect this to be hidden from you. Dumbledore tapped his wand and an armchair appeared behind him. Newt crossed his fingers and rocked the rocking chair gently, making a creaking sound. I thought you were going to the Ministry of Magic, so you wouldn't be able to get away for a while. Retirement is a good time, isn't it? Dumbledore looked at the rocking chair and tapped the armchair with his index finger, which also turned into a rocking chair. How enviable. The two rocking chairs creaked continuously. Newt smiled as he listened to the sound of the rocking chair. The Department of Mysteries in England is looking for you. Are they planning to send you to Sweden, Stockholm? Dumbledore nodded. What a coincidence, it's the same place. The two had met a few days ago and had planned to talk about Momorin. Just as they started talking, an owl arrived and interrupted their conversation. It was a letter from the Department of Mysteries, asking Dumbledore to go to the Department of Mysteries to assist in inquiries on some related matters. The content is difficult to understand, but that is the usual style of the Department of Mysteries. They don't explain things very clearly and like to use vague words. What happened? Newt asked in confusion. The reason I came here was to accept the invitation of the Swedish Ministry of Magic to track down the recently appeared Obscurus. Dumbledore asked, do you think that is your missing Obscurus? You should answer my question first. Newt closed his eyes and pursed his lips, looking unyielding. It was a skill he had mastered after years of dealing with Dumbledore. Dumbledore is always eloquent, and once he shows any interest, he will be easily tricked by Dumbledore. He was able to draw such a lesson conclusion only because he had too many similar experiences in the past. Dumbledore sighed, put his 10 slender fingers together and said briskly, that's a pity. Actually, I really want to say something. Unfortunately, I have signed a magical confidentiality agreement with the Department of Mysteries, so I can't reveal the specific content. You are so happy that you can keep a secret without any burden. Newt smiled and shook his head. In recent years, you have rarely stepped out of England. You are here because you are planning to go to Stockholm to protect the child Luna Lovegood, correct? No. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. I need to go to Stockholm for something related to the Department of Mysteries. So far, there is no indication that Vezet has anything to do with what I am going to do. I can even say that. His appearance actually surprised me a little. Newt hummed and said, he came here for tourism. He happens to be a distant relative of Tina and they are classmates. Dumbledore understood, oh, it's Mr. Anthony Goldstein in the same year as Vezet. Newt gave a playful smile. As expected, you are very concerned about Luna Lovegood. That is true, but I did come here for something. Dumbledore emphasized in a light-hearted tone, I see, we just happen to be on the same ship. Newt shook his head slightly. Are you planning on meeting Vezet? No plans. Dumbledore waved his hand decisively. Let me reiterate, I have no intention of protecting him, I just happen to meet him. I don't dare to believe these words casually. Newt raised his eyebrows. After all, I am an insider and know what kind of person you are. When you say that, it always makes me seem terrible and not like a good person. Dumbledore sighed, still in a relaxed tone. It's really sad to be said by a respected student. Don't say that. Newt waved his hand quickly. I suffered a lot because of this sentence. Well, I should go now. Dumbledore stood up and the rocking chair disappeared. I just came to say hello to you. Have a nice trip. Newt closed his eyes, still rocking the rocking chair. Have a nice trip. When Fawkes turned into flames again, Newt opened his eyes again. Your favorite student right now is Vezet. Dumbledore glanced back at Newt and gave him an enigmatic smile. He waved his hand and disappeared in the firelight. Just as the guide said, the restaurant occupies 2/3 of the middle floor and is indeed comparable in size to the Hogwarts Great Hall, with a buffet style. Compared to the meals that appear automatically in the auditorium, here you can not only make your own meals, but also have someone help you cook the meals. Behind the cooking station stood several house elves wearing chef hats. They all have a humble expression and will cook the dishes strictly according to the customer's requirements. As the Vasa sailed on the seabed, there was naturally a wide variety of seafood. All the seafood is served, whether it is scallops, prawns, crabs, or fish fillets, on ice trays emitting cold air, and there is an endless supply of side dishes. The restaurant not only serves seafood, but also various meats, vegetable salads, snacks, candies, and ice cream. Xenophilius was still resting in the guest room, so only Vezet brought Luna to the restaurant. The two of them took a lot of seafood and meat and walked to an empty double seat. Vezet was helping to pour sauce on the steak when she happened to hear a conversation coming from next door. It looks like it's going to be quite troublesome. There was an accident in Sweden. What accident? The Obscurus attacked the Swedish Ministry of Magic. It seems that many Aurors have been dispatched.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.